Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But dude, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wednesday, and it's kind of wild. Oh, yeah, we woke up with a lot of different headlines, I'm telling you. Everything from earnings disappointing. You did not wake up with a real good earnings impetus, so that was not good. You got a couple of things overseas, but like individual names. You got a warning by Intel. They put out a filing on the little chip thing. Tesla, they're getting investigated for fraud, but even so far in the morning, Reuters put it out, and a lot of people are talking about it being old. Again, Tesla has mentioned it, but again, drama everywhere. You got news on Apple iPhones, which was actually good, but point is, earnings weren't that hot. You're getting a little bit of a stalling reaction. I mean, we had our moves the other day, but it's definitely a little bit more rockier than the last couple of days that had nothing. So, Chattadonia, we will see what today brings. We have a 10-year auction and even more earnings after the bell. Yeah, I'm going to go over all of the earnings were bad. So that's why the earnings after the bell today, maybe they do the opposite. But other than that, we got our work cut out for us. It should be a good one. And it's Wednesday, baby. Shout out Cole Real Estate. Good morning, Chattadonia. How you living? What's up, baby? What up, Malcolm, Candy, Manny, Jeff, Tyree, Carissa Hines. Oh, yes, baby, you made it. Love to see it. Hope everything good, baby. Good morning. Winning, loser, wandering, humble, yee. Laker J. Good morning, baby. Caballero, Danny. Oh, wow, that was a treasure. Good morning, baby. What up? Mark J, baby. Rosa Devlin. B Dizzle, baby. Miss Chantel, Agent of Chaos. Jeff Kent. Battleborn. David. Troy Lemon. Oh, Hypno, baby. Humble Business. Habibi. Isaiah Habibi. Good morning. Oh, Lecky Salja. Oh, my goodness, Chad. Happy Wednesday. Carson Bolt. Clint. Organic Peso. Najee Wolf. Mo Kanan, baby. Kurt McGart. Canthology. Barb on Fire, baby. Big Curly. Hong Dong, El Chaparro, just some idiot. We got that Tiger, man. He's ready to go. Let's go, baby. What about Ben? What about Energy? Brady, Carlito. What about the Twitch? Good morning, baby. How you living, blowing doll? What up, Porch Man? What up, Mother Laker? Good morning, Ripping Snipe. Lizzie B, he got a long term. He wake up early. I know he do. What up, Most Dope? 333, S. Jones Jacks, Ninja Baseball, KJ Lemur, Midwest Finest. Oh, my goodness. Most Dope Andy, Hailstone, Preforms, Uncle Nick, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Good morning. So, Chad, it's Wednesday. We got a little bit more action. Let's see where it takes us. And now I have my assistant here to help you. He's going to go through the news, and then I will finish it out with the other headlines, and then I will get into some plays, all right? So good morning. I hope you're awake. Wake up. Yeah, okay, good. Stock rally hits wall after earnings. Disappointing U.S. equity futures dropped as this month's rally stalled amid a lack of catalysts. Treasury yields in the dollar rose. Contracts on the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 fell 0.5%, and those on the S&P 500 also slipped. Shopify Inc. shares tumbled 19% in early trading after the e-commerce company said gross margins would decrease as a result of the sale of its logistics business. Uber Technologies Inc.'s first quarter bookings missed estimates, pushing its shares down 10% in the pre-market. The benchmark treasury yield rose 2 basis points to 4.48%, while the dollar strengthened for a third day. Investors winding down from earnings season are now unsure of what comes next after 3% of gains for the S&P 500 500 in May. U.S. policymakers are signaling that bets on a pivot to easier policy may be premature, with Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari saying it's likely the central bank will keep rates where they are for an extended period of time. We are now crawling through the tail end of earnings season, and the market is lapsing into complacency, said Hugh Greaves, fund manager of the premier Mitton U.S. Opportunities Fund. The economy is okay, rate cuts remain on the table, and the oil price is declining. Unfortunately, that's not a stable equilibrium. The Fed's more deliberate approach has put it out of sync with central banks in Europe that have already embarked on easing. Wednesday, Sweden's Riksbank kicked off its rate-cutting cycle, easing policy for the first time in 8 years. That followed the Swiss National Bank's decision to leapfrog peers with an interest rate cut in March. Fed Governor Lisa Cook is due to speak later Wednesday. Among other notable single stocks, Lyft Inc. shares gained in pre-market trading after the ride-hailing firm's results and Outlook beat estimates. Reddit Inc. shares rose after it posted a strong outlook. Virgin Galactic Holdings Inc.'s shares fell in the pre-market after first quarter revenue missed expectations. Stocks in Europe touched a new high after upbeat results from Brewer, Anheuser-Busch, InBev, NV, and Siemens Energy showed the earnings recovery filtering through to a wider swath of the economy. Right now, we're seeing the broadening of performance, especially from the earnings perspective. Natalia Lipikaina, head of EMEA equity strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank, said in an interview on Bloomberg TV, the market wanted to see that earnings in different sectors, not just tech, are delivering. Reddit gains. Reddit shares are jumping in pre-market trading, climbing more than 16% after improvements to the social media platform's advertising system helped push quarterly sales higher than expected in its first results as a public company. Lyft is also on the move, rising 6% after its earnings showed it has increased active riders at the fastest pace since 2022. Apple improvement. Apple is rising in early trading after data showed Chinese iPhone shipments jumped about 12% in March after the firm slashed prices, suggesting efforts to arrest an accelerating decline in sales is paying off. Apple's performance in China has been a source of uncertainty for investors, with the company posting better than expected revenue there in the first quarter despite overall lower shipments. China warning, staying in China. Morgan Stanley is warning investors should be wary of chasing one of the world's biggest stock rallies. The bank's strategists write that the momentum behind the recent surge in Chinese stocks will likely abate, and they should instead pursue single stock and thematic opportunities given improved investor sentiment. Phantom debt. Wall Street investors are growing increasingly concerned by a source of credit they can't track. As Paulina Cachero and Paige Smith write today, consumers have embraced buy now, pay later products that allow them to pay for purchases in installments, but it's not clear how many of these loans are out there. Some worry that masks the complete picture of the financial health of American households, which is crucial for everyone from global central banks to U.S. lenders and multinational businesses. It's top overnight news. Chinese iPhone shipments jumped about 12% in March after Apple Inc. and its retailers slashed prices, official data showed, suggesting efforts to arrest an accelerating decline in sales are yielding early results. BBG. The BOJ may take monetary policy action if yen falls affect prices significantly, Governor Kazuo Ueda said on Wednesday, offering the strongest hint to date the currency's relentless declines could trigger another interest rate hike. Ueda also said the BOJ could raise interest rates sooner than expected if inflation overshoots its forecast or risks to the price outlook increases. RTRS, Germany's industrial production for March was a bit better than anticipated, coming in minus 0.4% versus the street's minus 0.7% forecast, although Feb was revised lower. BBG. Sweden's central bank lowered lowered rates 25 BP from 4% to 3.75% and said 2 additional reductions could happen in H2. The Riksbank is only the second monetary body from an advanced economy to commence easing since the post-COVID inflation surge after Switzerland's central bank cut in March. RTRS. Indiana primary results showed Haley performing very well, signaling a large anti-Trump faction of the GOP exists. Politico. Trump's classified documents trial in Florida has been postponed indefinitely, raising the odds that the current Stormy Daniels hush money, one underway in NYC, is the only verdict voters will receive before the election. Wapodira and corporate profits are performing very well. Firms beat in Q1, and analysts have been raising estimates for Q2, suggesting an economic downturn won't occur anytime soon. WSJ. Saudi-backed chip and AI investment firm Alat said it would divest from China if it were asked to do so by the U.S. The comments came after People Familiar said the U.S. revoked licenses allowing Huawei to buy chips from Intel and Qualcomm BBG. FTX will amass as much as $16.3 billion in cash once it sells all of its assets, far more than it needs to cover what customers lost. The extra will be used to pay them interest, but nothing will be left for equity holders. BBG. He did speak in tongues a couple times. I know, he's just, good morning, baby. Good morning. There's still a little more. S&P futures are down by 0.3 Wednesday pre-market trading off of best levels. Comes after U.S. equities finished slightly higher in choppy Tuesday session that saw volumes again on the light side. Treasuries weaker across the curve after 10-year yields fall for a fifth straight session. Dollar is up by 0.1. Yen weakness again the story. Gold is up by 0.1. Bitcoin futures are down by 1.1. WTI down by 1.3. Market still seen as in waiting mode for April CPI next week. Path of least resistance has recently been higher. S&P 4-day rally, biggest since November, as Powell takeaways at last week's FOMC lean dovish and growth in data have come in softer, driving a bounce in Fed easing expectations and hope for some renewed disinflation traction. Related Treasury rally seeming exasperated by positioning dynamics. At the same time, macro backdrop still seen as stable enough to support some soft landing scenarios and low double-digit earnings in 2024. Renewed corporate buyback momentum, systemic fund buying, and seasonality also flagged as supportive, along with elevated earnings beat metrics and AI secular growth. No meaningful economic data today, just initial claims on Thursday and preliminary Michigan sentiment on Friday. Fed Jefferson, Collins, and Cook are all scheduled to speak today. In addition, Treasury is auctioning $42 billion of 10-year notes. Pretty quiet in terms of overseas headlines, though Sweden's Riksbank lowered rates by 25 basis points. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda stepped up warning over weak yen impact on monetary policy. Financial press talked up strong Q1 earnings, recent improvement in expectations for Q2 profit, and better corporate sentiment. Uber bookings and booking guidance underwhelmed. Shopify GMV was better, but Q2 guidance disappointed. ANET beat with better enterprise and cloud trend. MCK missed on March quarter sales and EPS. EA bookings, EPS light in June, quarter guide below, announced $5 billion buyback. Toast boosted by traction on cost and better location growth. Twilio hit by softer Q2 revenue guide. Win property EBITDA ahead of Macau. Affirm guidance well received and accelerated GMV. Rivian reiterated EBITDA guidance. Match Q2 guide light and guided full year revenue to low end. Reddit beat on users, revenue growth, and margin. Lyft beat on key metrics and noted several pockets of strong growth in rideshare. ZoomInfo hit by SMB weakness. Bros beat and raised with traffic a big bright spot. There's more. Bank of Japan Ueda in strongest signal yet hints possible policy action if yen move impacts inflation. Sweden central bank enacts 25 basis point hawkish rate cut, its first in 8 years. Market fades chance of RBA cut hike this year while rate cut calls undermined by strong inflation. Booming profits from corporate America may be enough to shield U.S. economy from a downturn. Reports find U.S. will triple domestic chip output by 2033, fueling industry growth. Stock buyback soaring to highest level since 2018 in sign that corporate America is bullish on the U.S. economy. Asia Pacific to get big investment for data AI center. German industrial output drops less than expected in March thanks to construction. German Economic Institute expects economy to stagnate in 24. Top 50 corporate pandemic winners and losers, 1.5 trillion in market value since the end of 2020. Chinese iPhone shipments jumped 12% in March after Apple slashed prices. Reddit surges after hours. Rivian Q1 earnings fall short. Amazon Cloud Services break in a Europe 5G network and major Telefonica deal. Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems cash and inventory crisis continue to spiral. KKR to buy perpetual corporate trust and wealth management units for $1.4 billion. U.S. pauses weapons to Israel on questions on opposition to IDF's latest push in Rafah. Israel PM Netanyahu faces dilemma of saving his government or the hostages as Israel pushes into Rafah. U.S. revokes Intel and Qualcomm license for chip export to Huawei. TikTok sets stage to protracted legal battle over U.S. ban. IMF officials warn that U.S. trade China spat threatens a reversal for global economy, and Ukraine's power grid under pressure following Russia's biggest airstrike in weeks. Wow. Excuse me. Not bad. Not bad, Chatadonia. So you got a little bit more. We're kind of early, but I guess not many headlines except for earnings. I think those were really, really bad this morning, but I got a lot of pre-market movers, so most of them are going to be earnings. If I don't say anything, assume that it's earnings. So ANET up 6.8, Tiva 6.5, Toast is up by 5.3, Bud is up by 4.8, Affirm 4.2, BGNE 2.8, Win 2.3, PR 1.1. MYGN is up 18.8, ODD up 12, Ring up 12, Sirius up 11.9, GMED up 11.4, LPX up 11, Reddit. Is that Reddit? Yeah, they're up 10.7. Payo up 10, BRFS up 7, Bros up 7.8, Confluent up 7, PubMatic 7.1, Genie 6.3, ALHC 5.7, Piper Sandler upgrades to overweight, Lyft trading 4.8, INFE, RCM up 2.4, waiver granted for TCP, ASC, HXL up 1.8, Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight, Taboola up by 1.8, Tabuli. INOD up 20 off earnings, RPTX 19 earnings, Clove 18 earnings, Seed is up 13.9, discloses termination of BF Borgers as independent auditor, NCI is up 10, major equity holder files initial 13D following IPO, Wolverine? I don't know, I thought that was Weight Watchers. HRTG up 5, Big Commerce up 5.2, reportedly working with Catalyst Partner Investment Bank to explore a sale. Trading lower, Shopify down 19 off earnings, A-Lab down 9, Uber down 7.5, Twilio down 7.2, Coupang down 6.5, Rivian down 6.8, VST down 4.1, Snap down 3.6, 650 million convertible note offering, Tesla down 3.4, DOJ probe into Tesla Autopilot, said to be focusing on securities and wire fraud. EA down 3.3, BR down 3.2, NDAC down 3.1, Rosenblatt downgrades to neutral, DLR down 3, prices 10.5 million share offering. Intel down 2, confirms Commerce Department revokes license, guides Q2 revenue below midpoint. Celsius down 1.8 following earnings, SMCI down 1.7, IP down 1.5, no comment on recent reports of selling. ALB down 1.4, agreement with Martin Marietta. DV down 40 off earnings, ZoomInfo down 20, INSP down 20, Max down 13.4, 6 million share offering, TMCI down 5.8 off earnings, AMRK down 15 off earnings. All of these are earnings, and then select Chinese ADRs all trading lower. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot, baby. Let's go. I fart in the gym, nobody cares. I shit on the floor, I get kicked out. Lesson in life, nobody cares until I make bigger moves. Bro, why is that so inspiring? Tell him, Awaz. Good morning. Oh, no. That's what I'm talking about. Honestly, I love it. I love it. So, Chatadonia, I got plays. We got good time. Honestly, listen, even Awaz, bro, like right there, that's amazing. Listen, so I don't know if you guys have noticed what's been going on with the likes, man. I don't know if you have noticed what has been happening with the likes, and I've been enjoying it to be honest. I've been chilling. It's been a lot less pressure, but here's the deal. don't worry about the likes, man, okay? I love you. That's fine. Don't worry. You're going to get placed today. You know why? Because I LOL'd at Gary's joke, and now that joke, too, made me smile. That's it, man. So you could thank Gary. You could thank Awaz. You could thank the people. You know what I'm saying? I like good attitudes. I like positivity. So, yeah, you already hit 1,000 in my book, baby. Yeah, no, it made me smile. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's, yeah. What really matters, baby? Stop it. All right, I'm going to be right back. So make sure you guys are ready. When I'm back, I hope you have plays. Maybe you have a like, too. Who knows? But either way, get ready. The day is about to start, baby.
Months now to hold back American weapon supplies, even from within his own party. The fact that he finally went ahead and did it is a display of displeasure that I think we just heard from his spokesperson there. I think the administration felt like they were not being listened to by the Israelis, that their concerns were not being addressed by the Israelis. And this is the administration pushing back and saying, you know what, if you don't listen to us, there have to be at least some consequences.
There's also been a huge, significant demographic tone change here. Campus universities, pushback and protests have been escalating. The images to the world have been very, very clear. If you look back in history, I mean, we've got Obama, Reagan, Nixon, all holding back in various forms. Can you put context around the scale of this holdback by Biden relative to other presidents? Is it a piece of theater, or is it more significant than that, given the domestic pushback?
Well, they're very different strings that Biden is having to hold in his hands and keep control of at the moment, to your point, which is that he has domestic opposition, not just from within his party, but in the streets of every campus practically in this country. He has, despite those protests, he has in his rhetoric continued to be very pro-Israel. He has said over and over again that his support for Israel is unshakable. On the other hand, he needs Israel to show him that it is paying attention to his concerns. And his concerns have been very clearly articulated. They're not saying Israel should not conduct a military operation. The administration is saying Israel should first make provisions for civilians. This does not seem like an unreasonable request or a demand. And the fact that the Israelis have not apparently taken that on board required a response. And as we said, in terms of actual impact on Israel's ability to conduct its military operations, this may not amount to a big hill of beans. But it sends a message to Israel, and it sends a message to the wider world as well. And it does send a message to those campus kids who are protesting that the Biden administration is not just simply saying yes to everything Israel wants, that it is holding back. Whether that persuades those kids in the campuses, whether that persuades international opinion, that's a different matter. But Biden is trying to thread all these needles simultaneously.
Very delicately. I think the last time Obama held back on missiles for several weeks, that was 2014. As Bobby just said, we don't quite understand the scale and the impact on Israel, but it's the messaging that counts. Bobby, thank you so much. Bobby Ghosh. Let's stay in the world of politics. TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, suing the US government, setting up for a long court battle between the two sides. We've got Jackie Davalos with me. So TikTok's argument in this legal challenge, I'm curious to know what it is, because this is going to be whoever's in the White House, possibly in the new year, may well have to deal with this.
That's right, Manis. And if there's one thing that both sides of the aisle can agree on, is that free speech is one of our most revered rights here in the United States. And that's exactly what TikTok is arguing, that the law that would effectively ban the app from operating in the United States violates Americans' right to free speech, to express their views and post what they please. Now, there's a few other things that we learned from their legal filing yesterday. We learned that they believe Congress did not provide adequate proof that the app actually poses the national security threat it says it does. They also said that their efforts to fence off data, which, as you remember, was actually done through Project Texas.
My bad. So, Chad, I think we only got like 2 minutes, actually. Still good time. Damn, I thought it was late. But it was early. No, we have not made a long-term edition yet. But, Chad Adonia, you are here right now. You heard the nose. You got all the pre-market movers again today. A lot of earnings, and it did not play out the same way. But tell me, man, what is your first play of the day? What do you got? Post it in the chat, baby. SPY puts. What happened to Tesla? Closed out Palantir, watching CLZN in Tesla, watching shorts on Uber, Disney put, Tesla calls, Tesla call, Tesla put, Rivian, Mess puts, Palantir put, closed Reddit calls, Palantir call, Tesla put, SPY put, Tesla short, SBFM, NVIDIA calls, rebuy the dip, screaming 10%. Neo got Redfin, calls on Intel, YCL puts, UUP call, Toyota share, SBFM, QQQ, NVIDIA put, NVIDIA calls, affirm, McDonald plays, short, Enphase, buy the dip, A shares, add Tesla, what it do, Qualcomm, Tesla calls, AGBA, QQQ, looking at Palantir calls, long-term gold, USD shorts, Uber puts, or no, that's Australia. Maybe SPY call, Uber, Lyft puts, Intel put, SOXS, TZA, Amazon, RM, Tesla calls, MNQ calls, Upstart puts, more Neo, ARM calls, calls on God, SPY call, buy Fubo, short staking Pfizer, Tesla puts, Datadog, BBG, SPY reversal, and the final plays. Stacking Pfizer, shop puts, calls, cruise calls, and good morning. I like it, baby. Good morning. So, my goodness. So, as far as my plays, I am just going to be watching out SRPT, Pfizer. There was another little report. People pretty much, there's articles talking about SRPT already. They had a little bit, but like we said on the watch list, I think that'll go a little later. I'm going to be looking at Uber. Continuation plays, they didn't do too good, didn't do too bad, but then again, I do think the environment isn't there. I will be looking ARM and an Airbnb. We do got bigger earnings today, and then keep an eye on Apple. They were the outperformer, and then maybe bonds by the 10-year. Other than that, should be very straightforward, and I hope we could get some good earnings plays. So, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. That is it. But do you know what else happens now? What is more important than the plays? Every single day, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication, regardless of whether or not you agreed in my encouragement and my call to action, as I hope all of you show this love day in and day out, and don't ever forget it, because it is the least that we could do. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it starts, but ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. My goodness. My Wednesday. We woke up with a little bit more excitement. So let's see where it takes us. What do we got? We got 1 minute, 34 seconds. Okay, that's it, man. Gary, you got Gary with the Battle of Thetaberg. That's it. That earns you guys 1,000 likes. You see, it was earned. Y'all weren't gonna get it anyways. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's a PHILO. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel. It's okay. You got it, baby. Don't even trip. Don't even just smile. Just enjoy life. Oh my goodness. So let's see what today brings. Though I'm sure it's gonna be a fun 7-hour. You have 3 Fed speakers. No data really. We got a bond auction. You will get consumer sentiment on Friday, and then that will be it. And that's all we got. So we got 1 minute. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Hopefully you watched the watch list. There was a good little lesson on there. We even talked about Bill and what was it? There's one more thing, but let me know if you have any questions. Post any plays. And that's it. That's it, baby. Man, I need to warm up a little bit. The Honda, you know what I'm saying? I got to get the the Honda up and started a little. MNQ short. Well, I'd watch out for the earnings. Again, Uber, Shopify, those are big ones. Again, Intel and Tesla, they got their own little things going on. So we will see what that brings. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right, 20 seconds. All right. Not all was lost at the Battle of Thetaback. I love it. I'm telling you, I laughed. I was just reading the chat. I got done taking my dump, and I was like, wow, that's funny. That's funny. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Round 1. Fight. Oh, man. Baba already gapped down 1.7. All right. I feel like Uber is not going to. Oh, wow. They opened up Uber right away. Nice. All right. Let's take a look. So Uber contracts, I mean, some of them are up like 60%. I guess Uber moved in line. It was pricing in about 8. ARM pop. That's actually good. Again, most chip makers I think are down. Again, Qualcomm, they got hit a little bit there. High ticker's actually kind of moving. NASDAQ is the worst. Actually, Russell down 0.9. All right, there it is. Now the Ubers are popping a little harder. And then the Tesla stuff is weird too, but that is a big move. Yeah, Tesla down 3.7. What is happening? Bro, these Ubers are insane. Very, very big spread. Oh, excuse me. ARM, Toast. Yeah, Toast did do good. I forgot about that. Toast. And then Shopify, though. That one was ugly. Shopify options are not even open yet. So I'd watch out for that. That one could make a couple weird moves in the next couple of minutes. So literally no options have traded yet on Shopify. Said coin dying. Toast. Toast isn't that active, but it is open widespread on that. Yeah, Toast up 8. Toast was pricing in, I think, 13, though. So you got to watch out for that. I got the younger bro in here? No way. That's what's up, baby. Kata. You know, my bro showed me, bro. That's how the stock market gets spread through the generations, you know? That's hype. Good morning, baby. Andy woke up early. That's crazy. That's crazy. NVIDIA kind of coming back up, down 0.67. AMD. So again, Intel and all the other chip maker. Intel's down a little bit more, Intel and Qualcomm. But low-key, some of them are kind of coming back up. Yeah, Redfin. I don't think Redfin was good. I'm surprised they actually even kind of went up. So they're still holding up 4. They were pricing in, though, like 17. And then Win, though they went up and then flip. So those are going to get cucked. Oh, yeah, Reddit. I forgot about that. And then Tesla's still near the low. Yeah, Reddit is giving up like 10% already. Again, a lot of the, there's just a lot of just the earnings this morning and kind of how that negativity hit here compared to the last couple days. But a lot of the names that were even green, they've already turned. Why do we go lower? There's a confluence of bad earnings and then a couple of things. I want to say overseas, but really it was just China and those issues. And then you had like 4 or 5 individual just like bad news on companies this morning. But it's not that bad in the sense it's only 0.3. I think tech got hit a little harder. But we'll find out by the end of the day, and I'm sure that what's it called? We'll move it, that bond auction, and then even the earnings after the bell. Shop earnings call ended, dude. I don't even. Let me check if the options are opened up, dude. Shopify option chain is not open. There it is. Now it just opened, literally right now. So it might start moving here again. You've seen that with like FedEx last time. Jeez. Starbucks pop? My goodness. 72.77, not bad. All right, I made a play. I grabbed one of the lotto puts on Shopify. May 17th, $50 put, $5. I bought 2 of them for $10. That's it, just if they flush or not. Let that one do its thing. Literally $10. We didn't go over Uber yet. I could go over the report in a second, but I don't even think the plays are even there. You might even, and then watch how it goes. Even those calls, again, it's just a matter if they go nuts. Yeah, that was the only option that, like, every other one was up like 300-400%. That one's up large percentage-wise, but it's like, it's literally the cheapest one on there. And then if you do flush, the problem is it's like $5 apart. No, average on the Airbnb. I think Airbnb, that's it. We're going to wait till end of the day and then sell out. But I don't think there's any average to be had because today's the final move. We have to sell out before the bell. Wholesale inventories, negative 0.4. Estimate was 0.5. That sounds good. Bad news? Let's see. Lyft popping. Oh, I forgot about Lyft. And then Shopify still lower. Palantir on the low. That one keeps selling. Oh, not out. That's just estimates. Oh, I was like, what? I was going to say, that sounds good. I'm surprised no bond reaction. Any plays? I just made the shop play. Is Trip halted? Looks to be. Yeah, they're down 30. But I don't see it moving. Let me double check. Again, let me get the Ubers too. So just literally $10 on Spotify. The calls are a good play too. I think if you just make it cheap, I don't know what's going to happen. Today's a weird day, but that's a massive move. You know, down 17. If that either flushes more or bounces, that's a lot to be had. Uber's kind of bouncing up here a little bit. Trip. The IB buyout. The company didn't, they declined to comment on it. Yeah, Trip is halted. 635. All these bad travel earnings can't be good for Airbnb. That's what I was saying this whole time. It's either going to be really good for them or really bad. But I would say I don't think like Expedia and Booking weren't that bad. So Expedia, they had problems spending money. Whereas Booking, I think did actually amazing. So they don't scare me in terms of trends, but everybody else like hotels, a couple of them did bad. Now Trip, but I don't know, TripAdvisor. I don't know if they're as much of a booker as they are just kind of other affiliate services. Palantir, I think if you like it and know the company, I would only just be mindful of the price. You know, the lower the price, the easier it is to justify that. The higher the price, the harder. I just did a Shopify put. That's the only play for today. $10. Nothing crazy. Just in case they flush. And then, I mean, if it does flush too, I'll probably look for calls. As funny as that sounds. Palantir sold out of Toast. Well, that was a good one. Toast was really nice. Yeah, Toast still breaking out here now too. So that one was already up. They were pricing in a little more. So if you think that one will continue, those options should be cheaper. MO on the high, NVIDIA, Tesla. Oh. So again, Tesla was down about 4%, starting to come up. Bond auction, I think 2 p.m. Eastern. Pfizer bouncing. NVIDIA lift on the high. So again, if NVIDIA and chips, remember this morning in that Intel, all of these little chip license revocations, that's been moving some things here. So they're already coming up. Chips are starting to get a bid. And Meta's in the green. Uber is going up now too. So Uber has recovered about 3% already. And then Lyft is up 9%. I think Lyft should have been up more. And Netflix now, you got another one in the green. And then Apple going negative. Remember, they were up on the China news this morning. And then Airbnb. Let's see, Shopify, that one's still chilling there. Who was the other one? There's one more big mover for earnings. And in Starbucks, they were doing good. There's these are the good ones. Oh, Reddit, that's the one. I don't know, the Reddit options are still kind of nuts. The calls are cheap, but they're still holding those prices from yesterday. ANET going back up. And then bonds went lower. TSN on the high. Yeah, ANET. I mean, if ANET does break out, well, we got it. I don't know if it was priced in 4 or not. But yeah, even the calls and puts are red on ANET. But I do think if it starts to get above like 4 or 5%, that could be a frogger. But it has to move. Starbucks is going up. Again, they were clapped yesterday. Puma extends gains as much as 12% post earnings. Yeah, Uber's recovered half of the loss here from the morning, and Lyft is on the high too. Is today ex-divvy for Pfizer? Really? No way. There was Cruise as well. And DV triple and halted. CRM on the high. SPY moving a little bit. Yeah, Trip. So again, they had bad earnings, but they're down 36. Let's see. And then let me get you the Uber results. All right. So Uber, they did revenue mobility was 5.6 billion versus 5.52. Delivery was 3.218 versus 3.21 versus 3.28. Freight was 128 versus 13. Adjusted EBITDA mobility 148 versus 146. Delivery was 528 versus 488. Freight was loss of 21. Adjusted EBITDA margin 13.6 versus 13. Yeah, honestly, they did good on that. They didn't do as bad as Dash. I think it was their guidance that was weaker. Q2 guidance was 1.45 to 1.53 billion versus estimate of 149. And then bookings of 38.75 to 40.25 billion. Estimate was 40. And then they're assuming a 3% currency headwind. But yeah, they barely beat. And then then bookings were slightly lower, and then their guidance wasn't good. And then GAAP EPS was a lot lower. Where's Disney too? I forgot. Disney already came back to 105. So remember, Disney 107. Otherwise, if it can't get back above there, it's probably going to go lower. Trip earnings don't look that bad. Let me find that one for you then. And then SPY still near the high. A couple of names moving. Again, Disney just hit the high. So I have comments. I don't have, let me check the estimates, but it looks like they guided down. So their earnings, their revenue was 240 core versus 243 million. Viator 141 versus 138. The Fork 41. Adjusted EBITDA was 78 million versus 75. Free cash flow 123 versus 58 million. That was good. And then margin was 11.9 versus 11.5. So it was their guidance. Because the earnings were a slight beat. And then their full year outlook, mid-single low digits. Adjusted EBITDA to flat to low single mid digits. I need to find the estimate on that. Honestly, it doesn't look 36% bad. I might have to look a little more, but yeah, I was going to say, don't they have the deal? So if they said that fell through, that would make sense. No, that I think above makes a lot more sense. And then SPY kind of holding, but bonds dancing around a little bit. Where are we at? 51.65 was the low. You're at 51.73. Did you fill? No, we didn't even. You haven't even filled any of these gaps. You chilling. Marshall with the spam. Well, yeah, is it informative? That's the real question. So I liked it. I'm down with it, baby. Amen. MP is today the 9th. I think MPW reports the 9th, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Let's see if there's a preview. I thought it was the 9th. I'm not too sure. Tomorrow morning? Well, there you go. MSOS with an 8 handle. Did that news the other day get confirmed? Remember there was that rumor and they were saying that lady's not going to sign the deal or whatever, breaking like 5 decades of precedent? What was that? Aris? ARIS? What is this? It's up 10. Aris Water Solutions. VST on the high. Roblo going. Remember Ring? That one is still holding up 14 and going. Now Delta's on the high. See if any of the airlines move. Donald. I know. Donald Trump. PayPal. Disney. Disney 105 still. TSC. Yeah, they've recovered about 1.2 right now. So that's going up. Boeing is in the green. And Datadog and Meta and Netflix. They were doing good earlier in the morning. Yeah, DJT back to 50 almost, right below it. And then I still think Lyft is working up there. Lyft making a new high. And Uber has recovered 3% from the bottom, still down 5. Broadcom. Yeah, they're down by 0.1. SMCI is about to go red to green, down by 0.4. Same thing, AMD about to go red to green. Now you got Qualcomm. I think a lot of the chips moving. Even Intel, they're still clapped. But all the chips in tandem are getting a bid from the cash open. Yeah, Amazon lower, Apple lower, I think. And then Microsoft red, but kind of got a bid from the open. Oh, bros. Yeah, they did good. Honestly, they did good, and they grew in an environment where Starbucks was slowing. Yeah, Datadog, 3%. Again, they were pricing in a lot more, so I'm sure those contracts will be cheap till it hits like a certain threshold. Oh, that was 2 days ago. Be mindful, though. It kind of reminds me of snow. Microsoft developing data center campus in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Didn't Microsoft get like a $3 billion investment from the government? I thought there was a headline on that this morning. Yeah, wheat stock's still going lower, but they're down 1. I mean, 870, I do think that was the price I played it last time, but then when it flushed, it got a little ugly. So I would like a little cheaper, but keep your eye on it. Rivian, decent pop. A little bit, yeah, 940. It's coming up here. Rivian is getting some volume. Disney is breaking out a little bit more. SPY going up. I mean, you're still red, but it's 0.17. So think about it. A little bit of pressure. Earnings in the morning. I mean, when you look anything but the Russell, it's pretty minor in terms of how we've moved so far. I do think earnings after the bell will have a little bit of an impact, but so far compared to the other mornings, I mean, we're moving a little bit more aggressive here if this keeps going. Disney, NVIDIA, Qualcomm on the high. I think that was Airbnb too. They're still in the red. Yeah, Boeing went green. Again, AMD just went red to green. SMCI, a couple of those chip makers right there. Yeah, Cruise, that was a good earnings. They're up 11. There's Toast, and then there's one more. Reddit gave up most of it. Tyson, didn't they get clapped the other day? And then bonds haven't moved at all. Shop CEO on CNBC. My Canadian brother. Is he Canadian or is that just the founders? Shopify.
It's expected slow in the current quarter. Not a lot, but it doesn't matter. Joining us now to explain her first on CNBC interview is Shopify President Harley Finkelstein. Harley, thank you for coming on. Good to see you as always.
Thank you, Jim. Good to see you as always.
Okay, so I want to distinguish without denigrating the reportage, that this quarter that we're currently in is not anything that I would regard as being a dramatic deceleration from the quarter that was just stupendous. But somehow people are saying it does mean that the big beat and raise days are over for Harley and for Shopify. True or false?
Yeah, that's totally false. I mean, the amount of growth drivers we have in this business are larger than we've ever had. Let's just talk about the quarter we just reported on because, it's important. You're seeing the strongest version of Shopify, Jim, in our 20-year history. If you exclude logistics, we had 4 consecutive quarters of over 25% top-line growth. For Q1 alone, we had $2 billion of revenue. GMV, which again is a proxy for how our merchants are doing, was up 23% year on year to $60 billion in the quarter. And Shopify now powers over 10% of all US e-commerce. So let's talk about the things that also matter right now in this climate, which is profitability. We saw $1 billion in the quarter of gross profit dollars. That's up 33%.
He ain't getting
and
Starbucks.
We generated free cash flow of $232
knows.
million
He's like, I ain't gonna let
for
you
the
punk
quarter,
me.
with free cash flow margins doubling from Q1 of last year. So when you look at this, you're seeing a company that has operating discipline, but also has a ton of growth drivers.
Okay, and I think that we all believe that and know that, and that's one of the reasons why we have
Rivian
loved
going up.
Shopify. Now I'm going to read from a Reuters story. This is a Canadian Reuters story, and it says, the company said on Wednesday it expected second quarter revenue to grow at a high teens percentage, disappointing investors who had seen average growth of about 26% over the past few quarters. Have you disappointed those who were looking for something like 26%?
I mean, let's talk about guidance for a second. Our guidance for Q2 points to free cash flow margins similar to the 12% that we just achieved in Q1, and that combined with pro forma revenue growth in the low to mid 20s. This business, Jim, can deliver growth and margins, all while creating and leading into massive investment opportunities in our growth. It's somewhat, counter-cyclical, but we see opportunities right now in the market. On the marketing side of things, what's really important and something that I think most people miss about Shopify is that we think about marketing the same way we think about products. We build great solutions. We have the best internally developed tools to drive decisions through data. And the results
breaking
prove
out
that
a
we are
little bit
world-class at growth. And so when we see these opportunities
Again,
where we
I
can
think
drive
contracts might
incredible
start heating
payback
up.
periods within our guardrails, we're going to take those opportunities because by 2025, those are really going to pay off for us.
Okay, so why not increase your outlook from where it was? Why not say revenue, instead of revenue growth at high teens percentage, why not say, listen, it will be 20%, not a problem?
Yeah, look, we think about what we can do right now, and also some of the things that we do because we are so long-term focused as a company. This is, I think, almost our 9th anniversary
still
since the
going. That
IPO,
was a big
since I
earnings
first
beat.
came on your show in 2015. We have always over-delivered, and that's important to us. But we think when you look at these drivers, I mean, you look at enterprise, for example. When we went public, Jim, the enterprise business on Shopify did not exist, and yet now it's gaining massive traction with SoulCycle and Tapestry and Overstock and BarkBox all coming on. When you look at our offline product, point of sale, which again did not exist at our IPO, that grew, the GMV from offline retail grew 32% on the quarter. We saw 52% location growth in the quarter with merchants that have more than 20 physical locations. B2B is another massive opportunity that didn't exist even 2 years ago. And then not to mention international. We are no longer just the leading company in North America. We're now seeing massive growth in places like Europe. And in fact, Q1 GMV growth internationally was over 38%. That's a third consecutive quarter of growth above 35%. So we see these massive growth drivers, but we can do 3 things. We can grow top line, we can grow bottom line, and we also can make investments for the future. And we want to be able to make those investments for the future, which is why we gave the guide that we did.
Yeah, Harley, it's David, and I appreciate your enthusiasm and your long-term view. I do wonder, though, are you simply saying that those who are selling the stock right now are wrong to do so? I mean, a 20% decline in your market value in one moment is not an insignificant decline.
I mean, one of your colleagues told me this, when we first went public, that don't look at the day-to-day stock trade, build the best, most durable company. The way that companies, there's very few companies that can do this, but the companies that are able to build the longest term durable growth do those three vectors: growth on the top line, growth on the bottom line, and invest for the future. And we're doing all three of those things, David. It's really important for us to actually focus on the long term. I'm going to my 15th year at Shopify. Toby is going to his 20th year. This is unequivocally the best team with the best products and the largest market opportunities Shopify has ever had.
Harley, Jim has used a word called normalization of late. And we've been talking about at least, and again, Jim, I'm putting words in his mouth.
No, it's fine.
Brown
It's
shoots
I'm gonna
as
try
well.
to-
But I am
I'm
curious
gonna try to go
to
to the
get
bathroom
your
real
view.
quick.
Are things
till this
slowing
is
down
over.
at all?
I mean, I've just been
in
listening.
terms of what you
TSM
are
chips
seeing,
again recovered a lot
in
here
your
from the
universe?
morning.
I mean, let's talk about the macro. So first of all, the consumer remains resilient. I mean, you're seeing that. I mean, GMV on Shopify is a great proxy for that. But part of the job that we have at Shopify is to arm our merchants, the millions of merchants, with the solutions to compete and succeed in any environment. And we've proven quarter after quarter that we're giving merchant tools they need, and they're outperforming the broader economy. That's been the case for well over a decade now. Now, the other thing to think about is obviously we're well known, David, as the company that has these great direct-to-consumer brands that the consumers love and they feel affinity to, and that's incredible. We've always had those. But more recently, we're now seeing brands that are a little bit less discretionary come to Shopify. I mean, Figs, for example, whose scrubs are in hospitals all over the country, Nestle, Heinz, Staples, ButcherBox. These are the brands also coming to Shopify. And whether you look at these direct-to-consumer brands that are beloved, or you look at these more discretionary type of brands, Shopify is the recipient of all these. And in particular, on the enterprise side, that's an area of business that we think is ripe for the taking. And our product is better, our pricing is better on that. We think there's massive opportunity to get more brands on Shopify. But on the macro side, we're seeing that the consumer is buying from brands they love.
Okay, listen, Harley, it is great to have you on the show, and absolutely, as I've been following your career, you have been someone who has been an under-promiser who has serially over-delivered. It is great that you're on the show. That's Harley Finkelstein, who's the president of Shopify. Good to see you.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, Jim, what's on Matt tonight?
Okay, we have Affirm, which had a really
All
nice
right, good
number. We have
timing.
Dutch Bros that had a fantastic number. We have Federal Realty, which had a really good.
All right. Shopify CEO. So again, he's saying they did good, but market was like, we want 20% growth. Rawr. Rawr. Bullish on Shop. I mean, it's a nice discount. They still are probably up what? Yeah, remember, this was a cheaper stock from when he was saying he IPO'd, so they're still good. But I remember even then, though, I guess October was at 45. I remember Charlie picked them up in the 20s. So it's still up there, but definitely a big earnings move. I don't have it in the long term, no. We considered it, but that one was always one, even when it was cheap. It always had premium. No updates on the Pfizer thing from yesterday, but I do think you're going to get, what's it called? I do think it's going to be, I don't think we're going to hear about it till we get the trial data. But there was articles about Sarepta, and people were talking about these gene therapy trials. And then apparently, I think the last time, it was like in the 80s or early 90s, where somebody passed away in one of, like, specifically for a gene therapy trial, and then they, the FDA flat out canceled it. So it seems like we're going to get an update, but I think that's why we didn't get the filing, because I think it's tied under the study results, more or less. Rivian was climbing up a little bit. I mean, if now, though, right off the morning, though, it seems like the chip makers, they started lower. They popped up a couple of earnings. I mean, they either recovered, like Uber kind of recovered, but they're still a little in the gulag. Again, Shopify, that one's trading down. And some of the ones that did good, like Ring and Toast, they kept going. Reddit, they came down, even though they were up like 16. And then Redfin, they were up like 6, even though they had a bad earnings, and then they came down. Pfizer. But yeah, again, I think it's up because of ex-dividend. So keep that in mind. Is moving up there, doing all that. And then if ex-divi is tomorrow or today, after that, it'll probably do its thing. Data in 5 seconds. 2, 1. Wholesale inventories. Came in line, negative 0.4. So I want bonds to move, but I don't think we're going to get enough. But yeah, wholesale inventory just came in, negative 0.4. You'll get oil numbers, and then it's all Fed speakers from here. And then actually 10-year auction's at 1, not 2. Lyft options in the money down. It's possible. Lyft was pricing in, was it 13 or 17%? Where is it? No, that's not. That's Confluent. I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, wow. Yeah, so to give you an idea, from yesterday when we did the calculation, Lyft was pricing in 17.9. That's crazy. So 17.9, think about that. The stock is up 8.5 right now. So I do think all the calls and puts, like, again, you could be almost, 50 cents? You could be $1 in the money, and it's about break even. And that's after getting $1 in the money on the next week's. So hopefully that makes sense, because, again, yesterday the options were implying, based on that price, a 17% move. So if you don't move that, you move half of that, I mean, most likely those contracts will be down. Lyondell launches formal review of assets of olefin and intermediate derivatives unit, LYB. Yeah, Pfizer is trying to come up. Keep an eye on the chip makers if they keep going. Go to, where's that? It's L-Bucks, not Starbucks. Yeah, Pfizer is going. Go to, yeah, Starbucks actually catching some bids right now. So we will see. And then LYB, I haven't looked at that. JRVR, I got out of that, but are we still waiting to hear on the that offer? All right, wasn't it supposed to be like a merger? Boeing was just up from the morning. Oh, and then they actually just flipped right there. I didn't look at it in a little bit. LYB is on the high. So that news Troy just posted, you're getting a little bit of a pump. Yeah, it's moving big. 4% now after doing nothing. That's like your first real active. It kind of looks like yesterday. That's way bigger, though. And then Starbucks going. LYB, pretty big pop. And Dow as well. Interesting. Yeah, Dow is the same thing from yesterday. That was like, what, an hour or two before close yesterday? Qualcomm about to go positive. They were only down 1. Yep, they're right at break even almost. Intel flipping, though, so literally all the chips are going. Intel is literally the one suffering. They're the only one who made the filing. IBM and SAP plan to expand collaboration to help clients become next-generation enterprise with generative AI. IBM. It could have just been a press puffer headline. Pinduoduo. So that's actually, I think that's the first China play I see in the green today. Couple of plays trying to move up. K-Web starting to move. Comcast, Vertical. It's literally just a slow melt up. It doesn't look like an LYB candle, but all day that's been moving. LYB, that just popped up 4% in 1. But they are going up. Merck, they've been selling off. They didn't have good earnings. NVIDIA, again, Intel is the only one that's going down. Yeah, the yen, and hopefully you guys noticed, so the yen, literally, ever since Japan opened back up, it's been coming back down. So whenever we had the data last week, and then you had those intervention things. It was all based on holidays. So now we watched it open up. You're still going to get a little bit more, but pretty much I think that's your first counter move. And then literally by Wednesday, I do think our CPI will have an effect on the yen. You buying some Intel for the long term? I mean, I was looking at it the other day, or I think it was this morning. Now that it's at that $30, I mean, if it does make a flush, I didn't like Intel after they cut the dividend and then it did all that. But, I mean, looking at it, if I can get it at one of these lows, I don't have chip exposure, I could consider it. I don't think I'm I'm not too excited about it, but it's definitely a possibility. That's why I'm kind of glad I have the cash here for a little bit. We're still kind of sitting at it. But, there's a couple, like I'm saying, Starbucks we were talking about, a few others. Yeah, Pfizer's starting to go up. What price was it? So Pfizer's literally recovered the news drop yesterday. And then again, there is ex-dividend. Check Cat Hain. Yeah, Caterpillar down by 0.5. Do they have earnings? It's just hard to buy a company being overtaken by others. I don't even care about that anymore. There's only one thing on my mind with Intel. It's effing Pat Gelsinger crying about how Wall Street won't give him what he deserves. And crying on every interview for a year. Then finally getting rewarded. And then what does he do? He goes full hunter. I'm like, I can't, that's it. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man? That's the only thing that sticks with me. Low key. It's one thing about, competition and AI, but I'm like, bro, how do you go from that whole push to just 3 guide downs in a row and then just getting clobbered? Yeah, but Intel's flushing right now. So it's unfortunate for both my shares and, just in general, all the other chip makers. They are holding up good. You are going to get ARM earnings today, and that is going to feed into it. But yeah, NVIDIA went green. They're barely green, but they were all a lot red because of the news in the morning. And then Tesla still, Tesla was down a little bit more. HCA. XLV came down. Match coming back after earnings. Yeah, I saw HCA on the low. Down 1.4. And then ALB on the high. Rivian, I think Rivian is just it's in a weird spot where they're delivering a decent amount. I don't think the numbers were bad in that sense. And everyone's trying to, analyze it as a market penetration rather than a profitable company. But I do think, like we said with the cash, they're kind of cutting it close. But Rivian was I don't know. I think Rivian has 3 quarters by the end of this year. And if they can't do anything profitability-wise, I think they're going to have to raise money. Starbee's on the high. That one's still going. Yeah, Airbnb, pretty shit pre-earnings. Usually Airbnb only hits on pre-earnings. So that's the irony of that one. Apple flushing, which is weird. Again, they were leading today this morning. Even when futures went negative, Apple was still holding green. They had good news on that rumor about the China sales after the discounts. Oh! No, that's real? Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach on a Wednesday. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Peach Nation. Get your ass up, baby. Let's go. Good morning. So, the Peach of the House, Speaker of the Peach. My brother, I have an offer for you today for Pump It Up. Yesterday, you rejected my offer, but I have an offer for you and the people that you represent, all of Chattadonia. My offer for Pump It Up, it is $5,300. However, I want to tie the Pump It Up bill to Chattadonia border control bill. So if you agree at $5,300 Pump It Up, it will be members only until we pump it up. That's my offer for you today. If you would like. So I give you $5,200. I'm tying it to Chattadonia border bill. I say members only until $5,300, excuse me, $5,300. So I don't know. It's 300 points lower, but you give me the border funding, I got you. I mean, you tell me. That's my offer for today. If not, we could come back tomorrow. I could have another one for you, but you get that's 100 points away. It's 100 points away. You could benefit the members. They would love it. You would hurt the non-members, but everyone gets to pump it up. I don't know, 150 points away, 130 points away. It's not bad. It's not bad. All right, well that's my offer. We're on day 2 after the 1 month recess. He says grimy, but I respect that. It's politics, baby. It's politics. Who is Bradley Frizzle? You know, man. You got banned. You made your account 3 days ago. Come on. Get in the game. Don't put a target on your back. Ask serious, genuine questions. Insincerity is very easy to spot. That's what gets some people in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So be in the game, baby. And if you don't know genuinely, the answer will come to you. Amen, amen. I said 5,300, pump it up. Yeah. So we could pump it up, but then it's tied to the border bill. That's it. Oh, Philip Hamilton, baby. Almost missed that in the midst of the negotiation. Oh, Koskos. Habibi. Oh, my God bless y'all. It's that border bill. They like, let's get more members. Okay, those are the real activists of Chattadonia. They're trying to save all the non-members right there. They're like, whatever the deal is, we want you safe. All right, man, you came down here a little bit, about 5 points from that high. No gap filled at all. Still about 11 points from the bottom at VWAP. Chips dancing around. Dow is at break even, and otherwise it's still under 0.5%. Russell is the one with all the pain, and bonds have not moved at all. I know, you could sponsor a Chad, but we're still going to need members-only wall. I know, it's a shame. It's up to Bradley Frizzle. He's negotiating. Plug pre-market? I don't like Plug. I've known about that stock since I was a child. But yeah, I don't know. No Plug earnings. We could go over it if you guys want. We're going to have a lot of earnings today with Airbnb and everything else. But yeah. The Bernstein video gave you nightmares. Hey, man. It's wild. Hopefully it inspires you. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of y'all, man, just keep studying and learn more, man. And, I think you guys are all very well qualified in here. You just got to make a couple more friends. Yeah, I think that's the only way you get that job. But at the end of the day, man, it's inspiring as much as it is scary. Defense budget plan isn't big enough. Leaders of Senate panel. I feel like it's in our best interest to find a better deal suited to all Chads. We appreciate your offer, but no deal today. We can't do it. Border deal will need to bring the number down a bit more. We're going to come back. We'll negotiate. Bradley Frizzle rejects. It's okay. He's a good guy. I know. The voice has to warm up. The Trump one ain't coming out the good today. But no deal. No deal. All right. I'll have another offer. We'll see what we could get going on, man. I appreciate you though. Thank you for the negotiation. We're getting close. I mean, we're seeing. I don't know where the interest lies. Like, does everybody want a low pump it up number, a high one? So clearly, there's competing interest at hands. But we'll get to the bottom of it. That's good though. This is the most progress we've made on pump it up negotiations in months. So I'm excited. We didn't strike a deal today, but we made a significant progress. It's good. Maybe we'll get a continuing resolution. I don't know. We'll see. You need to warm up with the Biden, then I'll be able to do the Trump. Maybe. This one just, even if my voice is bad, it's not natural. Easy. Sure, I mean it. So it's good, man. It's good, but I don't know. Still think Josh is a little tired. Something with his voice. Your 7-year-old says, feel free to play the Pump It Up song for her cheer group. Be the bottom of the pyramid. All right. Well, then that's another side of the voting. I like it. I like it. I have a horn. I don't have pom-poms, but you know what I'm saying? So it's good, though. It's good. CZU halted pending news. XLU on the high. And TGTX. Nvidia. Microsoft gone green now. We were just saying, I think Apple might be the only one that's in the red out of the big ones, and Amazon. Amazon was looking a little uglier, but you're still holding. Again, you're red because you have the gap down. The like subsidies. New developments in Chattadonia as the Speaker of the Peach declined the president's offer, citing disparity in the fairness of all Chads, although declining progress is made. ANET going up. So that one now, it's approaching 6-7. I was telling you guys, like, go look at that option chain. You'll notice one chain after the one strike after the next just starts flipping green. So I do think this is around. The spreads are crazy, though. I did not make a play on that one. That's funny. He said this guy thinks there's Twitch mods. That made me laugh, but I do think we'll let the man run it, baby. We'll let the man run it. Reborn. Is that Reborn coffee up 136%? Poor Uber. And then bonds are going up. I mean, remember yesterday you got a little bit of a rally. It's what you needed. Yeah, Uber's just kind of chilling there. I think Lyft is still doing good. GME, I didn't know it was halted. I don't think it is. Remember, GME, people were just bringing it up from going up like, what, 20% or something? Out of nowhere, 30% from last week. The Apple call and Josh Cook was your highlight of the day. I forgot about that. Microsoft's still going up, and then NVO. I mean, high ticker, it's kind of balanced out. But let's see. And then bonds breaking out, which is good. Still in the red. I mean, everything's still within the gap down. And then right now, let's see. We have S&P 500. 197 names in the green. 300 in the red. NASDAQ 100. 40 in the green. 61 in the red. And then Dow Jones, 16 green, 14 in the red. Honest, it's like 50-50, man. You saw me in DJ Academic stream last night? Yeah, I was there. I posted the watch list, and then it showed up on my like homepage, and they were talking like Kendrick and Drake. So then I was like, let's see. And then I typed the message in the chat, and then like 3 chads were in there, bro. And I was like, what the fuck? It was pretty cool, man. I was honestly like, I felt kind of cool because I was like, we got chads everywhere, baby. So then I made a super chat. I made a very bold claim. You had to be there. If you didn't, I'm not going to repeat it. But I made a very bold claim, and then I advertised the long term. I did, man. I saw super takeoff in there, bro. I saw so many of y'all, and I was like, damn, that's crazy, man. That was good though, bro. You got people. You got people, man. Your brothers are everywhere, brothers and sisters. I have to check. It was funny, dude. I was like surprised. It was actually like funny. Because I thought because the chat moved so fast, I thought I would just say something and would get lost in there. And then, no, like they're like, Josh? Some people were genuinely confused while I was there. You're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, you guys know I could watch videos too, bro. I don't do it that often, but yeah, I'm allowed to, I think. Japan intervened in market twice last week. TV Tokyo says. What's their source? Oh, that's a big claim. But, I mean, everybody's already assumed it. It's like seeing your teacher at the grocery store. I feel it'd be like seeing your teacher at at a concert. But that's funny. What's my creating or consuming content ratio in terms of time? I mean, it's heavily skewed, bro. I mean, 7 hours every day is a lot. That's just the stream, but, I'll watch some TV and do some other stuff, but I definitely think weighed more to the creating time frame. And then I like music. That's good to listen to. But yeah, I was saying the yen, because remember, they intervened on strategic holidays. So they didn't want people moving money around while they were buying. But low-key, last 2 days, Japan opened up. Yen goes down. Nikkei comes up. I don't know, man. This is all I'm going to say, though. This whole Drake and Kendrick thing, I'm getting worried. It made me really worried about society because I have been watching this whole thing, and at times it seems like it's a one-sided beef. I think sometimes it looks like there's an easy winner, but then I see everybody on the internet just fighting over who's the winner, and I'm like, man, even with solid evidence, we can't even decide if Drake or Kendrick won. And we have an election now. This is so I don't know. I am worried. I'm like, man, we can't even agree on rap beef. This is gonna be a wild election. It's gonna be a wild election. It's just like it's crazy the political identity and same things I've seen in there. But I'm like, yeah, it's definitely. Mm-hmm. Mm. You ran into your 8th grade social studies teacher at the strip club years ago. You should probably tell somebody. You know, if you see something, say something. Is he still a teacher? Okay, I don't know, man. I'd be like, hold up, bro. The fuck? Who's he gonna tell? I don't know, man. School board. I don't know. It's 2024. They'll be like, I feel like they're gonna start doing field trips to strip clubs eventually. The yen, I think, same situation of all of the factors that have been weakening the currency, borderline policy failure, and like in the short term after that run, my answer is that it just the holiday is over, and what you saw with the run up was kind of skewed because of the holiday, and now it's going to balance out, and pretty much I do think yen could either come back down or the next move on the yen, it will be with our CPI. I did not go over a firm, but they did good. People liked them. People were excited. Actually, they flipped. No way. I thought everybody liked them last night. I think people are sleeping on the fact that 99 cents are going out of business. CVS closing, Dollar General closing 22% of stores, Family Dollar closing 25% of its stores. I don't know. I mean, just like we talked about the other day, was it yesterday or the day before? You know, like there's the consumer, and that's one element. No, that was yesterday, the banking question. You know, the consumer is one element, and then you got to start looking at beyond just the consumer, and then we start looking into what banks and other assets. But let me give you another one. I'm not worried. Like, I wouldn't be as worried of a 99-cent store closing, because sometimes people could just be bad managers. Don't ever forget that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what happens with like gold miners and stuff like that. You could just be a bad manager and get clapped. But the thing that came out recently on a consumer level, if you wanted to add it to the list of things, I do believe we are at a 20-year high right now in terms of the amount of people that are over 60 days defaulted on their car loan. So yesterday, the Manheim Used Car Index came out. So this is all very recent. This was literally last night. But that came out, and not only have like auto prices are still very elevated, they have dropped on a year-over-year basis. But like legitimately, you have more people that are defaulted, or like they're 60 days behind on their car payment than any other time in the last like 20 years. How can you capitalize on that? I don't think you can. I mean, really, probably buying cars that are cheap after they default, but then again, that's just the auto business, and then I think it's kind of longer drawn out than that. You try to refinance the car, but the value drop. Yeah, the average car is hitting, like a 10-year high, the average car loan, and then high interest rates. I mean, I do think it's very easy to get a bad car loan in the last 2 years. But even then, that's a whole nother topic. It's more or less just you are getting a broad amount of, defaults. or like it's starting and it's getting to a point. And that's something I think, we were talking provision for credit losses yesterday, accounts in default, like that is the consumer aspect, and it goes to affect those banks. You got to think about it, because it's one part consumer, but then the banks, they're the guys holding the notes. These are their interest earning assets. Yeah, the average car payment, it hits above 700 in 2021. It used to be, I think the average car payment used to be like 450. But yeah, that blew my mind. Oil is at 1.8 million barrels versus 1.089. Crude oil inventories, draw of 1.3. Estimate was draw of 1.4. Gasoline, 915,000. Estimate was draw of 1.1 million. Is it? Was this February? I don't know when they're going to update this. But they have the delinquency rates. Even on the Fed, I mean, they're saying they show you how much of, like, the percentage-wise are delinquent. So cars, I mean, low-key, like, literally end of last year, and this is before, we've gone through 5 months. This hasn't been updated since February. But it was at, like, 2.66. So, like, low-key, that's 90 days delinquent. So 3-month data behind, you have 2.6% of all auto loans right now in 90 days delinquent. That's pretty wild. But that is starting to everything else is kind of chill, but everything, once you start going higher from there, that starts to just look different. But that's the consumer thing. I'm more worried about that than the 99-cent store is what I'm saying. Yeah, oil inventories, they just came out. I don't know, is oil moving? A little bit. It's at 7. Damn, it hit 76. If I pay an extra 100 in principal on your car loan, I mean, it'll save you some interest, but like the thing with car loans, like that you are paying interest, but it's not like it's a house, in the sense that, if your loan is $30,000-$40,000, you are still paying interest, but it's not gonna hurt you in the same way as like a 6-figure, compounding interest loan. You know what I'm saying? But it's really the value of the car. That's the only problem. So keep the car in good condition, trying not to drive it maybe. I don't know if that's possible, but it's just like if the value could level out and over time you pay it down, like that's the only way it balances out. Otherwise, it's gonna be underwater. I mean, most cars are. That's what it's saying here. At one point, we had a little window after the pandemic where like you had stimulus, low rates, and like the car values kind of held up, so you were able to like move around. But now it's kind of gone to this point, like the easiest one is think about if you bought a car above MSRP, you could have been underwater just by buying it at the normal price at a 7% interest rate and then driving it for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Especially now with auto prices coming down. But like, imagine if you paid $5,000 above, and that happened. I don't know if you guys remember that, bro. The year was 2021. I would walk into a car dealership. I remember I walked into a Mercedes, and they wanted me to pay $7,000. I wasn't trying to buy it. I was asking them questions. They wanted $7,000 above on a Mercedes GLB. Even a Mercedes C-Class had a $5,000 markup. But, like, think about that. your loan, you're borrowing 50 grand, and then you pay 5 grand above MSRP. It's just like, that's a total of 55,000 now. If that car drops after a year or two, and now the prices are way lower than that time, and then the car goes down to $32,000, I mean, you're 18 grand underwater. And then that rate is still going to be 5, 6, depending on when you got it. These dealers are still asking way above. Well, I encourage you, if any dealer tries to get you to pay MSRP, you laugh at them and hang up the phone. Or if they do, just walk out. I've been disrespect them. No, but like, and I don't tolerate it. I think a lot of people now, I think the consumer side is starting to flip with them, but no, a lot of them have came down in markups, but I've seen a couple, and I'm like, you guys are insane. I've told them, I'm like, you guys are, that's not going to happen. So good luck. So unfortunately, you just got to either pay the car down, use it, like you're, in a weird way, you're better off using the car, assuming you don't have to keep putting money into repairs or anything, but chances are, I mean, there's a good chance, I want to say like 30-40% of loans are probably all underwater on cars. Lambo index is high. It's still above 500, which is still near the higher end. Remember, it's like 355, 400, but Lambos have been coming up. Like in terms of supply, prices coming down. The Ohio State Bitcoin speech? No. Sounds good. You see any car deals? I haven't looked at the lease hacks yet, but them EVs are still cheap as hell. If you want a cheap lease, the EV, I mean, you could pull them off for like $200. Tesla. Same to be on mortgages. Well, the delinquency rate is substantially lower. I think it's 500% lower than the rate on autos. But, like I said yesterday, I really think there's going to be a pump fake when we get rate cuts. And I really think a lot of people are going to get inspired by the first rate cut, but I do think it will kind of have a more negative effect on the real estate. But then again, jobs market controls it all. Snowflake, I mean, I think the company has the ability to move a lot, but they have still been struggling since that bad earnings and the CFO left or whatever. Am I taking out car loans? Well, I mean, I haven't bought in a car in a while, but it just depends on the vehicle and the rate. But if the rate is extremely high, no. But if I could get a car loan cheaper than the bill rate, then yeah, and that's possible. So that's the thing. Like car loans, depending on who's financing it and all of that, like you could get them lower. So like I could get low car rates on certain vehicles, and if it's below bill, I'll get a loan on it. If it's above bill, why would I? I would just take the free money. Oil starting to come up. Again, you had oil inventory numbers. Oil was negative. Oil was down to 76.89. Soft chum. Bonds coming down. And then high-low tickers balanced out. Dow is the only thing in the green. NASDAQ's only down by 0.16. So not bad. Or below bill, as in what you would pay for cash. I mean, just the interest rate. So, like, if the car interest rate is above 5 or 5.5, I think you're less incentivized to get a loan. And if you can pay for the car in cash, I would pay for it in cash, or I wouldn't buy a car. Maybe if it's a little higher, you could justify it if you wanted to. But the idea is you could get money market risk-free cash right now for 5%. So if you're going to pay someone to borrow that money, I mean, you're better off just buying what you want and then you getting paid for that amount on the monthly basis. NWN. The average Chad is broke. I disagree. I think the average Chad, or the average American maybe, but I think the average Chad either has a long-term or real estate. Don't underestimate how much that separates you. Again, if you have a long-term right now with $5,000 in it, I mean, there's a different level of broke, more or less. And then again, if you own a property, even if it's on a loan, that's a completely next level. And then anything after that, you are wealthy. And that's why I want you all to have a long term. That's why Chad has a long term. You should have one. You sold cars for 12 years. Lots of people trying to trade. Can't get out. It's really sad to see. But if you have experience in the auto market, it was exactly the same in 2019, no? I feel like even before the pandemic, mother effers had bad loans. I feel like it still wasn't, it's not like everything was gravy to a degree. I feel like there was still a lot of underwater and it was still hard to trade in and do all that. And then oil is coming up a little bit more. Oil's getting back to yesterday's levels now. It was a little bit of nice rally. I mean, we went from down 0.3 to 0.6 on the NASDAQ, and now you've came right back up. $51.86. All right, you're about to fill the gap, though. 1 point. Biden is going to speak about chips today. I did not know that. And then I think, don't you have Costco today too? Costco has an event. Their what's it called? Their early sales results. You say 85% of cars are out of necessity. You see it every day. No one's buying cars because they want to. I feel you. That makes more sense. But even then, it's still the point is the market has changed a lot. But, we were talking about the consumer, and there's a couple of trends in the auto market. They don't make you, oh my gosh, it's crashing, but definitely are playing on other themes. Baidu, China names coming back up, and then Microsoft too. Yeah, Pinduoduo went up. Baidu about to go green. Same thing with Baba. Baba was down 3. It's only down by 0.6 right now. And then SPY is going green right now. So Dow, they were red. That became the leader on the day. Russell still clobbered, but NASDAQ came up a lot. You're 1 point away. So SPY ETF filled the gap, but SPX is right below it. Then again, oil just made a move there too. Let me check gold. Where is gold? 23.23. It sucks, man. Gold had that run, and then like low key. I mean, how many days has it been? I guess it's been 2 weeks of just not going up $50 to $100 a day. Yeah, Xi Jinping is in Europe. I think it's his first time visiting the EU in like 7 or 8 years, believe it or not. So it's kind of a big deal. Austin says, I've paused one shipment of high payload munitions to Israel. You feeling well this AM? I'll just stay blessed, baby. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. It's a good Wednesday. I'm excited. I feel like this week has flown by, and I'm enjoying it though. You know, because this is I do think next week we're gonna have a lot more. It's gonna be more action movie. This is kind of just like what's happening. This is like a suspense movie, like a boring thriller, but then there's twists and turns. But I think next week we get an action movie, so I'm excited. Pin's highest price since November 21. Are they in the 40s? Yeah. Wow. Again, they've been killing it even from that earnings, but yeah. Pinterest. SPXL. Toast still going. That's even hitting a 52-week high now. The U.S. has not made a final determination on how to proceed with suspended shipments to Israel. U.S. Defense Secretary Austin. And then SPY now. I mean, SPX hasn't done it yet, but it's about to. That SPY is green, and there it is. SPY's break even right now. But Gap is getting filled, and NASDAQ is just right behind it. Russell is the only one that's red now, or about to be. Where's the dollar too? Oh, he's still holding. That one's wild. Tesla going up there as well. So again, a lot of things started with a gap down and then just cash open went up. Same as said for the SPY. So there it is. SPX now in the green. Dow 0.14. Russell still down 0.5%. And then NASDAQ 0.03. This is real, yes. It was, again, even this morning, people were asking why we went down. It was just bad earnings. There wasn't, you didn't really get the same good vibes off of everything. We didn't have much to respond to, but there's a couple of good earnings, a lot of bad ones, and then individual news from like Intel to Tesla, then to Apple. So then we just started lower after 4 days of rallying, and then literally instantly just bought the cash open. JPM on the high. Nordstrom's. Is it Boeing crash in Turkey? I did not hear about that. It's Reuters, though. Check? I don't know. I'll see right now, but I don't know. After yesterday, bro, it's unfortunately, I'm like, I have to look at everything. Someone was like, Pfizer killed somebody. I'm like, all right. And then we look into it and we're like, oh, yeah, they did. So you got to be careful. I don't have any headlines on it, but it could be. So we'll see. Just keep your eye out for that. ARM, I do think it will be big. So far, oh, wow. Big pop on the SPY, too. Oh, bro, you just filled that gap and just got like 0.1% pop right there. So literally, this is 25 points on the day. So like low key from bottom to top, you've already moved 25 points, and it has been literally 20 minutes above the hour. Yeah, 32 minutes ago, Boeing cargo plane crashed upon landing in Turkey after landing gear failed, per Reuters. Oh, even somebody had that 2 hours ago on like a Daily Mail thing. Hazy, Biogen. Someone said Amgen was running up earlier, and then a firm on the low. But yeah, there's just videos going around. That was like 2 hours ago. I don't even think anybody. Again, Boeing's trading higher all day today. But yeah, it was about 2 hours ago. There's videos of that. Yeah, dude, Tesla, it's a 3% move, just under that from the bottom. So a lot of things. The only thing that didn't was Intel. And Qualcomm recovered like 1.5. I want to say NVIDIA was about 1. AMD was down a lot more. They went green. They're barely holding green now, just like the SPY, but that is your morning. Disney 106, that's a good sign. Oh, it's still staying pinned there. So 107, that's where you need to hold up a little better. But remember, right when you got through 107, that's what you've been having a good time. But anything below that, you could drop another 7%. Something doesn't feel right in the market. Unfortunately, though, we might be coming into summer, so keep that in mind too. Like it might just start getting slow. I think as long as there's no external surprise, we're going to be in a weird golden path slowdown until data in May, then the June meeting, but then again, it'll still be summer. And then it's just really either follow Fed path or follow external events. But it has been a while since we've had an external event. I mean, minus any armed conflicts. CPI, I mean, if the Japan theory is correct, CPI should come in lower. But you never know. I mean, lately, every data set, prices have rocketed up, even though activity has gone down. But there's kind of an idea it comes in lower. Is that GLD on the high? Pinterest still going. Wells Fargo now. I was just telling you, JP Morgan was running. ARM is today after the bell, yeah. So that'll be a big one. I still got my shares on them. I mean, I'm only down $300. I mean, that was brutal right after I bought it, but I do have a pre-earnings. We're going to get rid of that before the bell. Datadog still going. That's been running. It's slow. They were pricing in a ton, but that one's starting to move its way up there. Damn, Dizzle. I'm caught up. NXPI going. They're red. Broadcom, that was 2.4. I remember, Chad, you were calling that on like 1% in the morning. And the when does the Dabe report? So they're still clapped after that one. YPF on the high. And then bonds starting to move. I mean, sympathy for ARM, NVIDIA, SMCI, and then just every other chip maker. But I do think ARM or NVIDIA and SMCI are directly related to it. You think lower than expected CPI can top the market? Go back to October 22 bottom, an exact bottom for the market. It was on the highest inflation print. So correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that like a low print on CPI, like a super low print, just like when we hit 9% would cause a reversal. Is that what you're saying? I could kind of see it, but I think everyone's excited though, and I think you would need rate cuts. But I do think in general, it's one thing about CPI, but we do have to follow what the Fed actually does. Oil green. And then where's gold? Gold is up by 0.4. It's not moving though. Yeah, oil 78.53. Kind of a wild move on it. Yes, sir. Markets usually top on good news. All right, we'll see. I don't know though. I don't think maybe that comes true at like a 2% print. But then again, who knows? But I think this one, we're just, even if it does come in lower, I don't know how much lower, but I do think everyone thinks it's going to be higher. So we will find out. I like the take, though. I like it. Datadog creeping up. Thank you for the free daily news. Thank you for your positivity, my friend. And if you have anything else, you let me. You got news too. Let me know, man. It was a nice. It was a nice sourcing yesterday that we did. That's what I'm even saying. Even with the Boeing stuff today. So, you know, if you got anything too, man, feel free to share. Feel free to share. Oh, man. Finger to the sky MVP. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Any recommendation on top dividend stocks? So I've liked Pfizer because it's a appropriate yield as well as, you know, has some level of stability and value. MO, I've held that for years. What's another? I mean, Starbucks, we're just talking about Starbucks. That pays you 3. Nike is a little lower, so is UPS. But those are some of the names I don't own that I'm considering. So maybe I should start with those because, like, I have names that I own, but I'm not buying them. I have a deposit. I'm not buying them because I think they were just at lower prices. But there's a couple of good names on the list that I haven't bought, but I have my eye on them. I think MPW, if you wanted, put like a really small amount, but in general, I mean, it has a little too much risk. That's why, like, Pfizer has risk, but it's tolerable, and it's a solid ass company in that sense. But I think you could justify a small amount, just like I was justifying a small amount of Rivian. But at this point, I would wait for the turnaround on that one, or I'd get a more stable financial that pays a dividend. I own 24, 25 names, 23 technically, because I got 2 of them for free just by holding stuff. So, I mean, 1 name a month will kind of give you it. So, I mean, I have what? Let's just assume 4 years, 48 months, 24 names, you know? What is that? Or 23 names divided by 48 months. You know, I'm buying like half a stock a month. So balance that out. But, you know, if you're like on the pace of like 1 new stock every single month you've been in the market, that's a lot. Because in like 6 years or 5 years, you'll buy the whole S&P or something, right? Or in 10 years, you'll buy the whole thing. The gaggle is live? Well, shit. Let me see, because then I'll just get the previews now.
So I'm going to obviously
All right, let me run these real quick.
Let Foxconn speak to their hirings. What I can say is that the massive multi-billion investment is employing 13,000 workers that the previous administration promised never materialized. Instead, today we're headed to the very same site where instead of Foxconn, Microsoft will announce a major investment in this community. So this is an American company making a long-term investment in this community. So, Microsoft isn't just investing in this data center, they're investing in job training in the wider community and building an AI ecosystem in Wisconsin.
The U.S. paused the shipment of bombs to Israel. I wondered if you can say anything about Israel, how Israel has responded to the pause.
So I'm not going to give any comment to the press reportings out there. You've heard us say many times over the past couple of days that our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. I'm just not going to speak to the press reportings out there at this time.
There are reports today that the administration will miss a deadline to deliver a report assessing Israel's actions in Gaza to Congress. Can you comment on that, and will the report be issued soon?
So look, this is something that the State Department is working very hard on. I was asked a similar question yesterday. My colleague at the State Department, Matt Miller, spoke to this in his briefing yesterday. They are working very hard to get this done, and so I would refer you to the State Department on that particular question.
Just on the ceasefire negotiations, Netanyahu said that Hamas's offer was very far from where Israel is right now. What is the president's outlook on the possibility of a ceasefire? Is he still optimistic, or is this hanging by a thread?
I think what's important to note are two things.
Kasaba reports over $125 million from warrant distribution.
That would lead to a ceasefire, obviously bring home hostages. Some of those hostages include American hostages. Create an environment where we can surge humanitarian aid. Those things have been priorities for this administration. The talks continue. The talks are ongoing, and I think that's important to note as well. And I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. A close assessment of the two sides' positions suggests they should be able to close the gap, the remaining gap. So we're going to continue to support that process, and that's where we are right now. It is a top priority for this president.
Was just on CNN saying that, maybe if Burns isn't able to close this deal, he's been going for months, maybe it's time to send someone else. Are you throwing any other diplomats or other government officials at this issue? And is the president growing more frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu for not listening to his entreaties?
I mean, a couple of things there. Look, I just said that our assessment is that that the two sides, what remains, the gap that remains, could be closed, and that is our assessment. That's what we believe. So we're going to support that process, and we're going to continue to push that process along. It is a top priority, and so
bond auction 1 p.m.
Let
Eastern.
that happen. The talks
so like
are
3 hours.
That's important, and the president has confidence in his team to continue supporting that process so we can get to an incredibly important hostage deal.
You've been close before. You've said you're close. You keep saying we're close. I mean, are you closer now than you were a week ago?
Look, here's the thing. I'm not going to get into point by point here. This isn't a priority. This is a top priority. We're talking about creating an environment so that we can surge humanitarian aid. We know how dire the situation is in Gaza. We want to continue to get that humanitarian aid, and we want a ceasefire. We want a ceasefire. We've heard that from the president directly. And let's not forget, we got to get these hostages home. We have to get them home to their loved ones and to their families. So we're going to continue to be optimistic. We're going to continue to make this a priority. We know how important it is to get this done. And look, we believe that what exists, the gaps that exist between the two, from our assessments, can close. And so I think the most important thing, we believe the most important thing is to supporting that process and to be optimistic about it and be very, very clear about what we want to see to all of you.
Will the president call Netanyahu again?
So, as you just said, again, they spoke earlier this week on Monday. The president had a 30-minute conversation with the prime minister. It was constructive. It was direct, as many of their conversations have been, certainly since October 7th. And the president talked about the Rafah crossing, talked about the importance of opening Kerem Shalom, as we all are reporting, and we have been told by Israel that has been opened. It is important to get those trucks in. It is important to get that aid into Gaza. So that's what we want to see. And so that worked, right? That moved forward. And so, look, we're going to continue to have our conversations with our Israeli counterparts, and we certainly will let you know if there will be, or we'll if there is another conversation with the Prime Minister.
Is delaying arms shipments a tool that the administration is willing to use to try to get Israel to follow American requests?
I'm not going to speak to.
All right, I think
press
that's it,
reporting
bro.
out
I thought
there.
there's
What I
there's
can
like a
say
lot of
is, I
earnings,
said this
but
yesterday,
they're
you've
smaller
heard this from my
companies.
NSC counterparts as well,
So there's a
is
couple that
our-
I'm going to
our
be
support
missing. We'll
for
get there
Israel
later,
continues to be
but
ironclad. Israel's
yeah,
security,
I think I'm
to
pretty much done.
continues to be
I'll just go
ironclad,
pee.
and I just don't have anything else.
This is
to share.
early. This is early, Corinne. It's not even Euro
Do,
close.
Conceivably, without specifically commenting on the report.
Hypotheticals. Here's what I will say is that we have been engaging in a dialogue with Israel, in part through the strategic consultative group format on how, for example, how they're going to meet the humanitarian needs of civilians in Rafah. That's something, as you know, that's been certainly a concern for us, and how to operate differently against Hamas there and than they have elsewhere in Gaza. Those discussions obviously are ongoing, and those are going to continue. And as we can say, they have not fully addressed our concerns. And so I'm going to leave that there. But I'm not going to speak to the press reporting out there.
Did the president direct that those weapon shipments be delayed?
I'm just not going to speak to the press reportings out there. We have been. I'm
a senior administration official.
I am not going to. I hear you. I'm telling you, I'm not going to speak to the press reportings out there. What we will continue to say is that our support for Israel's security is ironclad.
Can I ask about a couple of the regulatory things that are being rushed through this? You've got an ongoing 301 tariff review. You know, we're very interested in that. Any update on the timing of the president's thinking on that? Well, the president announced a bit of it in Pittsburgh. Trying our appetite a little. Any update you can share?
I don't have an update on timeline at this point.
Is he planning one announcement or little ones like that?
I'm just going to be mindful, let that process continue. I just don't have anything to share beyond what the president shared in Pittsburgh.
On the marijuana rescheduling, does he have a position on that? Does he support moving it?
We're going to let the review process continue, so I'm not going to get ahead of that. The president has been very clear, right, about marijuana possession. He doesn't believe any American that possesses marijuana should be possesses marijuana only should go to jail. That has been his position certainly over the past couple of years. And that's why he directed HHS and DOJ to review the rescheduling marijuana. They're doing that. That process has moved, right? Went through HHS, now it's at DOJ. I just don't want to get ahead of that.
Can I ask you a domestic question? So overnight, police. Closed down the encampment at GW University. Tear gas was used. There were some arrests made. These kind of encampments are continuing, but also the police action against the encampments has been quite aggressive. And, there have been concerns raised about policing, obviously, since George Floyd's murder and long before that. Are you taking a look at any of the police actions, or have you asked the Justice Department to make sure that they're staying within bounds?
So, as we've said many times, especially over the past week, is that when it comes to decisions on what's happening on the ground, that's certainly up to the university leaders and local police enforcement, and that certainly continues to be the case, even what we see happening at GW. You all heard the president repeat that message he's had throughout this last week. The right to dissent is fundamental to who we are, but it cannot lead to disorder and violence, threats, vandalism, trespassing, and or shutting down campuses. Students have the right to be safe, and anti-Semitism is repugnant, and we've been very clear about that. And so, look, what's happening on the ground, what's happening locally is something that assessment is being made by university and colleges and obviously law enforcement. So we leave that to them to make that decision on how to move forward. But we want to make sure that students feel safe, that they feel safe to be able to learn, to have an academic experience that they should be having. And so I'm just going to leave it there for now.
Do you think the protesters would be appeased if there were some moves to bring Palestinian refugees in? There's some discussion. We understand the administration is looking at some moves to bring in Palestinians from Gaza.
So I don't have any news to share about those discussions, obviously. As you know, very early on, when we had learned that there were about 1,800 Palestinian Americans in Gaza, we did everything that we can to get them out if they wanted to. And
Thank you, Corinne. It's going on now. Usually it happens later. But I did get the earnings previews. There's a couple that I don't have, but I mean, it's early morning, man. We're 20 minutes away from Euro close. It started off a little bit weak with the earnings, and then you've got to recover a little bit here throughout. But for the most part, no crazy headlines. And that's it. We have a bond auction. You did get wholesale inventories. It came in line. Did not move us much. We got names after the bell, but I was surprised. They're a lot smaller names. There's a couple of the big ones we like. You got the Fed. Actually, is it 11? We should be getting one of them. Or 11:30, I think Fed Cook is going to come on. Or Jefferson. Let me double check. Yeah, Fed Jefferson is supposed to be at 11. So he should have been on, or we should have some comments on there. I don't see him. I see Gallant, Hezbollah, EU, Puma. Yeah, we were supposed to have him. No, there's 3 Fed speeches today. 2 or 3, but one of them is supposed to be at 11 Eastern. Or maybe, no, 11 Eastern. Yeah. ARM does announce today, yeah. Mr. Jefferson. There's Lisa Cook, 130. Yeah, Philip Jefferson. It's been, I think he got moved. So on the Fed website, if you go to the Philip Jefferson thing, moderated discussion in careers, it says this event has moved. So he was supposed to be on. Yeah, but he was supposed to be on around 11:30. Low key, it should be on the Fed website. Yeah. No, yeah, it's coming on. Yeah, there it is.
Engage in is an understanding of the demands of the moment.
No, he's been on. He's just not.
What I need over time, right? So
yeah, I don't think he's going to talk
over
policy.
The course of a month, I can have some kind of balance. That's good. And then there are maybe periods of time in which the work is such that, wow, on a daily basis, I can keep things in balance.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be policy driven at all. Fox reports stronger than expected quarterly results. I mean, Tesla market's kind of coming down here a little bit. Some of the chips did give back up that were holding. I mean, Tesla was down 3.8 in the morning, so it's still down, but it came up. Again, there's multiple headlines. One, last night there was the report that they're pretty much saying that they're going to try to release the robo-taxi stuff in China, but they technically didn't have the full approval. You remember that Baidu stuff we were getting? So people were making it a little bit bigger about Tesla. And then this morning, Reuters put out an article saying that Tesla is getting subpoenaed by the government and that it's potentially looking into fraud, wire fraud, and a couple things about the self-driving claims. But the weird part about the Tesla news, even Bloomberg this morning, was it Ed Ludlow? I don't know. It was one of the Tesla guys, but they were saying that news is pretty much old. So Tesla has put out in filings that the government has reached out to them, and it's kind of been discussed. So that's where it's interesting. But it was down like 4, and then it popped up. I wouldn't say source. I mean, again, even Bloomberg themselves, one of their reporters was saying how it is kind of old. It's not like this is like shocking for Tesla when they have filings already filed that have mentioned something along these lines. So it was down 3.8. It's down 1.8 now. Again, the whole market was down. I mean, we were red, went green, and now we're barely red. But yeah. Israel says reopens crossing after closing due to Hamas rockets. IDU. What are the other winners? Reddit, man, that thing was up 15, came down. And then RNG, that held up. Toast, they did good, still 12%. Who's the other one? Lyft. So Lyft did good, but it moved below what was priced in. You think we're finally headed to an inversion? No, not until, we are about 2 months away now, and this will be the longest since the Great Depression that the 2-year, 10-year has been inverted. But like I was just talking about, I think we are just going to keep following this slow pace of, things happen, but the story doesn't change. And it's either until there's an external event that shifts it or until the Fed actually does make a move. That's it. But I really hope, did you guys watch yesterday's watch list? The Chad did tag it. So I would just go watch the last 5 minutes of the watch list because the time inconsistent example brings up something that I think we have to think about. If you really, really think about it, maybe Powell is getting you ready for an exam, and I don't know when the exam. That's why I keep telling you, Powell has to make the move. If he doesn't, then we're waiting for an external event at that point, or for the things to normalize and be good. Big commerce dropped. They were up a little bit more. Oh, yeah, they already sold off the exploring sale. SPY's coming down, and once again, we did this after Kashkari, but we started selling off around 11:45 yesterday. But you're already coming down, but the bonds have already flipped whatever little gain they had, and it wasn't even a gain today. It was all red. To stub all these companies. Can you reword that? I'm not following. Did the FBI get caught framing Trump at Mar-a-Lago? No, but they did. The judge just said that they're going to reschedule that case till undetermined date. But there was issues with the chain of evidence, pretty much. So I think the documents that Trump was supposedly that he had, and they said they had them, but they took the forms out and they replaced them with place markers. So they did move things around, and then they said the order of it was different than the digital copies. So it just brought in some doubt that they're questioning now. And then the judge said that he is going to move the case to a undetermined date because there's too many things going on. So they're just saying let the other cases and other stuff. But there was issues with the evidence. I wouldn't go as far as to say framing, though. But they definitely had a problem. But I think right now, I think the judge is also doing it for the election, which I would commend him for. Because he's not saying he's not going to prosecute the case, but he is saying there's so many other things we got to have happen, and then we'll schedule it. But now there is only one case ahead of the election for Donald. And that's the hush money case. So that's the pretty much ahead of the election. If he's going to get convicted on any of these, whether it's January 6th, whether it's documents at Mar-a-Lago, hush money, property, whatever it may be, the case that it's looking like there's only going to be one ahead of the election, and that will be the hush money one. Apparently Stormy. No, I don't think they'll throw it out, but she was apparently she put her leg up and kind of showed some sort of she reenacted some level of missionary, apparently. That was her testimony yesterday, but then I think Trump's lawyer was trying to highlight, he was like, dude, you got female juror kind of getting uncomfortable here, but I don't think they'll throw that one out for that. It was just, she was just a witness getting a little active, Am I still going to vote for Trump? I have not told you guys who I'm going to vote for. I've never voted in my life. I do plan on voting, but I've kind of said it in a weird way. I'm not really basing my votes off of the candidate. as much as I'm basing it off of their supporters, if that makes sense. Sadly, it looks that my vote is probably going to come down to, I'm judging the candidate off of their supporters, because now at this point, I do think I like Kennedy, but I don't think he's going to win. But, that's it. So I'll find out in a little bit. I'll let you know whenever I make my decision. Who you voting for, not who's going to win. Well, sadly, that's the thing, because there's only I do think RFK is the only decent one. Maybe he's the new one, but at the same time, I don't think he has a chance of winning, so I don't think my vote would be of service. So it's probably going to go to a Biden or a Trump when it's all said and done. That's welcome to the reality of it, baby. It is true. I am in Cali. My vote really won't matter, so it's really just symbolic. Maybe vote based on the person. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are voting based on the person anymore, but I do think, we're looking for the effect on society, right? And a real change and impact. So I view the supporters. I don't know. It's something about it. It connects with me, but, that's why it is my personal vote. So you can make your decision too. Why does anybody buy solar? 30 years to break even? I like it. I don't know. I'm actually a fan of solar. I do think it is expensive, and then it's but it's useful down the line. I mean, I don't pay my electricity bill. I did pay 30, 40 grand up front. So, I am paying for it, but I do think the Cali law is very they force every new house to have solar now. And it sucks and it costs more, but down the line, thinking about it, it's going to be awesome. If you buy a house with solar, you just came up. And then down the line, if you start renting houses and then it has solar, you're not paying electricity. I like the long-term effects of it, but it is expensive. It's just smart. Anyone who has it is happy with it. Yeah, just the cost up front, but it's not really that bad. It's not as expensive of not going solar in the long run. Yeah. I don't know the metrics, but you're going to spend the money anyways. TikTok lawsuit or will force company pause. Oh, wait, does it? No, I think they're going to still be able to operate. That'd be crazy if it did, though. If a lawsuit meant they'd have to, pause TikTok, but I didn't hear that anywhere. That'd be nuts. You'll take the non-malignant narcissist serial liar that's radicalized Christian nationalism and not taking away rights, but you're old-fashioned. So you'll take Sleepy Joe. Hey, man, that's cool. That was a lot of adjectives. I like that. That was cool. You should write a flow, though, low-key. My non-malignant, narcissistic, serialistic, radicalized Christian. I like it. It's dope. But yeah, you guys have, I respect all of y'all, man. So do your thing. Quite frankly, I'm not because I've had these conversations, and low key I've just talked about something else. So I'm down. I'm down with whatever y'all like, man. And I have my own opinion, and we'll see, man. But good luck to everybody. What is it? I'm gonna sound like a schmuck. What is it? All together. The many is one. The many is one. I'm slipping on my Greek. Don't be intimidated. No, I just don't want to talk to people about it. Like, so my example is like my sister, like she talks to me, and then like she just started going on political stuff, and I was just like, hey, is this what you wanted to talk to me about? Because I don't want to talk about it. Everybody makes their own decisions, and I am not, like, that's just a waste of energy. I told my sister, and I think the same applies to you. I view you guys as family. You have had 4 years of one president and another 4 years of the other one. So you've already seen everything. So make you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to be convinced, or if you're asking, like, most people are just, they want fake conversations. And I'm like, dude, you've seen everything. So if nothing is going to change your mind or convince you yet, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are we talking? You've seen enough reality. You've got to live through it. You know what's facts or not, and you've determined that yourself too. But hey, that's it. It's like the parable where he's like, just let me warn him. Let me warn him. Now that, like, the guy who, like, dies and then he goes to heaven, he's like, no, let me go down and warn him. And he tells him, the prophet says, he's like, no, man, like, if you wouldn't listen then and nothing was going to change your mind then, like, what's going to change your mind now? Like, it don't even matter. So it's not intimidation. It's just, I think everybody has enough information to make an educated decision. And if you do, that's it. But, like, to talk about it now in the way people are like, explain why this person's good, explain why this person's bad. I'm like, dude, you lived it. So, amen. That is, honestly, I keep thinking about that too. No matter who wins, I'm like, all right, well, who we got on the lineup for the next 4 years, bro? The devil, but I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, who comes next? Because we've been in this decade of Biden and Trump. Like, let's be real. But, like, yo, who come next, man? I was like, man, that thought has been circling. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Do you like all-you-could-eat buffets? Yes, some of them. Honestly, I want to go. There's that one in San Diego, right underneath the freeway by the Dave & Buster's. That used to be the best one ever. What's it called? I haven't been in a while. That used to be the spot. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, gold it's literally 23. It's a little lower, but it is not moved like the, like oil. Yeah, I think, is it 100? Yeah, 100 buffet. I think it's called Hundreds, yeah. Let me see if does it still open? But that was the best buffet in the world. Besides the Caesars buffet in Vegas. The Caesars buffet is fire, bro. Even then, low key, go to the Caesars buffet for breakfast. It's insane. It's insane. I love it. The Caesars buffet for, like, breakfast brunch, bro. Nah, that one's nuts, man. Is it Caesars or Bellagio? No, it's Caesars. I'm pretty sure it's the Caesars one, bro. It's good. Yeah, the Bacchanal. Yep. No, that's it. That in the morning, bro. I love it. I'll post it. I think I have a picture the last time. It was crazy. They got everything in the morning. It's like it's a breakfast heaven. Is that not Caesars? No. I'm tripping. I'm going to find it. You could get it. I'm going to get you guys this name then. Y'all tripping me out. When was that? Nah, you have to like book it. No, Bacchanal Buffet is Caesars. Yeah, Caesars Palace, Bacchanal Buffet. No, that's it. That's the one. It's Bacchanal Buffet at Caesars. You have to even like get a reservation too sometimes. Low key, it's good though. I don't know why we just got into a buffet talk or a buffet talk. Dude. I like almost teared up watching Warren Buffett answer that question from that kid. And he was like, if you had one more day with Munger, what would you have done, bro? I got like emotional. I feel like Buffett is sad now, man. I see it and I'm like, man, I'm praying for him, bro. But that was, yeah, nice transition. Is it? Hey, I tried. We did Buffett Buffet. It's the same thing. But Chattadonia, you're right under the gap, Phil. What a wild morning here after a calm week. But Chattadonia. Dude, every time I raise my desk, my mic cuts out. I don't know what happens. But yeah, Chattadonia. It's time, baby. It's Euro close. We've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on our knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Oh, Dylan. Handy Sabinova, Caesar's toe, baby. Tell him, baby. You got that chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. And boom, baby. I love it. Love it. That's good posture, baby. That's good posture. Where's my resistance? There it is. I might do some curls, actually. Yeah, man. Get the body moving. Then relax the jog. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. There it is, man. Just relax. That's it. Good morning. 2 hours in, bro. Europe closed now. That's it. You got, what, hour and a half till some bond data? That's it. Move around. Shout out Dylan Dorsey, baby. What up, Vegas? Ooh. Oh, yeah, I gotta get my resistances. News coming from inman.com on what? Starbucks squeezy. GME popping. Coins on the high. And then again, Microsoft too. Starbucks, man. Man, good stretch. Pfizer ripping low. It's above that drop yesterday, but it's ex-dividend. That's the only thing. So, I mean, it's what, 6% yield? It'll probably drop like 1.5. It low-key sells hard on its ex-divvy, though. All right. And then bonds right back to open. SPY again, right below the low. Or, excuse me, the high. And then right below the going green, Gasparino on Para. He's like, Para is going to get into the EV game. But Para, again, that one, man, If you guys did watch the Man U play, it reminds me of that back and forth all day. Yeah, you do have Robin Hood today. All right, I need a stretch. I need to hit that wall stretch. We got the resistances out the way. TikTok sues the government. Honestly, I think this is still Philip Jefferson. I don't know if they exited him. Did they? Okay, yeah, he's done speaking.
But overall, I would say when you're applying,
you guys want to hear the news while I stretch, or do you want to?
Do
you want to hear
the unique skills you can
college kids that are getting interviewed by the Fed?
It's a little bit of work in text analysis, and the economists that wanted to bring me on as an intern said, "Wow, that's cool. I don't know how to do that. Let's use your skills." So, really emphasizing the skills you can bring to the table for the
college
projects
kids
really helps a lot.
Yeah, adding on to what Connor said, I also did an internship my junior summer at the Fed. I think Laura did a great job of presenting on our program itself, but I think also another thing to add on is, it's something that you can really figure out if...
I'll give you the news.
Mnuchin, previous Treasury Secretary, sat down with David Weston yesterday talking about how he's still hoping that he might be able to get his hands on TikTok, perhaps without the algorithm. He'd rebuild it. We had Eric Schmidt on the show yesterday who had been interested in buying the US version of TikTok. He backs away from that and actually says that this is just more broadly should be regulated in the US rather than banned. But Chris, I am interested from a legal perspective. Can we read anything across from what happened in Montana? Can we feel that sentiment will be on the side from a First Amendment perspective, even if though we're hearing from TikTok that they couldn't legally actually separate the businesses anyhow?
There's going to be a lot of support for TikTok. It's already coming, and it's gonna span the political spectrum, the economic spectrum. You have people who advocate for free speech, saying that TikTok shouldn't be banned. You have people who are saying that the government hasn't made, a legitimate national security argument to try to ban TikTok. I would expect that there's going to be a lot of amicus filings in this case, and then you have the state cases that are playing out, like you mentioned. And so, for the foreseeable future, there's going to just be a lot of litigation over this issue.
Bloomberg's Chris Drum, thank you very much. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, as Caroline says he's still interested in buying TikTok's U.S. operations from its Chinese owner ByteDance, but believes the social media app's critical video recommendation technology could be replicated. Listen to this.
Still very interested in buying it, and to the extent they want to sell it or spin it off, we very much want to pursue that. I support that Congress passed the bill and it's now been signed into law. I will say this has had just incredible, overwhelming support with Republicans and Democrats. This may be the only thing that everybody agrees on. The fact that it's on 160 million phones, I do think it's a security issue.
Now, one of the other people who at one point reported to be interested in getting in on buying with Mnuchin was former Google CEO Eric Schmidt. We spoke with him yesterday, and he's actually not interested anymore. Just take a listen.
My personal view on this is you're better off regulating than banning or a judicial action. All the big tech companies are now in the hands of the DOJ in various legal fights. I would prefer to see a regulatory regime that is sort of has the right incentives and the right prohibitions for all of these things. My own view of TikTok is that TikTok is not really social media, it's really television, and that you can regulate television by the equivalent of the equal time rule, but somehow we're not having that conversation.
Let's get back to earnings and Rivian, posting a wider than expected adjusted loss in the first quarter. I broke down the results with Rivian's CEO, RJ Scaringe.
The challenge with this number is it's a false metric, and it just causes a lot of noise. And so we'd like to rather focus on the product. We're 2 years out from launch, and our goal is to be ramping production as quickly as possible so that people don't have to wait as long as they had to wait in the case of our R1 products.
RJ, something I noticed interesting in your filings is the proportion of the R1 generation that are leased versus bought seems to be going up. Could you give us that proportion? And is it a good thing for Rivian right now in this environment where you're between the two growth phases if more R1 generations are leased?
Yeah. We don't disclose the split between sales and lease. We've expanded lease to offer that on R1S as well, and we've added
oil
a number
getting
of
to
states that we
yesterday's
offer
high.
leasing. I believe it's now 32 states. Now the key to recognize is leasing does have an advantage for electric vehicles in that any lease qualifies for the $7,500 tax credit. And so that leads to a disproportionately large number of leases relative to an internal combustion.
So you could do the lease hack on a Rivian.
Given the benefits of that credit.
And I do want to talk a little bit about what's going on with the factories, because you shut down some of the assembly lines to make component upgrades. There. If you could
like
just walk us through the math and sort of the path forward on how that gets you to positive gross profit by the fourth quarter, that would be helpful.
Can't hold 80, goes to 75.
Yeah, we started production in late 2021, and this was the first time walking through the plant that there'd been no vehicles on the line. So at the start of April, the plant was really empty. We drained out everything.
I want to hear it. This is a Rivian CEO. He said something in the beginning. He said that's a false number that's making noise. I think he's talking about the
made a
loss per
large
vehicle.
number of changes to the plant, and then also had a number of new suppliers come on board, replacing existing suppliers, new part designs, new component designs. And that's going to lead to a step change improvement in our cost structure, both at the bill of materials level, but importantly also at the what we call the conversion cost level,
the
allowing the
Atlanta
plant to
thing?
run more efficiently. And we did a similar shutdown with our EDV program, and that was something.
Interesting. That's crazy, though. I didn't know. So that you just said that $7,000, it applies, that federal credit is there, but that's for all leases. It doesn't matter. I mean, if they do raise the price, but if you have watched any of those like lease hacking videos I've given, like that credit it's big for leases. Because remember, when you lease a car, you're not financing the whole amount. You're only financing that term of the lease, like 2-3 years, right? So if the car is $50,000 and you're only financing the first 3 years, that's like a $20,000 loan, let's say, right? And then if you get a $7,000 rebate off of the EV credit, they take that off of the $20,000 essentially. So you're getting that not from, it doesn't matter like the MSRP, it's like a rebate that you're getting back. So now instead of paying $20,000 over 3 years, that just turned into $12,000 or something. And then if you have any other credits, that's how you pretty much lease hack. So if you get an EV, there's a $7,500 rebate on a lease. And when you get a rebate, that's where it's taken off the back end of what you're paying. So that's why, like I've said it, like Audi, like at one point, Mercedes, you ever see those Mercedes EQSs? Is it the EQS? At one point, like this was like a year and a half, 2 years ago, you were able to get a brand new Mercedes EV for it was like $400 or $300 a month. I think a little less. It was because they had the EV credit and then another Mercedes rebate, and then they had like these two discounts on them. It just lowered the amount completely. It's not like that anymore. They shot up to like $700-800 now. But yeah, if you can afford the EQS, you make too much. No, I think it's for everybody. So I believe that rebate is like if you just get it, it's like the tax credit for just buying an EV or leasing it. The EQS isn't. I mean, all the EVs. Unfortunately, it's the dark reality of EVs that we talked about. But I mean, everybody kind of ignored it in the beginning. But dude, EVs are rocks. The way they depreciate is nasty. The tax credit in Cali was changed to income-based credit. Oh, no way. If that's the case, then yeah. Mulan again. GME's been on the high there for the last couple minutes. And then Para. But yeah, GME's up 5. Kind of breaking out here. Big volume. SYM from yesterday. Symbiotic and 3M. Oh, what's up, McCann? Yeah, I saw you too, baby. What's up? We were just talking about that. Fossil Finance, Jay. TKO earnings, I think it could be good. I buy any watches lately? Nah. No. I put in an order in Switzerland for one, but I'm still waiting. But that one, I'm just going to flip it if I get it. Fed Collins coming up. Let's see. Susan Collins. Oh, she's speaking at MIT? Join live stream. Yeah, wow. Susan Collins at MIT. Got back from a tennis match. Got your ass kicked 6-2. What's a 4.5 level? I don't think I've ever played tennis in my life, except for like school. Scared the shit out of me. I don't know what I'm gonna buy with my deposit. I mean, what was it? We were talking Starbucks and Rivian and all the other names, and then what was the name? There's one name today that got me. Which one was it? I guess I don't really want it that bad. I've never played pickleball. Oh, she went to MIT? No way. Oh, Intel, that's the one. So, like, I don't know. In a weird way, I'm kind of happy I'm getting it. Fed Collins statements coming out. Expects demand will need to slow to get inflation to 2. Fed policy well positioned for current outlook. Monetary policy is moderately restrictive. So, if I could point something out to you, if she's saying it's moderately restrictive, do you know how that differs from, oh man, this guy, bro, this is literally what's happening to me. Yeah, oh, dude, I still just got little strands fighting, but all I have is the middle bar, bro. Oh, that's my brother, bro. That's my brother. I'm sorry, yeah, my bad, ADD, man. Honestly, Mo, my ADD is very helpful. I know sometimes it can be very distracting, but the way it allows me to go in and out of topics, it's great for the news sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, if I could draw your attention to Fed Collins' statement, if she is saying that we're moderately restrictive, that differs highly from what Kashgari was saying yesterday. Kashgari was saying how we don't even know where restrictive really is. And he's saying that could be our problem if things get entrenched or not. So in comparison, Homegirl is a little bit more dovish than your boy Kashgari yesterday. This guy Mo, but dude, I'm sorry, that got me. Recent inflation, not a surprise. Optimistic Fed could get to 2%. Economy robust, job market better balance. There are risks to cutting rates too soon. Expects productivity jump to be persistent. Firms well positioned to observe faster wage growth. Expects demand will need to slow. And so she's a little bit more dovish than your boy yesterday. Just cut it all off. Dude, I'm telling you this. My hair's curly, and then like I have hair still fighting, but like I have that bar. That's all I see. There's just like one. It's like a border crossing on top of my head, and it separates the two levels of baldness. And I'm like, oh. So it's fighting. I do have a fight. I got fight in me, dog. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm still conflicted.
And the entire staff for hosting and inviting us here.
Bro, I keep putting 2 Teslas on today.
Much appreciated. It's been something that I have been looking forward to, and appreciate the Gollum Center for Finance and Policy as well. Kristen, I do have to say that your impact and inspirational work, both
the bonds
in the US
coming back up, and
globally,
Trip
has really been tremendous. And
Trip's
you're
up
such a
10% from the
wonderful
low.
colleague to me and so many other people. So thank you for that. As a former educator, I just always love being with students, and it is a just special pleasure to be back here at MIT, where I did get my PhD a few years ago, but so many of those memories feel like they could be yesterday. My time in the economics department was a phenomenal preparation for what turned out to be a very varied career, and that certainly wasn't expected or anticipated. That preparation involved a ton of work, and I'm sure you can all speak to that. but also lots of learning and really genuine investment from a remarkable faculty and many, many wonderful, long-lasting relationships. And I hope that all of you can speak to each of those things as well. So today I'd like to share my perspectives on the US economy and on monetary policy as the Federal Reserve works to achieve its dual mandate from Congress and to support a vibrant economy. First of all, my usual disclaimer, my remarks are my own and don't necessarily reflect those of my colleagues at the Federal Reserve Board or on the FOMC, the Federal Open Market Committee. So I'll begin with a brief overview of the Fed and its varied roles in the economy and financial system, and then I'd like to discuss the economy's performance in the post-pandemic recovery and monetary policy's role in restoring price stability. I like to give my bottom line up front. I often think that's helpful just to provide a bit of structure to kind of hang points on. And so to preview my core policy perspective, I'm committed to bringing inflation sustainably back to our 2% target. I, for a long time, have called myself a realistic optimist. And what I mean is that while I'm realistic about the risks
Isn't that
and
what
the
Goolsbee said?
uncertainties, I do remain optimistic that this can be accomplished in a reasonable amount of time and with a labor market that remains healthy. But there's a significant
if you guys
uncertainty around that
If you want to apply this to yesterday's lesson, if you watch the Watchlist, regardless of whether or not the Fed members agree, just think about this in a broad sense. This is lady telling you to study for the final. Think about it. This is that broad commitment, and they are driving it into your head for a reason.
I have slides and had not started them up
charts.
there, so let me do that. So initial title and just to get things going. So Congress established the Fed as the U.S. central bank more than 110 years ago, and our responsibilities all involve fostering a strong, stable economy and financial system in the public interest. Of course, economies have many dimensions, and so, in fact, the Fed's portfolio of work has a very broad range. I like to say that the Boston Fed's mission is supporting a vibrant, inclusive economy that works for everyone, not just for some people. There are 12 Reserve Bank districts, and the Boston Fed's district is most of New England. And we actively engage with stakeholders across all 6 New England states to learn about economic experiences, challenges, opportunities, but also to provide some transparency about what the Fed does and why, because really most people have very little idea what the Fed actually does. We're, of course, best known
Even
for
Jared
conducting
Bernstein.
monetary policy, and that's what I'm going to speak more about, and all of the analysis and research that underpins
Amen,
it. But we
Susan,
also
amen.
supervise some of the nation's financial institutions, provide back-end infrastructure and services for payments and financial systems. We examine factors that could limit people from participating in the economy, and a lot of that's motivated by our full employment mandate. And we support research and collaboration to expand prospects for community economic development. And since I'm at MIT, I have to mention that the Federal Reserve, and particularly the Boston Fed, has helped encourage innovation in financial technologies and payment systems, which we, of course, all rely on. And many of them are like the plumbing that, when it works well, you're not thinking about it, but in fact is really important for so much that we do. We played key roles in the emergence of automated clearing, check imaging, digitized procurement and payments tools for U.S. Treasury. More recently, we worked actually in partnership with MIT researchers to explore the potential for a central bank digital currency, deepening our understanding and preparation in case Congress were to request a digital currency. And we recently built and launched FedNow, which is an instant payments rail that enables all financial institutions to provide their customers with real-time payments. So let me turn now to the economy and my outlook and monetary policy, and I am going to reference a few charts along the way. So just to start to kind of set the stage, this figure 1 focuses on the Fed's dual mandate from Congress, price stability and maximum employment, and provides a bit of historical context. So the left panel shows inflation using the Fed's preferred PCE measure. The blue line, of course, is total 12-month
hit like one of those
inflation,
Goolsbee
and the red line
presentations.
is core inflation, which excludes the
We haven't had one of
but
these in a while
obviously
from one of the Fed
hugely
people.
important categories of food and energy. And then the green line is the FOMC's 2% inflation target.
I swear it was this time last
on the
year
right,
Goolsbee
you
was
see
doing the same
unemployment
thing.
rate, which typically shows a gradual recovery after rising during recessions, but the post-pandemic recovery has been highly unusual, and that's actually a theme that you'll hear through my remarks, because after spiking, unemployment fell very quickly, and it's now been below 4% since December 2021. The chart also shows that while significantly down from its peak, inflation remains above target. And high inflation is really like a tax that affects all of us. And in my travels around New England, people frequently share examples of its challenges. And in particular, the toll is especially large for lower income households that struggle to make ends meet. High inflation also impacts firms, complicating their budget and planning decisions. And so a high inflation environment, which highlights is really not consistent with maximum employment that's sustainable, and that highlights the complementary nature of our dual mandate, and also the reasons for my very resolute commitment to bringing inflation back to 2%. So FOMC has obviously been very focused on bringing inflation back down by raising the federal funds rate to slow demand and help realign it with supply in both product and labor markets. And after beginning to tighten in 2022, rate hikes were unusually rapid, moving the monetary policy stance from highly accommodative to restrictive. And that's also something that's an aspect of being unusual. So since July 2023, the federal funds rate has been at its current level of 5.25% to 5.5%. And we're now patiently assessing how long it will be appropriate to maintain this target range. And then that's kind of a key setup. So before I say more specifically about my outlook and the implications for monetary policy, I want to discuss some dimensions of this very unusual cycle. And a theme of uncertainty, both in the data and key economic relationships, remaining elevated is kind of reinforcing that need for patience. So as I've already mentioned, the rebound in economic activity after the pandemic shock was surprisingly strong and rapid relative to past recoveries. And what this figure does is for real output on the left and payroll employment on the right, compares the pandemic recovery, which is shown in the blue line, with the average of the past 3 recessions, which is shown in the red line. And the figure really highlights the degree of disruption in economic output and employment from pandemic-related shutdowns and the comparatively quick recovery. And a lot of that rapid rebound can be attributed to unique dimensions of a pandemic-driven downturn, including, of course, the highly accommodative monetary policy and the unprecedented degree of fiscal support. But that fast, and there's lots more that one could say about that, but I think it helps to highlight just how different this cycle is from previous cycles. And that's a theme that comes out as well in terms of asking, what should we expect and how should we think about that.
I mean, you're right at VWAP.
But that fast bounce back came at a cost. Inflation surged, sparked by demand outstripping supply.
I'll give her a couple minutes, but low-key, her statement's already hit
labor
a little bit more dovish than
transportation bottlenecks,
Kashgari, but
Russia's war in Ukraine, all of those things worked to constrain supply. And as that situation was compounded by a shift in consumption patterns away from services towards goods. And so that's an example of some of the uncertainties related to relationships, as well as uncertainties related to data, which have been quite unusual during this pandemic cycle. In this context, an essential part of restoring price stability really entails realignment through a combination of supply improvements and demand moderation, because that dynamic of demand outstripping supply puts pressures on prices and on wages, and has been a key dynamic that is relevant and speaks to the role that the Fed can play. Well, the surge in inflation was widespread, and that is illustrated, for example, in this figure, which splits core PCE inflation into its 3 main components. And I find the decomposition here really informative, and I look at it not because we have specific additional targets for particular components. Our target is total PCE inflation measured over a 12-month period. But because these components behave very differently, they have different dynamics, different determinants, as we think about how things are going and what our outlook looks like, decomposing that, I think, really matters. So the blue lines show inflation over a 12-month horizon, which is comparable to Figure 1, and the red lines show a 3-month horizon that reflects more recent data, but are also
Oh shit, I was muted? Oh, my bad. Yeah, I turned it up. Bro, that was hilarious that I was muted. Cuz right when you asked, Danny, you were like, is she a voter? And I was like, let me see. And then I Googled it, and then she wasn't a voter, so I turned it off. I forgot. I thought she was a voter. I was like, is that bad that I turned it off right away? But because I was like, it's giving me Goolsby vibes like a year ago. It was like a year ago when Goolsby had it, but like a year ago, Goolsby was a voter. So, like, yeah, no, I mean, no shade at all, but, like, I mean, it's one thing if you're a vote. I mean, there's only one man who can move you if he's not a voter, and his name is Raphael Bostic. That's the only person on the Fed who could do it. But low key. And then I think, yeah, Bostic's a voter now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I don't know, unless you want to listen to it, but it gave me Goolsby vibes, but a little bit more boring. But then again, she is not a voter. That's funny. I was saying we're like right at VWAP here. It is a slow day. I was just saying we're not really expecting too much now, except for that bond auction here in an hour, and then a couple of earnings. But we are lower volume. It's going to be the same kind of setup as the last couple days, and then you're in between all-time high, and then back to should you be worried. Touch your internet. That's crazy. I was like, what do you guys mean? I was like, you guys stream off? And I was like, oh, I'm muted. Gold coming up. Oil, too. Oil's like oil's up almost 1%. About 15 cents from its previous high of yesterday. Gold did come back up here. Gold was, it's up $10 on the day, but it's crazy. Gold, $3 is the change. I mean, even the market, it is a small day in terms of percentages. Laser pop. Didn't you just post the news there? Somebody said something about laser and Tesla. And then didn't they just had bad news too the other day? How the market is expecting Mara to move. If it is one that reports tomorrow, we will do that calculation when we get to the time. But you could go check out the description. You'll find the video, and it'll tell you how to do it. Don't they get $100K for these speaking engagements? No. This is part of their job. So the Fed members, when they go to these things as part of like the Fed calendar, that's just part of their job. Like Janet Yellen goes to like a banking conference, she'll get paid. If they go to like a Rotary Club and it's more of a private event, then they could get paid for it. But I do think most of these are quote unquote public service, as they would say. Fed, that was your second Fed speaker of the day. You had Philip Jefferson, but he was not speaking about monetary policy. And then now we have Fed Cook, Lisa Cook, 1:30. So 30 minutes after the bond auction, and she's a voter, so that could be good. Yeah, Yellen gets paid a lot. So, I think it'd be more expensive to have Yellen talk to your friends than to have Lil Baby do a feature on a song. So, to put it into perspective. Honestly, most of you could probably take your favorite musician, or I think the only person who probably gets paid more for appearance is Taylor Swift than Janet Yellen. That's the only person I could think of. BHVN. And then Apple, I mean, they're holding 0.11. All the other big techs, though, they did good. I mean, NASDAQ's only down a quarter. Russell 0.6, and then SPY just hovering right at break even, but slightly lower. NVIDIA, I mean, every chip maker gapped down and then popped back up, but it's honestly not that bad. NVIDIA will move, though, off of ARM earnings today, and then after this week, isn't NVIDIA next week? So right around the corner, you got it there. Yeah, MO's doing good. The contracts died, and then we're like right at break even, slightly down. But that one's going to be tough because you only have 2 days. The auto delinquencies, if you just Google it, you'll find it. You'll get sources from the Fed website that'll show you the percentages. And then I think there's like a Goldman Sachs index of one of the other delinquencies. But you'll be able to just Google it. You'll find a decent amount of info. Just Google that phrase. Oh, wow. It's Taylor. So, yeah, we were just saying who's going to be the next president after this cycle. Maybe it is Taylor. Yeah, BTI and Philip Morris are doing good. And then Airbnb, unfortunately, I don't think those pre-earnings are going to fail. I mean, again, usually, so pre-earnings did not do good the last 2 weeks. Started off good, and then ever since the market got a little bit of hiccups, pre-earnings have not hit. And then again, even post-earnings have barely even hit. At this point, you'd rather have as president? Oh, Mr. Beast. Did your phone just autocorrect that to Mr. Breast? Is that why it censored it? I'm just wondering. I was trying to figure it out at first. I was like, who can that possibly be? Who's Kanye? You lost hope on my Airbnb play. I mean, I don't think it's like a question of hope as much as it is just the reality. So I still like the company in the long term, and I don't think it changes anything for earnings, but I do think that the reality is this environment for earnings has not been favorable, and even then, all pre-earnings plays are down. So I don't know. It may have a chance to come back up at the end of the day, but for the most part, I'm not really, I just think pre-earnings, I wouldn't try to average and go after them. Someone asked me that this morning, but you only have till the end of the day. So if they report after the bell, and then usually, like, I think we hit every other pre-earnings on Airbnb, it usually goes up a little bit. But this time, there was a complete washout. Try to send the super chat, but it wouldn't let you. So here's the notional 5. I'll take it. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. Amen. No matter who loses, couldn't they run again in 28? Oh, yeah, I guess so, since they haven't had a second term. Damn. So if they assuming both candidates have a healthy diet, you still might be able to see them in 2028. One of them at least. No. Biden won't be cognizant in 8 years. Come on, man. Neither will you. You're going to be hooked up to a Neuralink. 5 years later, after 1 year of Googling everything in their head, they found the side effects. What? We're witnessing the fall of Rome in real time. Well, honestly and respectfully, that's some bullshit. You know why? I ain't see one Coliseum made. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Like, oh, that mean our downfall is damn OnlyFans and weird internet videos, man. We ain't get one. Like, no battle royale. We ain't getting no Lions Den. No nothing. Like, come on. We could have done. Like, yeah, we got UFC. Great. And then they still trying to rob Ryan Garcia of the win. You know, and that ain't, man. Stop it. Yeah, no Hunger Games. So it's like fall of Roman Empire light. We got the Vegas orb. Bryson Dice, baby. What's up, man? What's up with all the memberships today, man? Y'all just showed love. That's it. Today was a membership day. I'm down with it, man. I appreciate y'all. Or not. I mean, we got hundreds of currencies similar to Rome, a massive level of degeneracy that followed Rome pre-World War II. I feel you, and like, I have a serious answer to that, but it's hilarious. So just try not to get caught up in the comedy of it, because I mean it as academic as it really is. But like, bro, back then, the level of degeneracy, they were effing goats. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we have, like, OnlyFans and stuff, but, like, to the point of degeneracy until there's, like, only goats, I still think there is a level of civility that we still hold, is what I'm arguing. And I mean that genuinely, to the level of, like, it's true. Go read the Bible. Go read historical texts. Rome, like, bro, they were doing some wild things of, like, yeah, when the word degeneracy came from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was real, like, they were like, oh, yeah, let's try this. And they're like, yeah. It was bad, bro. No, it was beyond goats. I'm just saying, though, but that is something that we do have to put into context. So, I don't know. That's just my take on it. Yes, the Romans did invent the degeneracy borderline. Imagine the smell. They didn't shave. Honestly, I've like years of living in California. I could honestly attest you get used to it. That's all I know, man. Like, I'm just saying, the smell of like piss in the streets and like smog and other, just like, I'm used to it. And like, I got a pretty big nose too. So like, I get a lot of sensation, but nah, man, you'll learn. You'll get used to it. And Spy's still hugging this VWAP here, but you are still off of the lows. And I mean, the funny part, whatever gap down in range you're in today, it's all still like you're not even getting close to filling those gaps from Monday and Friday. And then where's ANET? That chain, little by little, started to go up. Yeah, they just held 7% though now. So I think that's right there. Baidu came down a little bit. Baba name, all the China names, they had a little bit of a rally with the market, and then they flipped. You smell changes in smell. That's why hoarders don't think it smells. But someone from outside the house does. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm timing. That was that joke. Even though you were coming after me, I had to time you out for it because I am smart enough to know who you were dissing. So yeah, that just no disses, no diss tracks here. Leave it to Kendrick and Drake. You know what I'm saying? Those like I love the nose jokes for me personally, but I understand what you were doing, unfortunately. Why does something feel like it's gonna snap? I feel like that's like the second or third time I've heard it, but it's just slow. And unfortunately, like we are running into summer. So around this time is when it would slow down. Usually, like, give it a couple weeks. If this was like 3 years ago, we'd be selling credit spreads. We could do it again too if you want to try. Maybe we get back to a summer of credit spreads, but usually market does slow down a little bit around now. So I wouldn't be too dramatic and watch the the policy shift. That's what we're really waiting for, or an external. Hot spreads summer. Yeah, the yen approaching the last squeeze zone. It's crazy because it has came down quick comparatively. But I'm thinking either right at the level of pre-intervention, quote unquote, by CPI. We'll see. I don't see the sell in May going away, flourishing. Well, it's only flourished 2 out of the last 10 years, but the volume could still be lower. So when I'm saying we get summer slowdown, it doesn't mean stocks have to go down, but the activity might be just a lot calmer. Again, you could chill out a little bit. Isn't there a, like even like 4th of July? Isn't there a holiday coming up? This Shopify sell-off is overreacting. I mean, yes and no. At a different time, I would have told you it was an overreaction, but then again, I mean, this environment, Shopify's not the only one. If you don't do as good as expected after making a run, I mean, people are going to punish you for it. So, like I'm saying, at another time, I would have said, yeah, I think that's a little overblown, but low key, this has kind of been the theme. So there's been equal justice, more or less. Maybe not priced in. Yeah, I don't think people are ignoring they're looking at the growth rate, just like other companies where it's like, whether you're doing really bad or really good, they're focusing on another concept, and if that bar is set high and you don't meet it, you will get punished for it. I mean, even then, Microsoft barely, like, think about Microsoft earnings. And then even Google as well. I think Google went up a little bit, but yeah, it's Memorial Day. Wait, when Memorial Day is May, is it in May? The one I don't like Labor Day. One, it makes no sense that we get a day off on the day that's for work. But then, dude, San Diego traffic on Labor Day, I got stuck in downtown for an hour and a half. It was disgusting. So May, I didn't know that. All right, last week of May we got a holiday. But yeah, summertime, people might start chilling. Doesn't mean market has to go down, but it could be a slower market. You'll have that dreadful feeling something is going to snap for months just because it's slow. You're moving to San Diego soon? Nice. It's a beautiful place, man. You're going to love it. You're not going to like the cost, but once you get past that, it's an awesome place to be, man. It's an awesome place to be. You've never had Labor Day off? Hey, at least you stuck to it, though. You know what I'm saying? It's called Labor Day. Yeah, you did Labor Day, so you shouldn't work. Why? Because it's a day of labor. So don't labor on Labor Day. Yeah, we're honoring the word. No, but don't. It's called. Why don't we quit? Always seeing the bright side. Yeah, man. Obnoxious positivity, baby. That's good. It's funny because I saw a video. It was like a parody. It was like when you have that one annoyingly optimistic friend. He's like, my girl cheated on me. And he's like, oh, that's awesome. That's great. Now they did the work for you. And then they're like, I just lost my job. And like, that's good. You didn't need that. And now you have more opportunities to like think. They're like, now I lost my house and I have nowhere to live. They're like, honestly, you should look at the freedom it provides. And I was like, okay. I laughed, but I was like, hey, I'm down with obnoxious positivity. I love it. Answers by the 23rd ARM, NVIDIA, and CPI. AI narrative will fall apart if NVIDIA slumps. I mean, maybe, but if nothing happens, then it's just going to be back to the slow summer. But even then, think about what we kind of dealt with. I mean, a couple of names, we got a little bit of speed bumps in the road on certain narratives. I mean, even inflation, and we're still 50 points from the all-time highs. So I just think we need a real external event to shift everything. Otherwise, the real shift in market occurs once policy really shifts. Otherwise, I mean, we're just following the wind. Fed Collins holding rates steady for longer will slow the economy. Let me see. If she's answering questions, I'll put it back on.
With job turnover way down, it's back essentially to the ranges pre-pandemic.
Yeah. I think because
wage growth there is also.
All right, now we listen because again, everything was pre-written, and the
and
market
so a lot
now
of
goes.
The evolution on wages.
So if you're getting
is really
new statements, that means she's saying something new.
Compression, and I don't think that we really know exactly what that dynamic is going to look like, how long it's going to take. What I hear around the district
Apple
is
Tandem Diabetes
firms,
recalls 2.7 of Apple iOS T-Connect.
What their employees are expecting in terms of wage changes. So I think that it's evolving, but.
Let me put you, when you talk about the strength of the U.S. economy,
So
there's two
she
sets
just
of
repeated-
theories I've heard gaining more prominence. I wonder if you put any weight on them.
So
one is that.
So literally, bonds are starting to move a little bit. You got the auction in 30 minutes, but she literally just repeated what Kashkari said. Too soon to tell how restrictive policy is. That's different than her pre-written statement, ironically enough. She's not a voter, but that line hasn't been taken well by the bonds as of yesterday. Uber Eats could embed entertainment in a sports app.
Differences on how low interest rates may be contributing to low productivity growth because inefficient companies could stay in business. Then there's another school of thought that the economy has held up quite well because we focus a lot on how higher interest rates raise debt costs. People are paying more on mortgages and credit card debt. But we forget the other side of the asset sheet, that people who actually have money in savings accounts or hold fixed income investments are actually earning some money now versus in the past when you earned about zero, when rates were about zero. Do you think either of those channels could be more powerful and part of the explanation why we're seeing stronger growth, whether it's why household incomes are holding up better than expected? They're earning more in savings, but especially if you have a fixed rate mortgage, not paying more on your debt, or stronger productivity growth from higher interest rates.
Yeah, so I think that there are dimensions there that are playing a role. From what I see, I think it's not clear to me that they are playing a bigger role than they might have before. And let me just say a bit about each one. So on the firm side, this idea with low interest rates that you had these zombies firms that weren't being pushed in order to move productivity. So, I do think that in a high interest rate environment, it does, create incentives and kind of push productivity. But there are other dynamics there, and in particular, in an environment in which you couldn't find workers and input costs were just skyrocketing, that created, before interest rates went up, I think a significant push for many firms to figure out efficiencies and on cost saving. And so that dynamic to me is likely to have certainly started before and maybe stronger than the other one. And it's hard to, I think, tease them apart. And then on the household side, there's always winners and losers when interest rates go up. And I think we often focus just on one side of it. And I think it's helpful to remember that it's absolutely true that with higher interest rates, that benefits some people and enables. But again, I think that interacts with some of the other special features of this environment. And but I don't know that I think of that as a new dynamic. I think some of that was always there.
Well, I look forward to the Boston Fed updating its nice research it did in the 2010s on how low rates might affect productivity growth.
Just
some time.
One other just quick thing there. I mean, one of the things that happened with a number of the fiscal supports was this big increase in entrepreneurship. We have had this real increase in the number of new firms, and it's too soon to tell if that will help create a productivity boost. But that was less interest rate related, right, and more related to other factors.
Yeah. So let me drill now into the monetary meeting you just had, the FOMC meeting. I'd like to, so what comes next is the question obviously on everyone's minds. The Fed's had to adjust as inflation has been a little stickier coming down. And now calls for patience, as you repeated in your comments. And you went through this nice constellation of indicators that you'll be watching. I like the term constellation, bringing the stars theme back in, which Chair Powell has used in the past. But in your constellation of indicators, you'll be watching to know when it's time to ease monetary policy. It's a pretty broad list. And obviously, there's no one data point that's going to make you change your vote. But could you narrow it down? Are there sort of 2 or 3 or 4 indicators that you put a lot of weight on that really change your thinking, whether they move in the right direction or not? To give you a minute to think, I'll tell you, when I was at the Bank of England, one of my favorite indicators was quits rate. I found the quits rate it had very high correlation with what happened with wage growth. Yeah. It also seemed to, because as people switched jobs, that's when you saw big job gains. But it also seemed to capture the confidence of workers in the state of the economy. You're willing to quit a job without having another one lined up necessarily because you are confident in the overall economy. And that seemed to capture something and work pretty well. So that was one I put weight on. I bought you a minute to think. Are there a couple that you put most weight on?
So I'm actually going to resist that a bit, in part because the way that, I think more that there's almost this big jigsaw puzzle. And what we're seeing are different pieces that are part of the puzzle, and we're trying to use that to pull out what a picture is. And so I tend to try to absorb both a number of statistical data, what the model analyses are saying, but also what I'm hearing in qualitative conversations, which sometimes has me go back to the data to say, are you seeing this? How are we thinking about that? And I would also say that I think things have evolved. So, earlier in the pandemic, we're so focused on supply constraint measures, which would not have been at the FOMC table earlier. Now that's just standard. We've just woven it in. So so that list of 4 was me pulling it down, actually. And I think that there are certain sectors that I'm more focused on those sectors where it is stickier. I had used the word a bit recalcitrant, in kind of earlier settings. But I would also note that a year ago, there was very little movement. Then there was significant movement, and now we're back to a period in which there's not so much movement. There may be other dynamics going as well that require us to be patient. So I know that's a bit frustrating, but yeah, I don't really have
but wise. I think back to when central banks have in the past focused on one indicator, then often there's something unusual or it bounces around, and then you can be trapped in people expecting you to respond to one indicator when the rest of the data doesn't go your way. So wise decision not to focus on any specifically. One more question on the FOMC meeting. So there were 2 main takeaways from the meeting. For those of you who didn't read the statement, that basically one of the main takeaways was no change in interest rates. So there will be some delay in lowering interest rates relative to what expectations were earlier in the year as you wait to see inflation sort of coming down as hoped for. And that's broadly a tightening of financial conditions relative to what was expected at least a couple months ago. The second key message from the meeting was that you would slow the pace of QT. So slow the pace that you are reducing the balance sheet in your asset holdings. So that is a tightening of a loosening of financial conditions. So part of your sort of statement was an easing of conditions and part was a tightening of conditions. How do you square that when what you're doing with balance sheet policy sort of at a high level looks like it's moving in the opposite direction of what you're doing with interest rates?
Yeah, so I really think of the two in this context as quite different. So just very briefly, our primary tool to achieve our dual mandate is really focusing on interest rates. And the approach related to QT is to move back to what will then become a more normal environment. That's happening passively in the background. And so unlike with QE, where you do that in a crisis and it's hard to really send a signal, and so there are no surprises and everything is moving slowly, the real goal here was through the discussion that was reflected in the minutes in the March meeting, and then the decision that was part of this meeting. I believe the markets likely have already priced in what we're doing. And so having that happen in the background to make it more likely that the reduction in the runoff in the balance sheet will be orderly, will not create stresses, and will help us to be well positioned and have the time to decide down the road. Absolutely no decisions have been made at this on this yet, of how far to go. And so making sure that that happens in a quiet, orderly way in the background, and I'm not thinking about that as active monetary policy at all. So I really see them separately, and I don't see them as being in conflict.
So we all know your mandate is the U.S. economy, but I can't resist but ask you some questions about the broader international economy, especially as much of your academic work was on international economics earlier in your career. So let me, two questions on the international economy. First, one of the slides that was really striking in your presentation was the outperformance of U.S. productivity growth relative to other countries.
Wow.
That's undoubtedly part of the reason U.S. growth has held up more. But do you have any, so U.S. growth has held up more because of the stronger productivity growth you document, but also part of the story is undoubtedly labor supply. U.S. labor supply has held up quite well.
30 minutes for bond auction.
The April statistics showed the labor force participation of females in the U.S., working age females, is now at its highest level on record, which records started in the 1940s. So it's really remarkable performance in terms of labor supply and productivity growth. You offered one potential explanation for stronger productivity growth in the U.S. was just the labor market policies during COVID. But do you have any other evidence or thoughts on why the U.S. growth has held up so well, particularly labor supply, as well as productivity growth?
Yeah, so there's a huge set of really important, interesting questions there, and I'll start by saying that it's something I'm really interested in. So I will be, I'll offer some thoughts in that space. And I have so many memories of earlier conferences where we talked a lot about many of these international topics. So I do think that the labor supply dimensions are quite interesting. The increase in labor force participation, not just for women, but for prime age women, was not expected. And especially in the broader context of challenges with childcare and dependent care more generally, which we've not addressed. I see them very much as economic issues. It's actually something the Boston Fed team is actively engaged in. I think there's some really big surprises there. The extent to which we're managing as an economy the flexibility of work might actually be helping to offset the availability of job opportunities for more people. There actually are increases in labor force participation for those with disabilities. So there are a variety of other groups that we don't always look at as much that have also more come into the labor force that are part of the story. I can't speak to how much that might be happening in other countries, but I do think that understanding more broadly dynamics in our labor markets and the extent to which different ways we're thinking about how to use technology and how to do work could be playing a role is one direction to consider. I said a little bit about some of the productivity. I think that's ongoing and, again, hard to measure. But I do think there's a lot to dig in there, and I do think the differences are interesting and striking. And so appreciate you bringing them up.
Yeah. So these differences are leading to what is top of mind at international meetings, which is divergence in the global economy. The U.S. economy is holding up well, as you've described. The Fed will be slower to lower interest rates than in other economies where growth is not as strong and inflation is coming down faster. So how important, so this divergence in economic performance and monetary policy is going to have spillover effects on capital flows, trade, exchange rates, et cetera. How much do those factors weigh in on as you evaluate the U.S. economy in monetary policy decisions? For example, I can expand a little more. This fact the U.S. will keep rates so where they are for longer means the dollar's stronger. This explains part of the strong dollar right now. As other economies start to lower interest rates, that will lead to capital outflows from other economies into the U.S., so there'll be some shifts in capital flows. Strong dollar combined with strength in the U.S. economy will contribute to a larger U.S. trade deficit. You could go on and on, but there are a lot of effects like that.
That's
how important are those international
I might make this on a video for y'all.
Divergence as you think about monetary policy.
He's low-key spitting game in the
first
question.
Thing that I say about that is that as part of my own preparations, but also more generally the combined preparations that we do, we look at the international dimensions and the international focus. A huge part of the different models that we explore and that we look at. And so many of those pieces are actually factored into how we develop an outlook for what is, so what are the exchange rate channels? What are some of the channels through import prices and international trade? So a lot of that is very much factored in. And there's certainly, and that would include commodity prices and issues related to energy. And so all of those things are very much engaged. Given our mandate, we do focus on implications for our PCE inflation and maximum employment in the U.S., but they're very much factored in there, and depending on what's actually happening in a particular time period, we'll have more or less discussion about a particular dimension of that. I have to say, from my perspective, one of the very interesting sets of dynamics. The other thing I just have to mention as well, which is a little bit less macro, but we really learned a lot about the global supply chain interactions, and that is very much top of mind still in a variety of different ways, trying to understand the extent to which that's evolving, recognizing how important that is as we think about how big an impact shocks have on the U.S. economy, the global economy, but also how long-lasting they are. So an understanding of those global linkages, I think, is something that we've really learned and focused more on than would have been true, perhaps, in the past.
It's good they have you there to remind them about the rest of the world, yes. So I have one more question, and then we'll open it up to the floor. And Alejandra, you're on deck for once we get going. Andres will start passing around the microphone. But one just last question. You talked just a bit in your comments about some of the work you do other than monetary policy. It's easy. We all focus on monetary policy and the U.S. economic outlook. But how do you divide your time? How much is on FOMC meetings versus monetary policy versus other issues?
Yeah, so I would say that I'm always spending some time thinking about monetary policy. So that's always part of the portfolio. And during the times leading up to FOMC meetings,
yeah, you got your little red here now.
The breadth
just
of the
taking
portfolio
you back to the first
is really
pop.
important and really interesting. And so I would say each week is a bit different, which to me makes it very interesting, right? I mean, there are some weeks where I'm doing quite a bit of traveling, whether I'm visiting, was recently in Connecticut visiting with community leaders, employers of different sizes, trying to really understand what's happening there. So some weeks I spend quite a bit of time on some of that kind of engagement with our community development team. The work on FedNow, the payments infrastructure, has been something we're quite proud of and excited about. And it's early stages, but is something that in some periods I've spent quite a lot of time thinking through and working on as well. So I would say it evolves, but the overall portfolio, and then also working with our research team on the range of things they do, which include everything from, sometimes working on childcare, work on how climate change could impact local fiscal challenges. I mean, the breadth of work that we do to understand what a vibrant economy looks like is pretty broad, and so I spend time on all of it.
So that is a great lead on to some of the questions from the class. So a number of you sent in some questions via email. I'm now going to turn to to those, and I'll structure the order in sort of the reverse order of the questions I asked you. So start off with some of the broader roles of the Fed, and then narrow it down into monetary policy again. You can't get away from that. But we'll start with Alejandro, and then Ria. Ria will be next.
Hi, President Collins. Thanks for coming today. My name is Alejandra. I'm a second year at MIT. And my question for you today is, how is the Fed adapting to technological advancements in financial services? And what role do you think digital currencies will be playing in the future of banking?
What a great microphone. But to answer your question, I mean, the dump is kind of small. I wouldn't really chalk it up to anything, but literally just like yesterday's watch list, it dawned upon me a little bit later, but those comments from the Fed people about not knowing where restrictive is and these hawkish things, your girl Lisa, she started off dovish, but then she did mention that. I called it out here for you, and the bonds started to get a knee-jerk reaction. We do got that auction in 20 minutes, but market's not moving as much. Tandem, I think it's responded to that Apple thing, but low-key, I think it could be that little statement about 10, 15 minutes ago that sounded like Kashkari yesterday, but it doesn't change the story too much, but it adds a little bit of pressure there on the bonds, and then markets still
just
there's
a range of different
barely
things
moving
that we work on,
to the
often in
downside.
collaboration with others. Specifically in terms of digital currency, though, again, that would be a congressional decision.
Is Boeing halted? You would get a thing here if it was. I don't think it is.
It's still on.
You can't get away from a question on AI. We're at MIT.
Thank you very much. My question is around the AI and monetary policy. What do you see as potential benefits and challenges of using AI in monetary policy and decision making?
Tandem news hitting?
Yeah, so I think it's a question that many people actually think about.
Big.
So where are the uses of AI? And there's certainly a lot of work underway at the Fed and in other places. We wouldn't use AI for something as nuanced as monetary policy.
They're saying they don't know if it's restrictive.
I think
so they agree with you.
AI,
the Fed
can help
slowly
us
is walking
gather
back
really
what restrictive is.
Information about the state of the economy.
So as
and about how
as
it's
the
evolving.
Fed members
Just
say
to
that,
give
the
one
bond
example,
market's
economists
reacting.
at the moment are using AI to try to understand. You can think of text analysis. Expectations related to inflation, related to sentiment from firms.
Friday you get consumer sentiment, but really no big data this week.
Textual analyses, and I think some of that real-time data is an example of some of the kinds of things that can be very helpful.
She is not a voter.
Going
this
forward.
is.
And you can think of other examples
Is Lisa
in
Cook?
that space.
I'm pretty sure.
But of course, early
this is
days,
Lisa Cook.
and we also want to be very thoughtful and understand.
No.
Working with others, what the implications will be for the labor force and the economy more generally, productivity. What kinds of reallocations there might be.
Collins.
And how that
Excuse me.
impacts a vibrant economy.
Cook is next.
There's lots of pieces to that, and
Collins.
lots of ongoing analysis and work. Thank you.
Collins. We fly high, no
I'm
lie.
waiting for,
We don't cut rates. Collins.
AI to set monetary policy.
Yeah, they may have to be patient on that one. Well, right, I don't know about that one. For information, I think there's some of that work already underway.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned climate change, and any scenario where the U.S. actually decarbonizes is going to require several $1 trillion in investment. So I'm curious if you think of any role that central banks should play in that, and how you think about that.
I didn't miss anything. Honestly, you got a little bit of action off of her comments on the bonds.
Central banks have different
and bond
mandates.
auction in 18.
The Fed's mandate in the climate change space is on the narrower side, right? And so we certainly are focused on financial implications for banks related to climate change implications of financial risk. There is a pilot underway to really try to dig into that more deeply, to try to understand what some of those implications would be. And there are a variety of other kinds of analyses along that standpoint as well. And I gave one example of some of the kind of research that some of our teams do. But the Federal Reserve has a kind of narrower focus in terms of the climate specific work that we do.
Josephina.
Hi. Thank you so much for being here.
Beyond
so
McDonald's?
My question is how the Fed interacts with other central banks outside from the U.S.
McDonald's Germany launches McPlant.
If they provide assistance.
And Beyond earnings are after the bell.
How does it work? Thanks.
Yeah, so there are actually lots of interactions with central banks around the world in a lot of different forums and at different levels. So certainly there are technical assistance programs, and many of those are longstanding. There is lots of interaction at the research side through conferences, through seminars, through networks. There's a lot of that analysis with shared work. In terms of policymakers, there are a number of kind of venues where people come together to talk through perspectives, to have understandings of a variety of different things. At the moment, we're certainly not coordinating monetary policy, but there's lots of
Beyond has earnings literally today.
Levels through a variety
and I think they just had some other event too. They've been popping low key.
International settlements, but many other kinds of organizations as well.
The bond auction can cause a move, but it's not guaranteed.
Thank you, President Collins. My question is about, as we all know, the Fed is a technical institution, but it's been on the spotlight the last few years because of, monetary policy is a common topic now. And I was wondering, in a polarized political environment, how is the Fed addressing the new challenges and pressures, even when they're questioning the Fed independence in the future?
Yeah, so there is more than enough to keep me and colleagues busy focusing on monetary policy, understanding the dynamics of our economy. What I would say is that we have public affairs teams which support, and I'm speaking for Boston, but obviously there are similar teams across the different banks. In terms of how we do public engagement, I would say one of the very important things that we do is engage in a variety of different contexts. So, for example, when Kristen first reached out to me,
I was seeing Eli move a little bit
to the class, I said absolutely.
That's big.
And I would even prefer to do that.
$4 or $5 in 5 minutes?
Because I would like to be able to talk more broadly to help people hear what we do and why we do it. And I think that transparency, that sharing of information is really important and is part of public engagement. It's part of why I spend so much time on the road, because I don't think most people understand what we do. People aren't all going to agree, but I think it's helpful to be able to ask a question, hear an answer, and at least be told, here's how we're thinking about it and why. And also to hear, I'm very committed to our nonpartisan, rigorous approach. It's data-based and it is analytic, and providing a resource to others who are interested in the economy is important as well. So I think that kind of engagement, and really, I'll say, sticking to our knitting. We focus on the work that we do and are happy to engage and talk about it, and we think that that's important.
Senior Israeli officials warn U.S. counterparts that pausing weapons could jeopardize hostage negotiations.
Graduating, and only a few more weeks left in the Boston area. You've been in Boston, for many years at different stages of your life. What are one or two things you'd recommend they all do before they leave town?
And it's so hard because I had so many kind of different incarnations. I was an undergraduate, more Harvard Square focused, a graduate student, more in this area. So all these different things. So hard to pick a couple. I will give you two things that are favorites. So first of all, as I think about my MIT days, I will always remember the first time I got taken to Toscanini's, which, if you haven't been there for ice cream, and when I came back, I had to go to Toscanini's and just see what flavors were on.
I like food. What's Toscanini's?
One of my very favorite things to do.
Is it fire chat? Where my Bostonians at?
Is to just walk around this city, whether it's walking along
we
the
got
river,
earnings
which has
previews.
changed dramatically.
In like an hour, I'll go over them.
Decades, whether it's walking across.
Sounds delicious. It does.
Into the different
Sounds amazing.
And it's one of my favorite things to do. I love to do it when my roommates or friends from other places come. We go back and walk through places we used to go to and think about. So think about what's been meaningful for you and go and visit it. And then when you come back to Boston, if you do end up leaving here, go back to those places and reminisce. And I hope you enjoy doing that as much as I have over the years and continue to do. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
This was really a pleasure. Thank you.
should clap at her. She like, this is great. It was great. Honestly, man, not much, but I do think after yesterday, I guess I'm a little bit more paranoid, but yesterday's Kashkari comments definitely moved the bonds. And you got a little bit of that today. Remember, right when she started, we took it off because it was pre-written. She's not a voter. And then her phrases that she had in the pre-written statement were more dovish than what Kashkari said. She said the opposite. And then during the Q&A, she elaborated and then started to say, well, maybe we don't know where restrictive is. So do you guys understand why that is bad or why that's hawkish? Why would bond yields go up? Why would bonds drop in value by saying we don't know where restrictive is? What is the implication? If I tell you I don't know where restrictive rates are, especially if I thought we were close to them, what does that insinuate? Axios, Simon Senior. Yeah, that's one we got. Yes, there you go. You guys get it. It means that either rates have to stay higher for longer so that inflation can come down and then higher rates bring you into restrictive territory, or if inflation goes up and then there's other problems, they would have to raise rates. So even though the Fed keeps telling you they're not going to raise rates, every time they say that phrase about we don't know where restrictive is, sadly, there is an implication of higher rates, or at the very least, flat out, it just means higher for longer. So that's why she didn't say it in the beginning. All good. She says it. Markets react. Yesterday, Kashkari says it. Bonds sell off 0.5%, still close green. But that's where we're at. Well, yeah, they're seeing inflation, and so are you. That's why someone was saying, how come they're saying all this after the data? And that's like the point. The last 4 months of data, the chorus is shifting. It's like, it's kind of like the Drake diss, where he ends it at the end of the drop and give me 50, and it like segues into like, it's still the same song, but it's a different one. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're still playing the same song, and they want to make sure, add a little doubt on restrictive, make sure they're not going to raise rates, but we're playing, it's still same song and dance, just a little different as we move through it. Hey, drop and give me 50. Hey. Power woman, I got rates. And then Jerome will cut it right now. That's a good melody. That's the melody I like from Drake. And play Bye Bye on the 10-year. Because that sounds pretty funny. Good luck. The Fed is lost? No. If you watched yesterday's Watchlist, I think you might have learned the Fed is I think the Fed is just telling you about a final, man. That's it. It's just telling you about a final. I think there's a higher chance we're lost more than the Fed is when it's all said and done. TripAdvisor worst day ever bodes poorly for Airbnb. No, because TripAdvisor's earnings were actually good. Their guidance was a little softer, but then they said that they're backing out of their deal. So they had a buyout deal, and they formed like a special committee and all that, and they said they're not doing it. So it had a pop, like a big pop, and then by that deal going away, it dropped a little more. But I said it, so far the earnings, right? I think Marriott has been the only slowdown. Although Expedia and Booking may not have like rallied, Expedia wasn't really even that bad. Expedia had problems with profitability, meaning that their sales and like travel GMVs or gross bookings, there wasn't a problem there, but the problem was how they were spending on expenses. And then Bookings was good. Bookings just went up 10, 15, and then it slowly went up a little bit more. But all guidance and expectations or what they did on this quarter, travel's pretty good. So there was Expedia that warned about their VRBO. So VRBO is very similar to Airbnb, vacation or short-term rental model, and Expedia had trouble with VRBO. So that's where I think today with Airbnb will be extra pivotal, because we're going to find out if it's a short-term rental slowdown or did Airbnb just eat the competition's lunch and now your biggest competitor is struggling, and then Airbnb, if we could get a run, yallah. But travel should be good. If travel's going to get slowed down, it'll probably be at like the end of next quarter after we get through like all the holiday stuff. Because again, people are getting ready for summer now and all those other things. Yeah, VR might not be popular, but then again, it's just that they should be doing good, you know, like in a weird, like I don't have a problem with VRBO. I'm an Airbnb fanboy, but like I've used VRBO. They've been around almost just as long. It's not like VRBO was like a new invention. You know, it was right on the heels of Airbnb, but so it's not a bad platform. I just don't know if it's Expedia's fault or if it's the industry, and then maybe it could be exposure, marketing, branding, all that stuff. But I really think it's Expedia's problem. But then again, if we find out that Airbnb did really good, then there it is. Yeah, VRB should be doing well. That's why I'm like that stood out. As far as all the travel earnings, that stood out to me, as well as Marriott. Marriott had a decline. Marriott was soft on the quarter and on the guidance. But that's hotel. I don't know how Hilton did. I don't think they reported yet. Pronounced Verbo. Hey, man, I just, VRBO, Verbo, I don't care what the pronouns is. I just, it's 4 letters. I can't mess that one up too bad. Verbo, VRBO. I just say the letters. I'm going to just start doing that for everything. ABBV. I've heard Verbo. Yeah, I've heard people literally. But then when I sound out shit, y'all are like, no, that's wrong. Oh, but we can sound out Verbo. Okay. Palinter. Oh, I'm the bad guy. Nivda. I'm the bad guy now. Oh. Vibo, the R is silent. Man, nah, I'm back out of this. Like Ruvka. Yeah, is it Ruka? I still never know to this day. Because nobody really knows. Is it RVCA, Rivka? Nobody really knows. I think you just pick a political affiliation in terms of pronunciation. I'm definitely saying Palantir wrong. Well, that's what you think, Katihith Alen. That's what Katihith Alen thinks. But I'm saying Palantir right, man. Katihith. Hopefully you don't take offense to me making a joke. But yeah, Kayatith. My girlfriend already asked me this, man. Would you rather leave your children in the woods with a bear or a man you don't know? This is the easiest question in the world, bro. This is why I love economics. This is why I love rational theory. And this is why I'm a capitalist. I would leave it with the man. You guys are fools. You know why? I could pay the dude. I could bribe him. He's motivated by something. Even if he's a sicko, I'll be like, all right, if you want to meet Donald Trump? Oh, you want to meet Joe? What do you want, bro? I can negotiate with this man and find, as a rational, even if he's irrational, you could bribe him. You can make, you know what I'm saying? You got to incentivize it. So I'm leaving it with the man that I could communicate with. The bear, I don't really like, I would kind of trust the bear, but the animal, he only knows food, and that's where you run into some issues, man. That's a PHILO if you think about it. So, yeah. The dude will sell your kid and take your money. I mean, then you're not making a good enough offer. I'll be like, I feel like you can negotiate with anybody to a degree. Except for my mother. That's the only person this does not apply to. But then again, she's not a man, so there you go. But, so we'll see. Get him some salmon, but he doesn't know. Like, he don't know what escrow is. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't set like milestones for the salmon. Communication is big, man. There have been 180 fatal bear attacks since 1784. Wow, it's not that bad. Humans have done way worse things than bears. But it's funny though, because like here the trend, I saw a video. My girlfriend showed me this video. Like, it's creepy. Ladies even in like New York, y'all gotta watch out, bro. My girlfriend showed me this video of like this weirdo, and he had like his phone in like the bottom of a bag and like just filming girls on the subway, and like they were videotaping the dude. And then everybody in the comments was like, yeah, definitely choosing the bear. Like, so humans are sick, bro. Sick. So, yeah, I feel you. I didn't get it at first. My girlfriend showed me the video. I was like, what? He's just weird. And she was like, no, look. And I was like, oh. So that's just weird. Mara's on the high. You're comparing apples to potatoes. Makes absolutely no sense. Unless you're making a potato salad, sir. Then apples, potatoes, and macaroni would make a lot of sense. I hate to be that guy. Postmodernism. What? 1 minute. All right, get ready. It'll be technically like 3. So you got the 10-year bond auction. We'll get the when issued. And then higher or lower than that number, we go from there. I want a bear. I told you guys that. Like, that's my dream pet. If I could have an animal. And it's not because I'm bearish, but I just like how they behave. They're like fluffy and they're like so nice and they're smart. I've watched a lot of bear videos. I just get like a black bear, a brown bear. I know if it's brown, turn around. If it's black, fight back. But I don't just assuming I raise him, under the right principles. I'd like him. I like bears. Dog definitely is more sensible. I agree. 4.56. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, no, that's the previous? No. We need one issued. All right, 4.473. 4.473. All right, $42 billion auction. Bonds already moving. They're near the high of the day and already down. This could get interesting. Somebody was asking if it will move the market. It has the potential to, but it could also be nothing. So this info, especially remember Treasury free funding. We were just tripping on that 2 weeks ago. 10-year around 4.5 right now, a little bit below. That's kind of been the big deal. So if this number comes in higher than 4.473, you may get a little reaction. And then higher is bad, lower is good, but I would say the more reaction exclusively on the bonds. So keep that in mind. Whatever you think the market will do, it will have a bigger effect on the bonds first. They can halt bonds, yes. They could even cancel auctions. They just haven't had the need to. Rottweilers came from bears. They're lazy, hibernate, smart, motivated by food. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. I vibe, bro. You ever see a bear in the wild? No, I tend to not go in the wild, I'm more in civilization most of the time. They didn't come from bears. I can't have anything good. I can't have nothing exciting. All right. Ooh, 4.483, a little higher. So a little higher. Remember, 3-year came in lower. So literally right here on the screen, 4.483, 0.48 at the high. Bid to cover, 2.49. I want to say that was a little higher. And if that is, that means most of it was covering demand too. No, I don't know. I don't think that's bull. It's a big amount. It was 42 billion, and after yesterday, it's like 70 so far. That bid to cover, I don't know. It could have been a more covering activity. I'll see. Give me 2 minutes. It'll give me the estimate or the past bid to cover ratio. But I do think that could be it. But for the most part, not good. Remember, that's a 4.5 coupon, no? That's a 4.3 coupon going, actually, it's not too bad. 4.48. That was 4.0. 2.49 forecast. Yeah, so there was a lot of covering. So you had a slightly above average short covering on that auction, and then you still had slightly lower demand. So you get what I'm saying? That's kind of bad. It's not the worst. Could have been better, but at the very least. Gave a small reaction. We'll see Seagal or G-Gal. Bond auctions matter little in the long run, just like the gamble. That's very true. I mean, there's like two factors that like make it relevant. One is just recently when we had the reaction. So like from a price action perspective, nobody gave a about any of this until, 8 months ago. We were getting 1% moves, 2% moves on the stock market due to it. So it woke people up. But then that leads to the next one, that beyond Article 404. Oh, really? But the other factor is that, and it's really important, but sadly, the only people who care about it are boomers. That's why I tell you I started to sound like a boomer myself. But the other factor of it is the fiscal excess. So, like, why are we talking about bond auctions? And literally, most of you guys have learned about a bond auction this year when you never in the past you would have given a crap about it. Why? Because we are looking at how much debt we're printing and all of the money and the budget, and that is what's making it get a little bit more attention. So although there is that element where it's like it's not that important in the long run, in the short to mid run, if fiscal excess becomes a problem and it kind of ramps up the unsustainability of where it's at now, unfortunately, you're watching that effect from gold, dollar, other currencies. It'd be hard pressed to not have that be, the epicenter even be at the bonds when it's all said and done. So bonds, like I said, market doing its thing. If anything, bonds a little down. If the bonds go green, though, I would take that as a good sign. But I don't think the bond auction was awful, let alone great. It leans more to the negative side, but that's where we're at. Directs accepted. 18. Geek out. Interesting thread on money supply the guy made after the fun. Man, I hope it's good, bro. Because that Bernstein thing was awful. I'm telling you, like, that's not... I take offense to it. Imagine all the hours I've spent teaching you guys about this stuff. I love it when people learn this, and I think it's so important. But I'm like, dude, there's no way homeboy can't even give you like an Investopedia bullet point and is in charge or something. That's a big-ass thread. Very good, though, information. I'm skimming through it. You think it's the Japanese ones covering? Nah, I wouldn't. It's hard to tell. That's because it's just one auction. I don't think we could make that big of a claim. I think there's just like a weird sustainability that's happened. Whether it's covering or not, the rates are still holding within here. That's why 8 months ago when we had the problem, there was changes in supply and things going on, but then it blew out. The auctions were really, really bad, but it's hard to tell, honestly. I don't think I could give an answer to that. Rivian flying. It was ramping up a little bit. Yeah, honestly, it recovered, what, like 6-7% there? A little more? All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. It's 10 o'clock, baby. Top of the hour. Did you miss PHILO? Oh, man. You didn't. So did you feel lucky, man? You feel
under pressure from two sides, I would say. On the one hand, he has very hard right political allies in his government, in his governing coalition, who are pressuring him to move forward with the Rafah operation, to widen the narrow and limited operation that we're seeing now in Rafah, to make it a lot larger. And they keep pushing for that very, very strongly. On the other hand, some other centrist partners of Netanyahu in the government, as well as the opposition in Israel, are more in favor of taking a ceasefire deal that will be agreed upon by Israel, not agreeing to everything that Hamas wants, but making a big effort to reach a ceasefire deal, to release the Israeli hostages first, and then see what happens with the operation in Gaza. So Netanyahu is pulled in both directions by his hard right allies on the one hand, by centrists and the U.S. and other nations on the other hand, and it's a big dilemma for him. The public in Israel, I would say, is divided on what should happen now. So it's a big question, where things will tilt over the next few days.
And Galit, finally, in our final minute with you, the U.S., of course, has paused this shipment of bombs to Israel for the time being. What has the reaction been like in Israel to that news?
Yeah. So first of all, I would say that it's big news here in Israel. It is playing, at the top of local news editions. As far as the reaction goes, I would say that it has been a mix of concern on the one hand, and disappointed, and maybe even frustration on the other. So Israel is heavily reliant on the U.S., especially when it comes to its aerial operations. I'm not talking just about the combat jets that Israel buys from the U.S., but also the munitions that we're talking about. So this recent development is seen as not a very major one. In practical terms, it's seen more as a signal of warning to Israel, but it definitely has the potential to eventually, sometime down the line, disrupt the Israeli area.
Disrupt. They put the Beyond thing back up. I bet you they just were supposed to release it with earnings, and then it got dropped, and then they're like, all right, now, well, shit. All righty. So Chattadonia, bonds moving a little from the auction, not much. Another chill day. Where's the volume at? Oh, low. 20 million, bro, by hour number 4 almost. Are you kidding me? Chillin'. Summertime. Well, that's perfect then. Perfect. Then maybe you won't be so mad, because we got a good, the market's not doing anything crazy. We'll get you some news and all of that, but I got something else, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. Yes, it is that time. It's time for PHILO, baby. So I think most of y'all know what PHILO is at this point. I don't know. It's kind of beautiful, and I'm very honored, man. You have no idea, bro. And above all else, man, like seriously, I pray that you're blessed, man. Every single day. I don't think you understand, bro. It's a prayer for real. And it's blessings, man. So I hope you make the most out of every opportunity every single day, man. And I hope you could always have some obnoxious positivity. But, I hope you could benefit from a PHILO just as much as it benefits me. If I didn't have a benefit, I don't think I'd be screaming the way I do, man. For real, especially for this long now at this point. But with that being said, I'm very proud of y'all who have made some fruit out of it, baby. And I really hope, though, I hope it's sticking. And above all else, I hope you have your own dojo. I hope you have your own gym, baby. And I hope this is just a moment in life. And I hope this is just one part of your day. But I really hope You guys have your own mental dojo, and I hope you are fighting and building up what you deserve, baby. So very, very proud of y'all. And that being said, today's PHILO, I don't know. I have a couple, honestly, and like two of them kind of collided. I didn't mean to collide, and then I'm gonna hit you with something already there, but like I don't know. This one is kind of bad, man. It's kind of bad, yeah, because I don't want to be a witch, okay? I don't want to be a witch. I don't want to control too much things, but I'm gonna tell you, there's some things you need to stop. We're gonna talk about stopping some things, and then, unfortunately, I'm gonna curse. I don't want to curse anybody, but I have to share with you a curse. Okay? So you can back out now if you would like, my friends. You can back out right now if you'd like. But let me give you the first one. There's a story. It's actually about a guy. It's about a guy named Jonathan. And he's in the middle of a battle and his team is losing. And then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna try to skirt it. I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna try to fight this battle, even though he's outnumbered. And then he says, nah, man, I believe in God. I got this. Don't worry. And he said, guess what? What's gonna happen if the enemy sees us and they tell us come out and fight? That means we got them. But then if they see us and tell us to go back, don't fight them. That means you do not have the blessing. So this is a story. I don't know if you've heard it. Saul and Jonathan. And eventually what happens? He does it. The enemy sees him and guess what? They get hyped. They say, let's teach them a lesson. They said, come out and fight. And this story was, honestly, there's a lot of stuff in this story. I was reading this yesterday. And I prayed on it because there was a lot of things I didn't get. But there's another part of the story afterwards, even though they won the battle. The other guy on the team, Saul, he wants revenge. And so he makes a vow that nobody will eat or do anything until they get revenge. And unfortunately, his son falls into the trap, this curse that he set. And it has this story. Eventually, nothing happens. But it really brought up something to me, and I was thinking about it. And maybe I'm incorrect on it, and maybe this isn't about you. Like I said, man, you know, the thing of discernment, I really hope you pray for that. But this is the plot that I got out of this story, or the main point, was very simple. Stop starting fights because you will lose. It's very simple. Don't start a fight. That's literally the PHILO. You know why? Think about it. And maybe you could use this as a sign. And that's the thing, man. I don't know. If you approach a situation, they say, don't do it. Don't do it. You should probably take that as a sign. Hubris, on the other hand, that may be your sign to go ahead and go for it. But that's the whole point of it. There's a lot in this story, and it leads to a lot of other things. But all I saw was starting fights and revenge. And in this whole chapter, the problem, the curse, was that. You try to start, if you go into a situation, even then, he wanted to defend himself. And they get haughty and they say, oh, yeah, let's do this. I mean, well, there you go. You're not starting the fight. But you tell me you want to go and they say, don't fight. This is going to be a problem. And you proceed, my brother, you're welcoming on the curse. The other side of it, too, the revenge aspect. Saul is so caught up in revenge. It's funny because eventually he did end up getting it. That's the ironic part. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff I was like, man, kind of a confusing story. But when the revenge blinded him, it led him to even curse his own family to the point where his son got threatened. But one thing I got, man, it's simple. They say come out and fight, win. Stop, don't do that, you'll lose. Stop starting fights. You can accept a fight, but don't start it. Oh, man, chat. But even then, I say that with mad caution. Why? Y'all need discernment. I need discernment. You know what I'm saying? But at the very least, I hope you do think twice. You know, we were talking about it the other day, man. You have tools, you have things, but make sure you are exhausting all the other stuff. You know, you got love, you got patience, you got communication. You have so many things at your disposal before you run out of options. So that's the first one. But that's the curse. But there was another one that, ironically, like I said, they collided. And it had to do with stopping things. And this, bro, I just heard this and I was like, wow. Damn. It got me. And it honestly, it reminded me about a lot of things even recently. And why I have been getting excited in some areas. Because this did just click. I understood it a little bit in the past, but I think a great reminder and a full clarity of it goes a long way. But we were just talking about crisis, right? We're talking, you know, success is a survival story. You know, the beauty of crisis, it brings out invention. You know that's the beauty of crisis sometimes. Sometimes you don't think about things till you're in a crisis. Oh, man. But Chad, very simple. There's a reason I've been telling y'all to seek. Stop finding God in a crisis. Let me put it this way. If you only find God when you're in a crisis, you're going to keep finding crises. I hope it makes sense. Like, really think about it. If there is supposed to be a source that is all you need in life, no matter what, but then think about it. We don't start thinking like that until we got a problem. At some point, God knows the only way you start seeking is if there's a problem. You're like, I keep running into a problem. Do you get what I'm telling you? This is literally why this is why I'm like, bro, this hit me too. And this is something I've been sharing with you nonstop. Why do you think I keep telling you to give yourself time? And I'm telling you, bro, give yourself 30 minutes of the day, an hour. Just, bro, like for real. I don't care if it's a good day, a bad day. It does not matter what day it is. You have to give yourself that time. You got to feed a certain relationship in a certain part of your life. It doesn't matter what's going on. Learn to find God in peace when nothing is happening. Do y'all feel me? Because think about it. If we only get to that point when there's a problem, it's like, okay, well, when things are good, we ain't really doing it. I'd rather have it as a real daily habit, no matter what is happening. You want to see a different experience, a different side of life? It's a relationship that's not circumstantial. Like, bro, simply put, you should have the need, and you could apply this practically. I know I said a lot of God, but come on. You should have the need and desire to get better before the problem arises. If you don't, you're just limiting your progress to the problems that you have. Because you will only start to want to progress when the problem shows up. Believe me, I've done this most of my life. I'm not, so I'm not, no condemnation, my brother. For real. Like, simple. Seek at the top of the mountain just as you would in the valley. And, that's what I was saying, man, that little spark I've been seeing, and I've been telling y'all, because it's not like, it's funny, because I could get hyped. I could get filled with the spirit. I could be on it, man. And like, are you mad? Are you this? Are you this? Something going? And it's crazy because like I had way more stuff happen last year. Honestly, it's been kind of calm to be in a very weird way. And that's why I'm like, that's why my eyes really got open when I'm like, no, man, I've given more to the world and I've neglected the time regardless. And that's why I'm like, with nothing going on, man, it's crazy what a double down on the commitment, that time, that meditation, what it really accomplishes. It's finding that, finding a source before actually needing it. And that's where I'm like, bro, that's a different spark. I get it. You won't know and feel it until you got to know it until you do it. But at the same time, man, like for real, if we are only looking for a desire to move and get better, find answers when a problem is presented, and we all do it, it sets us up for a very stunted growth. You have a desire, you recognize a need regardless of the environment. That's continuous progress all the time. So Chad, like I told you, man, stop starting fights. You can watch for the revenge, and above all else, man, stop finding the God in the crisis. Find him now, everywhere, every time, every moment. Find yourself. That's funny. Y'all don't believe in God. I know you believe in yourself. But like, do you get what I'm saying? Don't wait till the problem, and it will change your life. You will watch. You will move different, man. Fine, you're like, yo, with the problem or not, I am seeking. That is a big, big difference. So, Chad, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch us on my channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate. Yeah, man, finger to the sky. Amen, bro. What if you believe in God but don't believe in yourself? Good. To a weird way. But I don't know if you know the Beatitudes, but poorness in spirit, you're closer to meekness than not, my brother. So honestly, I have confidence in the Lord. Don't get too hubris, but in a weird way, that's find the balance. But again, bring that to God, not me. It's a code, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is I eat you
to find the pride. Be careful the things you're thinking, you're speaking of what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold.
To survive. Yeah, we got earnings on deck, man. I got honestly, there's a couple, so I don't know if Mr. Troy is here. Which one? I don't have TTD, AMC, and I think that's it. And then the ones in the morning are kind of bunk. I don't have MPW either. There's no preview, and then the other ones I don't care about as much. And even then, though, man, earnings been rough this quarter so far. I mean, we're already 3 weeks in, but yeah. That's it, man. That's it, bro. The NT1A? I don't know. SM7B. I think I have an NT1A, but it's not. That one don't work. Fed Cook in 1 minute. Honestly, that'd be good. I already have the previews, though, so maybe we'll just start right at the top of the hour then. We'll give Fed Cook his a voter, so I'll give her some time. Russian Foreign Ministry. Russia considers UK statements about Russian involvement in militant actions as irresponsible and unacceptable. Waiting for Brookings Institution. Yeah, Fed is about to go live right now, or Lisa Cook. So it should be on any second now. So watch your, watch out for your, what's it called? Your speakers. Oh, it's live. I don't have audio. What was the first earning? You have to wait. If you may have gotten to see a little, but glad you caught that. Statements coming out now. Lisa Cook. I'm getting Russian Foreign Ministry. Where'd it go? They're not live yet. And the bonds are still lower, though, from the auction and from the other one, from the comments. Send them, all right. We will be good to go. I'm 19, so I sell covered calls on Intel at 70. 3 years, 150. Holding 5-10 years. Also, the true leaps are better than outright buying 100 shares due to higher extrinsic, IV, and lower theta. Oh. Why did that sound like a water bottle? So if you are going to hold, I mean, the covered calls, that's a great way to make income on stuff you're going to be holding. Just make sure it's at a high enough price. That's it. My rule with covered calls, I want at least 20 to 30% higher than what I paid for the stock. So I'm not selling covered calls anything at a strike price lower than that. So make sure it's there. Compare even how much you get return on the covered calls. Compare that even to just not committing, and can you make more money just sitting there? And then Fed Cook comments are coming out. I'll answer the leap question in a second. So yeah, Fed Cook in review of financial stability says households remain resilient, but she is watching rising delinquency rates. Firms have ample earnings to cover debt payments. Financial firms well positioned to absorb shocks. Supervisors working with firms that have seen fair value losses from high rates and those with large commercial real estate exposure. Cook overall risks from considerable size from CRE considered sizable but manageable. Cook, growth of private credit likely has not hurt financial system resilience. Sector appears well positioned to hold the riskiest corporate credit. Cook does not comment on economic outlook or monetary policy in prepared marks on financial stability. So that's it. I mean, if bonds didn't move, it may not be that much. But when she does start doing, the questions, it might move. So I don't know. We don't really have to listen to it. And then for your the question on the leaps, I do not think leaps are better than buying 100 shares. Honestly, leaps are only good if you want leverage. That's it. The only reason where a leap becomes better than a stock is because you want the leverage. So you don't want to risk as much money up front, and you don't want to, even with whatever you were going to buy, if you wanted more sizing on that type of play, you would go with the leap, because those things like extrinsic and IV and everything else, they help you when the stock is doing good. But if enough time goes by and that stock does nothing, then you don't really get any sort of move. So that kind of is the problem. Beyond's popping now? Oh, wait, no. I'm thinking Beyond. Yeah, ANET just ripped through there. Those premiums will start to go up now. Some of them are still really red, though. 20% over what time frame? Like, just minimum over what you paid for the stock. So, like, why would you agree to sell your stock at a lower price than what you paid for? So no matter what, anytime you do a covered call, what did you pay for your stock? What's your cost basis? And then what is the strike price? But if that strike price is lower or like the same price you paid, I don't think that's a good deal. Because then all of the it's like the real risk with a covered call is opportunity cost. But the moment you agree to sell it for lower than what you paid, you just brought in another risk. But yeah, the leap thing, leaps are good for leverage, but I've had Airbnb leaps. They were good, and then 2 years later the stock literally didn't move, and I was $15 in the money, and I barely got my money back. So, but if you have shares, that's the thing. We've had shares we've been down on, and then sure enough, they come right back up, and they never expire. So don't underestimate, if you put and commit that's why it costs more money. You have to put up more money to own the shares, but when you do it, and if you really are going to hold 10 years, I mean, there's no option that could compare to that, because it's all based on time. There is over-the-counter 10-year options, but they only sell those to you if you're Warren Buffett. The 100K out to 3K. Yeah, those are meta. Meta, if you hit any, even on NVIDIA, if you could get a mega cap underlying going up 300% in a year, you'll make a fuck ton off of a leap. But if you hold and then the stock comes down or that doesn't happen, it's going to be at the mercy of whatever the stock does. Leaps are like trying to get more power with the intake on your car. It'll help, but it needs to be a good vehicle. The problem is it expires. A leap is like milk with a 2-year expiration. That's all. You can be like, I'm so glad I bought this 2-year expiring milk. If it does good, if there's a milk shortage, but if it expires, you're going to be like, why did I spend this much on milk? That's the problem. So it really depends, though, on the underlying. That stock, the quality of it, that will determine it all. That's the problem, is it expires. It's honestly, this is so deep, you have no idea. Like, bro, we're talking the carnal world. Or we are talking about the temporary physical versus the eternal. Do you get what I'm saying? You're telling me something with a time and limited versus something that theoretically you own and has eternity, or at least, you know what I'm saying? Like it is completely different. So if you if you think that there is no afterlife, buy the leaps. That's all. If you think you're better getting off, make your most worthwhile right here, right now, go get the leaps, get that leverage, live life. Hopefully it works out and all there. But if there is an element where you need a lot of time and want that shares and the fact it won't expire, the protection in that is absolutely amazing. You pay little for extrinsic value and you get more leverage with less buying power. Yeah, that's all true, but it does work against you in the same respect. So everything, equal and opposite reactions. So that is good, but if that stock does not move, you're done. You see what I'm saying? That extrinsic value, even if you paid a little bit amount of money, you never owned anything. So you have the right at a certain price, and if the market doesn't match up by the time you're due, unfortunately, it's just not like all of those things that helped you are now going to hurt you. It's not like, and again, it's not like you'll lose less money than anything else, and then maybe even if you bought a share and it went down, you'd still go down, but you do have things there. The only instance is like a leap. The only way to put it is this: not if you bought deep in the money. No, you would. It's very, very simple. Because even if you bought deep in the money and it expires, all of that IV is gone now. So then you'll get whatever the intrinsic is, but at that point, what did you really get? So the best example is Airbnb. It's very simple. If a stock stays the same price in a year, let's say, right, and you buy a 1-year leap, and it stays the same price, you're not making anything because it had a break even, all that good stuff. That option's going to expire. You don't make anything. If a stock stays the same price for a year, you don't lose anything. That's it. Yeah, unless your name is Pelosi. So I think Airbnb is a great example. Just because the problem, I'm not talking about, like, here's the thing. This is how I want you to think about it, and maybe this will help you make a better decision. If you know the stock is going to go up or down, that's fine. Then do whatever you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only thing you have to worry about with a leap is what happens if the stock stays the same price in your time frame. Not to mention whatever the range is on the break even, That's a whole nother topic, but just simple, you can lose on doing nothing. And that is the max loss that you would receive comparatively. And that's all you have to keep in mind. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you go look at some stocks, even Airbnb, like, look at this chart, man. 2021, 2022, this chart has been pinned. So equity, you went down a little bit, maybe you went up, but you still own it. All leaps have been destroyed. So that's just the danger you got to watch out for. And that's what I would keep in mind when trying to figure out, is this a better idea for me or not? No, the Meta leaps were out. Again, Meta, if you bought a leap, you caked. But then again, even if you bought shares, you made a good amount of money. So the point is movement of the stock. And that's it. Just like someone said there, you need the stock to move. And if it doesn't move, your worst fears will come true. If the stock don't move, you're going to be like, wow, I'm glad I had shares. If the stock don't move, you're going to be like, why did I buy a leap? If the stock moves, you're going to be like, I'm glad I bought a leap instead of shares. And then that's pretty much the risk to reward or the trade-off. So why not both? I mean, you can, but in that instance, I did do both. So my Airbnb leaps, they like barely got me my money back, and then one of them I took a loss on, even though it was $15 in the money. And then my Airbnb shares, they went from negative to green. So it just depends on how much money you want to outlay and all that. But, you know, it's hard to say, yes, do this, don't do this. But like I'm telling you, if you understand the trade-off and what you're getting for what you're giving, then you can make hopefully an educated decision. But that's it. If the stock don't move, the leaps suffer. Stock moves, the leaps benefit. That's said simply, assuming nothing else gets in the way. Yeah, the leap thing, you got friends who bank on leaps. People really liked them 2 years ago. That's the thing. 2 years ago, destroyed a lot of the leap hype because people literally witnessed it. And they're like, oh, like that year, 2022, 2023, sell off, dump, die, and then pop right back up. Yeah, it was not that. A lot of people were like, oh. All right. We'll do previews in like 2 more minutes, I guess. We already had a schedule. I got all the other previews, though. A membership badge, baby. 4 years. Ain't that. Bought ARM 120s. Very risky. I mean, ARM, remember, ARM was we hit what? 3,000, 4,000% on the ARM play last quarter. So ARM has a lot of juice. And just lately, we haven't really had AI hype. So, you know, the earnings and everything, it's not like we got off to like a crazy, woo! So, that one could do anything, I think, honestly. But it's probably going to be pricing in a lot. KRE on the high? All right.
Our approach to private equity, you really have to understand where we've been. And for years before the Biden administration, there was a sort of normative assumption that private equity transactions tended to be competitively neutral or beneficial. And what we've done is actually bring private equity to the same level of analysis and scrutiny as any other kind of transaction. And so there we're thinking about not only whether a private equity deal changes concentration in a market, right? Whether it allows a company to have very high shares, for example, but we're also thinking about the type of transaction. Is it a serial transaction, right? Where a private equity firm is buying a number of firms in a market or perhaps even in adjacent markets? Is it a tuck-in transaction? Is it a transaction that is premised on dropping quality or increasing take rate or raising prices? And so we're thinking about private equity just as we would any other kind of company.
Is there a specific market or industry in which private equity involvement is getting more scrutiny from the Department of Justice that you feel is perhaps more problematic?
You know, one of the great privileges of working at the Justice Department is that we are tasked with policing the entire U.S. economy. And it turns out that private equity also is active across the entire U.S. economy. And so we're taking our facts as we find them. Certainly there's been a lot of writing about private equity and healthcare. There's been writing about private equity in real estate. I was recently reading something that suggested that certain PE firms are acquiring more than 1,000 homes per day. And if they continue at the current rate of buying housing stock, that private equity firms may own a substantial percentage of all homes in the United States. And of course, course, we know that housing is a important vehicle for wealth building. And so that should raise some questions if we are concerned about the exercise of power in housing, for example. And there are many other industries where we see a lot of private equity activity, enterprise software. We're seeing it in food and beverages. We're seeing it in hospitals. And so there, it's our job to just ask questions and make sure that we are appropriately scrutinizing those transactions.
Well, it's interesting to hear you bring up housing because, of course, as we're in this 2024 election cycle, housing policy and housing cost affordability certainly is something that continually comes up. We have obviously seen the administration outlining a lot that they would like to see done in housing. Unclear how much of that can be accomplished and how much you would need another 4 years for. If President Biden does get another 4 years, what should we expect from the antitrust division at the DOJ? Would policy
hearing
largely
JRVR
continue
merger
as
talks pause?
Has been during
What's
this
Troy
first term?
saying?
So I'll say that we've used the full complement of tools to address housing problems. So whether it's an amicus brief that
Stop acting like you know me, homie. You ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions because a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is how each would define their pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's on so. I think they do have earnings. All right, Chattadonia. Game time. All righty. So it is time for our earnings previews. And honestly, I mean, by this time in earnings, man, it has been like last quarter, bro. It's been a lot more active, bro. Earnings has just been just a slaughter fest so far. There's literally been a couple of earnings. We still got 1,000%er last week with Starbucks, and we got some other ones like the Tesla Post. But, man, a lot of these earnings plays this quarter, it has been both either a high bar, and then after the report, you're getting a little bit of choppiness in the market, the pre-earnings. So, that being said, I hope the reality is a caution not to gamble, but what are we going to do here? We're going to go over the earnings previews, see what these companies have reported in the past, what they're expecting, some of their past performance, and then we are going to go to the option chain and see what is priced in, and then from there, you can apply whatever strategy. If you want to look to 2 standard deviations, we have a tutorial in the description, and you could learn all of it. All of it, baby. So we're going to go preview at a time. I'm going to go preview, then price. And after we go over all of them, we're going to spend some time to go through the chains and then see if we make any plays. But what I recommend you do is that none of these plays are a recommendation, but if you hear these previews, if there's anything that, you know, sticks out that you notice, I would probably write it down and get an idea and write down the pricing so that you're better prepared to go after it afterwards. And then you could have a general idea too, even when the earnings come out. So sound good? Sound good. Be wise. Money that you need is cursed. So, and even then, I don't even think you're getting that much FOMO here. It's not like these earnings are hitting left and right like last quarter. So be mindful. But now, starting with the first one, do you guys know what company this is? I tried to draw a picture. Honestly, I told you my artistic abilities are limited. So the first one of the day, do you know what this one is? It's not Uber. Yeah, okay, you get it. Yeah, maybe I am an artist. Again, if you guys want me to NFT these and sell them, these are all one-of-one originals on my artwork, man. It's like interpretive, like postmodern interpretism. You know what I'm saying? It's not a squirrel. This is it's arm. This one's arm. You see the bicep? I was going to draw like nails or something, but then it would have looked like a cobra or something. I didn't have time for fingers. That's too. But then again, it's to highlight, the culture, and it has a deeper meaning. But yeah, arm. So that is your first preview. This is the big one everybody is talking about. So let's see. Captain Morgan. Oh, man, look at that chart. So we killed it on this one last time, and even then, I think the arm... Oh, wait, that's not it. That's another one. Sorry. But arm... They are expecting $864.8 million in revenue versus guidance of $850 to $900 million. Gross margin 96.4%. Operating margin 40.4%. EPS 30 cents a share versus guidance of 28 to 32. Next quarter expecting revenue of 866.4, around the same. Operating margin of 96.4. Gross margin 96.4. Operating margin 42. EPS of 31 cents. Full year guidance revenue $3.16 billion to $3.21 billion. EPS $1.20 to $1.24. Since last quarter, February 7th, ARM is up by 39%. SPY is up by 3.2, and XLK is down by 0.3. Near-term options imply 12% move. Last 2 quarters, gain of 48, loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 2 of the last 2 quarters, and EPS has beaten 2 of the last 2 quarters. So, I don't know, man. They've only had 2 earnings. It's not pricing in that much. 12%, I want to say it was pricing in more last time. I could probably find it if I wanted to. But and then again, it's holding 30% of the 40% move that it made. So it's literally only down like 10% after that first pop, and then it even trailed a little higher. All right. Well, let's see if the pricing is accurate. $106, $107, $14.05. All right. It's literally on the money. Divided by 106.77, 13.1, a little bit higher. So $14 is what is priced in on ARM. 14.05. All right, good luck. Upstart volume. A JRVR on the low, too. I think the PE of ARM is higher than most Americans have in their bank account in case of emergencies. I think it's around $2,200 or 2,000 PE. Actually, 1,287. So it got a little better. It got a little better. So there you go. All right, the next one, we did ARM. This one, I don't know. I wrote it in Arabic, but not really. I was trying to. This is Airbnb. I don't know why the letters came out like that. It could have been a glitch. Yeah, Airbnb. So this is like my favorite, and like I'm in love with it, and like I'm so in love with it that I can't see clearly on anything else. So just keep that in mind for the next 2 hours, because I know the earnings will come out. But only if it goes down will I be reminded of it. That's good, man. That's good. Show the P&L. Another Dave Furu. I'll just take it, man. Honestly, I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'm just trying to do earnings previews, but I got you, dog. I don't. Was it the American savings comment? Was that it? I didn't even. How do you do to Biden? How do you get mad? It's crazy. I don't know. It's a shame. Fake news. He's another day trading Furu. Get him out of here. I know. Next one's Airbnb. Josh is biased. Yeah. So, Airbnb revenue expected to be $2.06 billion. Gross booking value $22.41 billion. EBITDA $325.6 million. So that's good. EBITDA margin 15.8. EPS 23 cents a share. Since last quarter, February 3rd. Why is there no guidance? Since last quarter, February 13th, Airbnb is up by 5.9. S&P is up by 4.0, and XLY is up by 1.0. Near-term options imply 8.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 3, loss of 1, loss of 11. So like low key, bro, it hasn't like gone too crazy. That's kind of wild to think about. Last 3 earnings, this thing has done nothing. That's why I was saying the pre-earnings would always hit, and then the stock does absolutely nothing. Then Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 13 quarters with one in line. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 13 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 9 quarters. So maybe that's why Wall Street shows them no love. So technically, revenue has not beaten at all, ever. So apparently they have never given a forward revenue guidance higher. Has it always been like that? All right. Well, that's the other one. Okay. Well, Airbnb is probably not pricing in as much now after they dropped. So these are my old shares. I don't know. Remember, I've had these shares for a while. These are just the ones I picked up on the trading account. They're up. I've just held them. I've held that for years. Those are the ones I got at the same time as the Leap. So those are green. The Leap's already gone. All right. There's my calc. There it is. So 157.50, 655 plus 670. Like, what was this? Oh no, 670, 655, 1325. That says 1260. We'll go 12. I'll take 1270, 1275. Somewhere in the middle there. 157.51, 8%. So literally, it's pricing in. I'm on May 10th. Isn't that the right one? Yeah. Yeah, bro. I'm pricing it in. No. So when we price it in, we use the week of the earnings. When we go to make the play, we're looking at the next week. I haven't sold my Airbnb run-up plays yet. No, they're down, though. So now, pricing in is $12.75. So market maker thinks that they're going to move $12.75 either direction. All right. So what did you say? The number you get when you divide? I'm lost on what it's used for. You did it different. So I added the strike prices, right? The at the money stocks at 157.50, Airbnb, and we add them up, and then that gives us that move, and it matches up here. So my number was higher than here. I'm using the middle between all three prices in because it's fluid, it's variable, it moves around. So once I get that number, that's the break even on the at the money straddle, and then we're dividing it by the price of the stock right now. So if it's expected to move $12.75 divided by 132, that's a 8% move on the stock. Veru Oppenheimer comments. Big calculator? All right, man. So I don't know. Airbnb, the only thing that's interesting is that it has not moved big in a year. The last 3 earnings have been sub 2%. So if they could beat on forward guidance and this is the quarter, maybe it'll be the one. But the Airbnbs are, I mean, that's about it, man. Like, that one's actually going to be wild. Thanks first. God bless you, man. I hope it helps. So that's Airbnb. The next one on the list, I believe, is Beyond. Actually, no, there's a couple I was missing, so let me see, because Troy sent me some. Oh, AMC, that's the next one. Everybody in the AMC, put your mother hands up and follow me. Airbnb for the long term. Honestly, man, if they have a bad earnings and comes down, depending on how bad that earnings is, if it's like a real, kneecap, just take out the kneecaps, I'm down. But till then, it still holds a heavy premium. I'm cool with just riding it. All right. AMC. So AMC, they're expecting adjusted loss per share estimate of 79 cents a share. Revenue estimate, $870.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $38.3 million. U.S. market average screen count 7,360. Where is this? 0 buy targets, 0 buys, 4 holds, 5 sells. Average price target $4.62, 47% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 18%. Shares down 94.7 in the past year versus SPX, which is up by 25.6. Elon on Reuters article. Reuters is truly the worst of the worst. I feel. I mean, low-key, though, Reuters, even the guy on Bloomberg said that. He was like, out of no disrespect for Reuters, he said that report was very old. And then options in AMC are pricing greater than average earnings volatility ahead of the company's report with a gap of 7.6. The option market is implying a 16% move on AMC compared with an average of 8.5 over the past 2 years. Shares of AMC have risen 9.5 over the past week and are down over 95% on the past year. There's nothing wrong with Reuters, just billionaires that don't like it when they publish bad news. I would disagree with you. I'm not a billionaire, and I would say over the last 3 years or so, there has been, I think hundreds of Chads can attest, there has been one Reuters article that pump faked them, i.e. they reported something, and then it ended up not being as accurate, or it was completely false. And then not to mention they borderline started a war at one point during some of the Ukraine reporting with when the Poland shells fell and how they reported that, even to the point where a Reuters person was fired for that reporting on that event. So unfortunately, I would have to disagree with that, and I think your peers in here have we've just dealt with it, sadly. It's not all the time. It's just, that's the thing. It just kind of, and I don't say it to like hurt anybody, but it's just one of those things for our best interest. Anytime we get a Reuters headline, they do get them early sometimes, but you do have to kind of approach with caution, just because that's you just always best to verify the Reuters. That's the educational way you could walk away from it. All right, well, AMC, I don't know if you guys, that's crazy. They're down 95% on the year. And then it's pricing in double for this earnings than it has in the last 4. So stock is at $318. It's like, what, 48? 55 cents? Or no, 65 cents? So market maker thinks AMC will move 65 cents in either direction. It's about a 20, that's even higher, 20%. That's crazy. All right, the next one now. Trade Desk. TTD. Everybody in the TTD. AMC, TTD. All right, TTD, their EPS estimate is 22 cents a share. Revenue, $480 million. Adjusted EBITDA, 132.8. Adjusted EBITDA margin estimate, 132,750,000,000. That's what I'm reading on I don't know if that's correct. It's saying they have 100 million% margin. I'm just reading what I got, man. This one's from Bloomberg. Total operating expenses estimate $471.9 million. Second quarter revenue estimate $566.9. Adjusted EBITDA $219.19 million. Yearly adjusted EBITDA estimate $956.4 million. 26 buy targets, 5 holds, 3 sells. Average price target 96.6. 5% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 10%. Shares are up 46.7 in the past year, while S&P is up by 25.6. So TTD, they've been killing it since Netflix. But they have moved in the past. I don't have their past histories, but I know they have 86, 950, 940. So market maker thinks TTD will move $9.44 in either direction. It's about 10.1. That's a lot. 944. So I'm going to write that one down too. I've already written down the other ones except for Beyond and AMC. I don't think we did Beyond yet. But that one, I don't think there'll be a play, but I would rather, I'd want to look. All right. Next up in line. Now we got the fake meat. Beyond. I wish I had a cool I was going to try to draw a fake meat patty, but I didn't. You know, my artist skill, I have to work on my shadowing a bit. I don't know how to, you know what I'm saying? So I wrote it in broken English. I hope that gives you the same enjoyment. So Beyond. Oh, is there Robinhood today? Okay, I'll go. Let me get through these since I don't have them, and I'll go back and do it. There's a lot, honestly. This is from Earnings Whisper, but low-key, there's a lot of earnings that aren't on this list. So if you have any, let me know, and I got you. I have Duolingo and all those other ones. Right now, we are on Beyond Meat. So Beyond is expecting revenue of $75.2 million. Gross margin of loss of gain of 7.5%, adjusted EBITDA loss of $28.7 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 38.2%, EPS loss of 67 cents. Next quarter expecting revenue $96.2 million, gross margin 11.4, adjusted EBITDA loss of 21.1, adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 22.4, EPS loss of 55 cents a share. Full year guidance revenue $315 to $345 million, gross margin mid to high teens, operating expenses $170 to $190, capital expenditures $15 to $25 million. Since last quarter, February 7th, Beyond or 27th, Beyond is up 11.2, SPY is up by 1.6, and XLP is up by 1.8. Near-term options imply 27.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 31, gain of 3, gain of 18, loss of 14. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 5 of the last 19. Short interest is 37%. And JP Morgan on high. So remember, Beyond had that news today, and that moved it a little bit too. So $8, $2.93 or $1.93, $1.94, yeah. It's right on there. So market maker thinks that Beyond will move $1.93 either direction. 24%, 23. Not bad. Not bad. It's lower than 30. Other one said 37%. So, yeah, that's all you. I just be careful on the puts, but that's all you, baby boy. That's Beyond. All righty. Next one. App loving. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Can I do HNST? Only because I had a crush on Jessica Alba as a kid. But, yeah, let me get through these, and we'll go through the other ones. Did I miss earnings previews? You're like in purgatory. You're like right in the middle of them. So you missed a couple, but not all of them. There's still time. So repent. All right. App loving. They're expecting revenue of $973.7 million versus guidance in $955 to $975. Adjusted EBITDA $496 million versus guidance of $475 to $495. Adjusted EBITDA margin 50.9 versus guidance of 49.7 to 50.8. EPS 57 cents a share. Since last quarter, February 14th, they're up by 60.2. S&P is up 2.5%, and XLK is down by 1.1%. Near-term options imply 13.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 25, loss of 1, gain of 26, gain of 24. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. EPS has beaten 3 of the last 12 quarters. 4-quarter revenue has beaten 2 of the last 5 quarters. Short interest is 13%. Wow. So there's something that stands out. Let's see if you guys know it. There's something, it's the exact same thing I showed you yesterday. What do you notice from the preview? It's on the preview. I'll start pricing it while you figure it out. Which one is that? AppLovin. Not the it's all price action related. Nothing to do with the company as much as it is the price action of that stock. Go with 950. Not credibility. Price action. So it's pricing in 12.7. Market maker thinks AppLovin will move 9.5 either direction. It is down 3. That's a good point. It's about exactly what we expected here. But notice, last quarter, it went up 25%. So that's 2 standard deviations of what's priced in right now. So literally 13%, double that up, you're at 26%. That's 2 standard deviations. But then the stock is up 60% from last quarter. So what does that mean? They moved 25% on their earnings, and then they moved another 35% after earnings. So this one kind of has some of that post-earnings follow-through ability, but half of this gain, more than half of it, is off of the post-earnings move. I don't know if I'd call it overpriced. Literally, it's hit the only other quarter it moved 1. That's it. If they don't have a big move, you'll get clapped. But if it does have a earnings worth a move, this thing's moving 24%. So it's pricing in half of that. That's literally 2 standard deviations. So you may want to look, but that one's going to be just a matter of, again, the earnings playing out in your favor. But they're pricing in $9.50 in either direction. All right, what's the next one? All right, I don't have Energy Transfer Partners, but off Fossil Finance, I don't know. And then Duolingo. Drool. Spy's doing sketchy stuff. Just holding up here, man. We did have a little bit of free. Where's the bonds? They're just still lower after auction and even Fed comments. Rivian about to go green. So Duolingo. All right, remember, this one was always pricing in a lot. This one was difficult, but it did move big last time. Duolingo is expecting revenue of $165.6 million versus guidance of $164 to $167. Adjusted EBITDA $37.1 million versus guidance at $35.3 to $37.6. Adjusted EBITDA margin 22.4 versus guidance at 21.5 to 22. EPS 27 cents a share. Monthly active users 101.3 million. Daily active users 31.4 million. Paid subscribers 7.19 million. Total bookings 189.2 million versus guidance of 187 to 190. Next quarter revenue 176.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $38.6 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 21.8. EPS, 25 cents a share. Monthly active users, 103 million. Daily active users, 32.4. Total bookings, 180.5 million and 142.4 in subscriptions. Full year guidance of December, 717.5 million to 729.5. Adjusted EBITDA, 154.3 to 171.4. And bookings of 790 to 802 million. Near-term options imply 14% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 22, gain of 21, gain of 7, gain of 10. Since last quarter, they're up 26.2. SPY is up by 2.5, and XLK is up by 0.3. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 8 quarters. Revenue, 10 of the last 10. Forward quarter revenue, 0 of the last 10. This one's Duolingo. Oh, they don't have weeklies. So good luck. And they're pricing in a lot. You're right in the middle of these strikes. 30. We'll just go with 33. So market maker thinks they'll move $33 in either direction. That looks to be more than 10%. Yeah, 13.4. A little lower than what the preview said. And then, I mean, if it does do it, it might be able to hit. So again, last earnings 22, 21, but then the other ones before that were a little watered down. So if you get a real big beat, it'll hit probably. If not, back to the gulag. I don't know, it's Duolingo. So kind of expensive. About $33 priced in. I remember we didn't play that one last time, and I think it ended up hitting. And then they only moved 4% after their, what's it called? 4% after their earnings on the quarter. All right, the next one, I think this is the last one of the day. Or the last one of after hours, and then we get into the morning, and then I'll do the other ones that you guys have, if I could find them. Like XS, Exact Sciences. So they're expecting revenue of $627.4 million, non-GAAP gross margin of 73.9, R&D GAAP $110.6 million, S&M GAAP $194.5, G&A $225.9, operating income loss of 78.7, operating margin GAAP loss of 12.6, and EPS loss of 48 cents a share. Full year guidance revenue 2.81 to 2.85. Price history since last quarter, February 21st. XAS is down 1.9. SPY is up by 2.9. XLV down 3.2. Near-term options imply 9.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 2, loss of 12, gain of 11. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 18 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 7 quarters. Not bad. Exits. No weeklies on this. 619. 690. We'll go 7. 690. So market maker thinks EXAS will move $6.09 in either direction. That is more than 10%. 11.5. I don't know. Low key, that's just pricing in a lot. So this could be because of their value proposition. It seems like they're in that recovery. But yeah, I don't know. That one's pricing in a lot. Do you get what I'm saying? It hasn't moved a lot. It's pinned, but people are willing to pay a lot for those options ahead of the earnings. There might be something in there. Yeah, we already did ARM, Airbnb. So we have gone through this entire list. So anything, unfortunately, here. Oh, I skipped Robinhood. I don't. What? Robinhood was on my list. I just straight up skipped it. So yeah, I'm going to go do that one now. And then what's the other one I'm missing? Let me see. I don't know if I have a preview on Robinhood. I do. Oh, HNST and then Bumble and TKO. If those are all today. So let's see. Well, for Robinhood, let me put it up on the screen. So Robinhood expecting $549 million in revenue. Adjusted EBITDA, $177 million. EPS, 6 cents. Net cumulative funded accounts, $24 million. AUC, $121.04 billion. Average revenue per user, $93. Price history since last quarter, 51.6% gain. SPY is up by 3.5. XLF is up by 4.7. Near-term options imply 13.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 13, loss of 14, loss of 7, and gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 5 of the last 11 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 3 of the last 9 quarters. Robinhood, I didn't realize they're up 50 on the quarter. That's a lot. What is that? 218, 19, 21, 223. 223. It says 221. So market maker thinks Robinhood will move $2.21 in either direction. That is 12.3%. So a little, about 1% lower than what the preview was saying. All right, let me see if I have one for HNST. Oh, HNST, I do not have one. So you are out of luck, but I could price it in for you. Yeah, Boeing is rocketing. I would say it's flying, but they haven't been doing that so well. Yeah, Boeing's just rocketing up right now. Literally up 1.9, low-key volume and candles right now. Let me check if we have anything on that. I have 1 share of Beyond in the long term. Literally 1 share that we bought at like $30 in 2019. Boeing launched set for Friday. Starliner launch. I'm not seeing anything. Well, let's go to HNST. So it's a cheaper one. They don't even have weeklies, too. So, yeah, this one, honestly, I wish I could help you more with it. I don't even think this will give us that much off the pricing. 65 cents. That's like 20% priced in. Sadly, that's kind of what all these cheap ones do. NVIDIA weekly puts for ARM. You can. I would say just even then, ARM itself might be good. I feel like, remember, ARM is holding up a 40% gain. So if they have a bad earnings, yeah, it could hurt NVIDIA. But, I mean, you might be able to just play the actual ARM itself. All right, what's the other one? You want TKO? These are all after the bell today, correct? It has to be after the bell, and then tomorrow. Actually, I only have one. I'm skipping a lot for the morning. The ones in the morning are bunk, dude. I have Roblo and then MPW. I looked for GigaCloud, but I couldn't have it. But like Warner, Sundial, I don't really. These ones I don't. They're all going to be smaller plays. I just think more traps than not. So, TKO. May 8th after the close. I got you, baby. So, yeah, I got TKO. All right, TKO revenue Quarter one expected 610.1 million, UFC 292.1, adjusted EBITDA 262 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 42.9%, EPS 42 cents a share. Revenue next quarter expected to be 752.7 million, 422.8 WWE, 334.9 for UFC, adjusted EBITDA 347.1 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 46.1, EPS 81 cents a share. Full year guidance, revenue 258 to 265, adjusted EBITDA 1.15 to 1.17. Since last quarter, February 27th, TKO is up by 14.6, SPY is up by 2.3, and XLY is down by 1.8. Near-term options imply 6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 1, gain of 2, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20. So that one's weird. It barely moved on earnings. It went down on earnings and then went up 20% on the quarter. So they've moved more after. I don't know if it's post earnings or not. All right. And honest, 6 isn't a lot for in general, but like it don't really got a big earnings history and no weeklies. 90. That's a tough chain. 630, 650 maybe. We'll go 630. So $6.30 is what the market maker thinks TKO will move after earnings. 6.4%. Yeah, just average. I think maybe watch the post earnings. I like TKO as a company. I was explaining this to my girlfriend. She was explaining what she didn't know, like what WWF is. So I was like, and then as a company, man, they just. I don't know about UFC, but I do like WWE is surprisingly a great business, and it's mind blowing. All righty. Last call for after the bell. Last call for after the bell. Well, I haven't done any plays yet. All we've done is gone over the previews. If anything sticks out, I'm giving you guys notes. I'm literally any notes I'm giving you, I'm writing down myself. And then what's priced in. Anything looks interesting, I'm going to go back towards it, and then we're going to see what plays we end up with. All right, last call. Energy Transfer, I don't have a preview. And then off Fossil Finance. Is Instacart today? Let me double check. May 8th after the close. Yeah, bro. Honestly, that's a good one. I'm surprised. Yeah, that's a really good one. So revenue on Instacart expected to be $794.1 million. Adjusted EBITDA 158.4 versus guidance of 150 to 160 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 20%. EPS loss of 2 cents a share. GTV 8.13 billion versus guidance of 8 to 8.2. Orders 72.1 million. AOV 113. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $800.4 million, adjusted EBITDA $169 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 21.1, EPS of 8 cents, GTV 8.05 billion, orders 71.3, and AOV of 113. Price history since last quarter, February 13th. CART is up by 33.1, SPY is up by 4.1, XLY is up by 1.8. Near-term options imply 9.8% move. Last 2 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 10. Revenue has beaten 1 of the last 2 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 0 of the last 1 quarters. So I think they've only had 2 earnings. All right. I actually like it. I got out of my shares, but I just like it. Sucks because now it's outperformer, but Cart still has the ability to move a decent amount. $3.405, $3.93. I'll go $3.95, $3.93. Probably a little bit more than 10%. 10.5%. Not bad. That's still a lot. And how many dollars? Was it $3? 3.93. There's all that matters is that it's moved a lot since after like last earnings. It only moved 2 and then it moved up 29%. So low key post earnings is the tell on that. But it's just like ARM and the other one, Reddit. It's just a new IPO. You know what I'm saying? So limited history. It's probably going to price in a lot. And then it just, depending on what they report, there's no real backdrop to weigh it against. So it always has that potential to kind of go nuts. No idea why Boeing is going up. That's why I put it up there. It was already like running up. There was a Boeing cargo plane that had issues in Turkey last night or earlier this morning. But it was up already, and then it just kind of took off, and I have no idea what it's doing there. They said they're doing the launch of the Starliner, yeah, but that's the only thing I saw. All right, is there anything else for after hours? Last call, Chattadonia. Last call, come on. That's your last call, Horn. Is there anyone for after hours you would like me to go over? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Your puts. Hubs, I already did Duolingo. I don't have one on Energy Transfer, unfortunately. Let me see if Hubs. Hershey's already reported. Sky Tea sounds like a drug. Mara, are they after the bell? I might not have an earnings preview. Hubs. I have Hubs. There you go. I love it. Look at it. See, last call. We're sourcing that info, baby. You let me know, baby. I got it for you. You just tell me. If I have it, I'll tell you. If I don't, I don't. All right, HubSpot. They're expecting revenue $598 million versus guidance of $596 to $598. Gross margin 84.5. Non-GAAP operating margin 14.1 versus guidance of 13.9 to 14. EPS $1.50 versus guidance of 148 to 150. Cash from operations $139.7 million. Ending deferred revenue $710.3. Billing $629.5. Revenue next quarter expected to be $623 million. Gross margin 84.5. Non-GAAP operating 14.6. EPS $1.57. Cash from operations $97.5. Ending deferred revenue $722.9 million. Billing $636.6. Full year guidance revenue $2.55 billion to $2.56 billion. Operating income $408 to $412 million. EPS $686 to $694 a share. Price history since last quarter, February 14th. Hubs is down 3.7. SPY up by 3.8. XLK up by 0.1. Near term options imply 11.6. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 6, loss of 11, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 20. Where is it? Hibs. So this one's going to be mad expensive. So pricing should be easy. But yeah, it's like $73, 75. I'll go with 73. Yeah, $73. Damn. That's more than 10%. A little bit more. But yeah, $73 on HubSpot. And it moves 11. It's kind of just priced for insurance, but yeah, it's only moved 11% once in the last year. You picked up Pfizer Leaps? Why? Honestly, might just wait 2 days. Not a recommendation, but if you're buying a Leap, you're already foregoing the dividend. So usually there's an ex-divvy sell-off. Think about it. All right, what's the other one? Let me see if I have Mara. Is there any other ones you guys need for after the bell? Especially big-name companies. And then BA, dude, Boeing's still ripping. You know its earnings isn't until tomorrow, but can you do an early preview of Sound? You know what, man? The chat has been slacking on likes. And today, I just still gave the plays because I like the good attitudes I saw in the morning. People made me smile. So, honestly, for that one, no. You already know the answer, sir. You already know the answer. You know what I'm saying? I was showing like Gary carried the chat. You know what I'm saying? And then Awaz came in with the good joke. And y'all don't notice? Y'all slack on the likes. I got like 20 mother effers. They're like, oh, are you shadow banned today? Or you said, you gotta like the video. Come on, like the video. That's what you gotta do. How old am I? I'm old, man. My hairline's going. I get heartburn. Like straight up, people just be dissing me and I agree with them and then go back into my hole, because I'm just old now. So I'm old, man. Old enough to know about earnings, I guess. A lot of things. Oh, 5. So Mara, I have an H.C. Wainwright preview, but I don't have an official Mara preview. That was from April. That's old, too. So, yeah, I don't have one on Mara. Honestly, that's going to be pricing in 20 anyways. My knees are decent, but I have, tore it low-key. Mark Dez, baby. Thank you for showing love, bro. I hope that advice helped, though, or that tip on the Pfizer lease. You know what I'm saying, man? But either way, I hope it works. Honestly, I kind of even want to buy Pfizer because I'm just like, you know what? Just give me the dividend. I would love to add to it, but it is higher than when I last bought it, and I'm just like, all right, I'll chill. All right, Fiverr. I think this might be the last one for the day. I don't even have a Mara preview anyways. Yeah, no, Pfizer's tomorrow morning, so honestly, we'll just get into Fiverr. I'll do Fiverr, and then I have Roblox, and then I have MPW, and then we're done. And then is it power? It's not even power hour yet, baby. Honestly, it's good. We did a lot, and then we'll go shop, and then we'll see what we come up with. But honestly, I'm not liking what I'm seeing, to be honest. My notes don't look good. I don't like nothing was good in pricing. I only have one crazy idea. I have an idea that could it morphs into two ideas. It could be like a decent idea, and then the other idea just gets insanity. But other than that, I'm not liking what I'm seeing for the most part. I mean, that's why even yesterday, one play, I think I even I said win, kind of went against the better judgment. Butterfly maybe, or Condor. Low-key. Selling premium if you have the balls to do it on earnings. That has been the winner. Hands down. For the last 3 weeks in a row. 4 weeks almost. So, Fiverr. Alrighty. So Fiverr is expecting 92.5 million versus guidance of 91.5 to 93.5. Non-GAAP gross margin 84.3%. Adjusted EBITDA 13.8 versus guidance of 12.5 to 14.5. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 14.9 versus guidance of 13.4 to 15.8. EPS 45 cents a share. Annual active buyers 4.05 million. Spend per buyer $280. Take rate 32.2. Revenue $94.4 million for next quarter expected. Non-GAAP gross margin 84.4. Adjusted EBITDA 17 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 18. EPS of 52 cents a share. Annual active buyers of 4 million. Spend per buyer $283. Take rate 32.5%. Full year guidance December 24. Revenue $379 to $387. Adjusted EBITDA $65 to $73 million. Price history since last quarter, February 21st. Fiverr is down by 18%. S&P is up by 4.1 and XLK is up by 3.0. Near-term options imply a 13.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 14, loss of 5, gain of 18, and loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 19 quarters, 4 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 18 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 2 of the last 17, and short interest is 11%. I don't know, wasn't Fiverr in the hundreds? 300s. Wow. Yeah, Fiverr. Damn, son. So no weeklies. They're pricing $290. That's like what, 15%, I think? Yeah, it says 13. I think it's pricing a little more. If that's right. 280. Yeah, so about 14% priced in. But I don't know. Guidance doesn't even seem like they're in recovery mode or anything. I don't know if it'll ever go back to that price. So yeah. Wells Fargo going up. All right. So the next, do you guys know what this one is? You guys see it? Do you guys, this is a company. Do you know what that logo is? Yeah, you know. I thought it was good. I thought I did very good on this one. I thought it was a very, very good one, man. You know what I'm saying? I think it was very, very legit. I think that's Roblo, man. That's Roblox. Again, if you are interested in any NFTs, yeah, I'd say I'm glad. See, look at someone. There's one guy. I mean, his chat history always asking me. He's like, "It's starting to get gimmicky." Well, I'm just saying they're demanding it. He just said NFT that, please. I'm just saying. I get started off at a floor of like 1 Ethereum. I'm just, as anybody, you let me know, man. 1 of 1, original. Original, baby. Original. Oh, my mutant? I have no idea. I think it was at the 12 or 13,000. I think it's up in terms of ETH, and then dollar amounts the same. All right, Roblo. Oh, let me get the daily. All right, Roblo 930.4 versus guidance of 910 to 940. Covenant adjusted EBITDA 76.8 million versus guidance of 70 to 78. EPS 53 cents a share loss. Ending deferred revenue 3.74 billion. Free cash flow 158.2 million. Daily active users 7.959. Wait, Is that 7,000? Is that 79 million? That's I think it's 79 million. Hours engaged, 100, 16,000. How did they? It's weird. All right. You just took a screenshot. All right, awesome. Well, whoever could prove that it's the original one, I'll give you $1 million. Oh, you can't, because I have it. Oh, that's why you need an NFT. Available everywhere. Buy now. Option trading. Some dealers on my financial because financial is personal life. This is not a raffle or a lottery. Please consult with your attorney general. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. DraftKings and gambling is extremely dangerous. Call the hotline if you do have an addiction. What? That's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know these average booking. These numbers is tripping me out. But daily active bookings are average per user, $12.01. Full year guidance bookings, $4.14 billion to $4.28 billion. Covenant adjusted EBITDA, $530 to $600 million. Prices 3 since last quarter, February 6th. Roblo is up by 0.6. SPY is up by 4.9. And XLK is up by 1.7. Near-term options imply 11.6. Last 4 quarters, gain of 10, gain of 12, loss of 22, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten consensus 7 of the last 12, 1 in line. EPS has been beaten consensus 3 of the last 12. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 1 quarters. So, they just started giving forward quarter. But honestly, I mean, do you guys know what happens? This one's reverse. This one's kind of interesting. So see if you do that. I'll price it in the meantime. Something's very interesting about that. And then I still got my Robo. I think I'm down on these. I should be down like 8 to 10 grand unrealized. But then we did realize more than that in covered calls over the years. So if you haven't been watching, I just sell covered calls for years on this piece of shit. But it's paid. So, just still holding. But do you notice it? There's something kind of wild. Let's see if someone can figure it out while I price it. $480, like $496. Go $486. It's something. You could see it on the preview. And if you have watched it, and it makes sense with why I'm telling you I sell covered calls and benefit, and then it comes back down. I mean, you could literally, I think I just gave it away. But Market Maker is pricing in $4.86. They think Roblo will move $4.80 either direction. It's 12.3. It's kind of a lot. Premiums are up there. And then the next one's going to be MPW. We'll see if you guys can answer your pop quiz. The 486, I got it by, it's literally even right there on the TD Ameritrade. But just by adding the strike prices, I was a little higher. And then this number, there's another estimate a little lower, so I just go with the middle one. There it is. You got it. They don't hold the gains. So even more so, literally what happens with Roblo, they move 10, 12, 20% after earnings. And then the post-earnings, they give it all back up. So literally the stock is break even on the quarter, even though they gapped up 10%. And I'm pretty sure it did the exact same thing on the last earnings too. It gaps up off of earnings, has a crazy beat, and then by the time you're into the next earnings, it's already at the other spot. So in this case, that's a reverse of what we've been seeing. some of these we've been watching bigger post-earnings moves, but this one has bigger gaps, and then post-earnings starts to just fade. Yeah, I've done like several covered calls on Roblox. I think I've done it 3 or 4 times over the course of the last couple of years. But yeah, I usually ahead of earnings, I sell them when the premiums are up, or literally day after earnings. Day after earnings, Roblo has a pop, it gaps up, I sell covered calls. And then it comes back down, and then we just rinse and repeat. All right, man. So last one for the morning, unless you guys have any other compelling ones, but I think I'm cashed out. I think time to go shopping. But we got MPW, baby. Wow. All right, so MPW, they're expecting revenue of $279 million. Normalized FFO is estimate of 25 cents a share. Dividend per share estimate of 15 cents. EPS 9 cents. Normalized FFO on the year expected to be 111. EPS estimate of 54 cents. They have 2 buy targets, 7 holds, and 5 sells. Average price target is $4.95, 16% upside from current price. 1-day move following earnings implies 9.3%. Shares are down 50.2 in the past year, while SPX is up over 25.3, and dividend is expected to remain the same. And next declaration due May 9th. All right. So priced in 10%. Oh, they have weeklies too. That's funny. Comparative to all the other ones that don't. $53. Yeah, 53 cents. Maybe we'll go 55. It's in the middle of the two. $12.4%. It's pricing in a little bit more. All right. That's a lot. So yeah, I don't know. Unless they got a steward bankruptcy and then property sales and everything else. And then they're a quarter behind. So hopefully they love to just come up with some bullshit. Well, we'll find out in the morning. I don't think I play an option though. But now we go shopping. I don't like any. I mean, I don't really have. I wrote down all of them, or like Uber or Arm, Airbnb, TTD, App, Duolingo, and Cart. I'm gonna look at those, but none of the pricing. It's all the same as what we've dealt with this month, unfortunately. And then I have one crazy idea, like I said. All right, let me start looking at some of these. Is it? I read the title and I don't know, it may be kind of offensive, but can I play Senator Kennedy? Because this just showed up on my YouTube. I'm only for 5 minutes, but his title is about female athletes are not lab rats for woke social experiments. That's his title.
With me today, Mr. President, are 2 of my valuable colleagues from my office. Ms. Maddie
it's offensive because it's him.
Christian Ami.
He's just funny offensive, but offensive
I'm glad
nonetheless.
to have them today and thank them for their good work.
Again, last time he was explaining a sex scene to the Federal Reserve Chair from a book.
An NFL football player looks like a lot of fun. But if you've ever been down on the field when those guys are playing, it is brutal. I mean, it is brutal. Some NFL linemen weigh over 300 pounds, and it's all muscle. A lot of NFL quarterbacks They're pretty big themselves, but they're not 300 pounds. Probably missed their high school days when they only had a chubby 16-year-old lineman trying to tackle him under those Friday night lights. We have a player on the New Orleans Saints that we're all proud of in Louisiana, Mr. Cam Jordan. I'll bet even Mr. Jordan, who's a starting defensive end for the Saints, and one of the best in the NFL, has days when he wishes his competitors were only half as big as the ones he faces every Sunday and every day in practice. But think about this. If Mr. Jordan were to announce tomorrow that he identifies as a 16-year-old, and if Mr. Jordan then tried to join the football team at Zachary High School, my alma mater, no one in America would pretend that Mr. Jordan is actually a student athlete with the right to take the field along with teenage boys. I mean, most Americans would think you're from outer space. They would be thinking, what planet did he just parachute in from? I mean, every sane person in Louisiana and on planet Earth would understand that a 34-year-old NFL player has no place tackling kids who haven't even been to the prom yet, for God's sakes. Not only would it be unfair to allow Mr. Jordan on the Zachary High School football team, he'd probably send a few kids to the hospital in the first quarter, in the first minute. Men and women don't take the field against one another for the same reasons. It's fundamentally unfair, and women could get hurt. Yet there are activists in our country today. I wish I didn't have to say this. There is a president in our White House who think the laws of physics and biology don't apply to transgender athletes. And these activists and President Biden are happy to destroy athletic opportunities for every woman in America.
This is not me.
Prove their point.
Exactly. This is me.
These activists and President Biden are working
I've told you,
throughout
though.
the country.
I'm telling you, man, and it's kind of weird, though, because, like, every single time we've seen him as of late, he's doing these, like, serious discussions. Like, I'm telling you, like, I don't know, like, we're used to him in front of, like, Congress just, like, mouthing off. I'm telling you, last time I heard him, he was explaining, like, he was using the F word to Jerome Powell. He's been doing these, like, serious talks. So, yeah, I only made one play. That's it. I did app loving. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did an app loving May 17th, One Direction, 95 call. That's it. 25 cents. It's a long shot. It's the only play that I like out of all of it. So, that's about it. Yeah, app. That's the only. Because that one, it was pricing in 13, but anytime it beat, except for one quarter, it moved above 20, and it's at, like, this high. Otherwise, dude, everything is very expensive. 2 standard deviations, you got to pay a bag for it. It's not like, even again, most of them are above $100. Even if you're playing them both ways, it'll be $100. And then not to mention some of the ways they've moved. My only other idea is Airbnb. So I have 2 Airbnb plays. I'm thinking the closer one to the money, the one that the average down, I might just close that, but I might hold the out of the monies. They have a lower, or I close the out of the monies for whatever they're worth now. It's the same amount as the closer to one. But then I have 2 ideas. I don't know. One, either hold the Airbnb and play it, because I do kind of, it's pricing in 8%, but they have not had a big earnings move in a year. So literally it was 1 year ago this quarter where they moved down, but then again they did give a guide down on that quarter. So I don't know. It's been a long time since Airbnb literally popped on earnings. So I'm kind of down with it, especially how we're talking, but then and the pre-earnings already failed. So my option is either take $400 loss on the pre-earnings and take it and have no play, or I expose the remaining $200 and then I could lose $600 total. But then I get to play it. So that's kind of the dilemma there. That's I don't know if I want to tell you crazy idea number 2 yet, but that's the first one that I got to decide. So I'm kind of thinking just play it, but then again, if I could save $200 if they don't, if they just do what they've done the last earnings. Oh, yeah, bonds are flushing and SPY started to move. Biden set to tighten asylum access at Mexico border with new regulation as soon as Thursday. Am I feeling lucky? I feel the same every day. So, I don't know. I think it's I think Airbnb. Well, like I'm saying, I mean my Zscaler's flushing. Yo, what is this? Yo, Zscaler getting murdered. I thought that was something else. Yo, that's dropping. That's big. Something just happened. Zscaler, ZS. Offers. I don't see anything. Check news. Zscaler. Bro, it's down 5% in 5 minutes. That's a news something. We're going to find out in a little bit. I see Zscaler joins forces with Google. That was in the morning. Scaling down. Malone been calling it down since I said, yeah, for real. He always sees those low ticker ones. Yeah, for real, bro. That's 6%. That's a great call out, Malone. I don't see anything yet. Am I staying for Hood? Yes. Only for Robinhood. Nothing else. That's it. That's a whew. That last candle there is big, so it might move around. We still don't know what's going on. Nah, I'll be here for Airbnb as well. Yeah, not seeing anything, man. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it a damn event? I didn't think about that. I'll check that. I think you already missed the move, sadly. Did it get halted? No, it's still trading. I just think that one, I don't know what it is. It's kind of like yesterday. Remember we started watching Pfizer and everything else start to move. May 30th earnings. Yeah. Nope, they don't have anything. ZS hack rumor. Yeah, that would make sense. Cybersecurity. Remember that one time? Who was it? Okta? So ever since Okta, none of them else hit, but maybe this will be the one. So keep your eye on it. It's already down 5 or 6. Yeah, the options are way out there. Well, people are saying hack rumor, but that's it. There's nothing to confirm it. No events, no nothing. Now we just wait and see. I mean, keep an eye. You will start hearing about it if there is anything real. They're at the RSA conference. I didn't see that one. Let me double check. Well, I don't see it. That was a fast one. There's an ongoing investigation. That's what Chad says. We see a sell-off after earnings. I think we're more dependent on data and stuff going on around the world than the earnings. These earnings, we've got through the big ones already. So the rest ones are like the smaller companies, but I think policy shift, broader data has way more of an effect. Yeah, Zscaler breach rumor on LinkedIn. So people talking about it now got a little bit of a bounce. All right, what time? It is Power Hour, only 52 minutes, so I think I'm only going to make that one play there. And then, again, I was saying with the earnings for Airbnb, my plan was initially to sell them out before the earnings, and in that case, I would be down. So if I sold them out right now, I would be taking the loss. It'd be about like $400 or $500. There's still about $200 left in value. So the way I'm looking at it, my choices are I either book the loss with no play, $400, or if I'm willing to put down another $200, what's remaining, I could just hold it and play it. But that's not what I wanted to do because I expected a better pre-earnings because Airbnb hasn't had a big earnings in a year. So we got to determine that. But I'm leaning towards sell it still. But I do like the aspect of it having not moved a lot in a while. So we'll see. This dude had that posted 30 minutes ago on LinkedIn. Oh, wow. So then people just started reacting to it. All right. Tannenbaum. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, BRB.
No, but I used to work with them. I know. 60% of the world's solar arrays were made in Xinjiang, China, which is known for massive forced labor issue. I remember Tom McKenzie's last story before he left China was at one of the plants. We're not talking about solar as much because you can't rely on the arrays that you need that are coming from a very unsavory part of China from a human rights standpoint.
I have to.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking. Well,
because I got a big picture question.
Right,
I know you're going to ask something smarter, so go ahead.
I doubt that. But is there a new relationship that the United States and companies in general in the U.S. are having with the Middle East? There's so much money going everywhere and coming out.
The Middle East is complicated. There's obviously a lot of very strategic allies like Bahrain that has one of the largest aspects of the American Navy outside of the U.S. But then you look at what's happening in the UAE, for instance, where there's also been a U.S. government visit to remind them there's a lot of Russian assets that have come here. There's a lot of Russians that have come here. They may not be on the right side of a broad Western coalition. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do to police that?
I have to ask you a big picture question. I think I asked this of you before last time we spoke. And it's really about kind of the state of globalization, at least as we kind of what we know it to be coming out of kind of the post-World War II era. Is that over, or are we just kind of seeing an adjustment of it?
No, that is the one thing, and even at this event, globalization is here, it's alive and well. I don't think anyone is saying it's going anywhere. And you've heard from people across ASEAN and China and U.S. investors, everyone's agreed it can't go anywhere. There's such reliance on that. So no, I think globalization is here to stay. The decoupling narrative, certainly with U.S. and China, is, I think, totally false at this point.
But the sort of a hierarchy right now, China sort of trying to rise. I mean, we're seeing Xi Xi go through Europe. He's in Hungary today, right now, obviously trying to assert himself, and you have other countries that would love to also be in those shoes.
Yeah, I mean, right now it is a race to try and influence countries that are largely caught in the middle between the U.S. and China. And while China and the U.S.'s relationship cannot truly be divorced, you can bring other friends closer, and that's right now what you're really seeing.
All right, Dan, always a great insights. Daniel Tannenbaum there, partner over at Oliver Wyman. And I think, really to his point about the U.S. being behind, you just talk about the influence. I remember right before the pandemic, I did a big trip through West Africa. Yeah. And the Chinese influence was just enormous. But you did not see U.S. companies, you did not see European companies, but you saw Chinese companies' names plastered everywhere.
It's like they got the memo years ago, and they've been certainly tapping into Africa in a big way to have access to all of that.
And that gives them political power.
Absolutely.
Well.
I feel like this interview should be given in the parting packet to everybody at Milken, just to take home and remember what's going on around the world.
Is there a parting packet?
Yeah, didn't you know?
Oh, I don't know. I don't get those.
I got a piece
of that. Is there like a Cartier watch in there or somewhere? You're fancy, by the way.
Thanks.
All right, Romaine Boss and Carol Massey here. We're here all day long. Our third day and final coverage of the Milken Conference here in Los Angeles, California. Let's kick it back to Abigail Doolittle, who's been keeping a close eye on the markets as we move closer to the closing bells. Abigail.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to lighten things up, Romaine. Good conversation there, but very serious on the geopolitical risks out there for the markets, the economy, and the real world. So turning to markets here, it's a little bit soggy. The S&P 500 still fluctuating between very small gains and losses. This after having been down about 0.4% earlier, so off of those lows. But take a look at the Russell 2000, down 0.7%, one of the worst U.S. indexes today as these small cap stocks underperform. Really the worst day in the month of May. The 10-year yield up for the first time in 7 days. Investors finally putting down the post-FOMC.
All right. Well, I got a probe. I got to eat a probe. Yeah, the rumor notorious threat actor selling access to large cybersecurity company. The rumor is that it's Zscaler. So nothing has hit the wires yet, but it made those moves. And then apparently, like some of you could find articles of it like 6 hours ago. Stay in May and make some plays. Maybe that is what it is. That's a first good rhyme that I've gotten. I like it. I like it. Oh, yeah, ARM. So that one, I'm going to sell out before, I think. I got to decide. I forgot. So those shares going to be down 600. Man, all the I had 2 pre-earnings hits, and then every other one lost after that. It's insane. So no good. And then not to mention, it's not even if you played the earnings. It's not even like there was only Starbucks and then Tesla and then UAL. And I think there was one more. I made a play on AppLovin. If you missed it, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait till the watch list. But if you could do 2 standard deviations and watch the video, I mean, shouldn't it be that hard to figure out? Yeah, ARM, but I'm going to get out of ARM. Airbnb, that's the only one I got to figure out. So we still got some time. Made me wonder about Alaska. UAL really killed. That was a crazy option. I think it was like 3,000%. Then Starbucks, but even then, any of the other post earnings, it's not like they were that nuts. Everything was a couple 100%, and then depending on how the market moved the next day, it unwound all of it. Roblox does it. Airbnb should report next quarter booked revenues. Airbnb, if they could come out with, I didn't know they haven't beat guidance in 9 quarters on revenue, forward guidance. So then again, when I looked, I didn't even see the forward guidance number. Let's see. I could probably get one, though. The APP play, because it was pricing in 13%, and then every earnings that it beat over the last year, it would move 26%, literally double that. So there was only one earnings it didn't, and it wasn't a beat. So it was $20. The stock is at 70, has potential to go above 100. So if that's the case, and that's why I was like, $20, that's compared to every other play out there, it looks like the best deal. Zscaler says aware of threat actor claim of obtaining unauthorized info. No, I will not repeat any place, unfortunately. Because if you go and do the 2 standard deviation, you'll find it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the other guy, I see you all have chat histories that have been here for well over a week. Same thing for you too, Dan. Like, you've been here. You know what's going on. So I do encourage you to watch the video and learn it. Otherwise, it would be very irresponsible to give you the play if you don't understand it. If you assume someone's loan, do you start off where they left? So same payment and amount of time? Yeah, assuming there's not any, and assuming you don't negotiate anything different in receiving it, yeah. Where estimates? I'm trying to find there has to be an Airbnb estimate because that preview didn't have it, but there's still analyst ones. Oh, it's a high. Damn, that's a high print. Hold up. Oh, there's my beautiful Roblox picture. Very good. So Airbnb. Oh, no, 22 point. That's for this quarter. So next quarter, I guess average analyst estimate is 20 for next. This is going to be on this one. It's still a high print, 21.383, and that's 10-15% higher than last quarter. Yeah, so their guidance is going to be hard to beat still. Sales 2.7 is going to be expected for next quarter. That'll be a record. March. Yeah, but I don't know, if they do good and guide up, Airbnb should go crazy, but this is they have a high bar. So pretty much analysts, the average estimate is pretty much expecting them to be factoring in record numbers for next quarter. And even it's probably like 17% growth, which is something they should be doing. But it's not like you don't have a low bar set on that one. That's why. So even if they do guide up to get out of that 0 of 9 quarters, they're going to have to guide above 21.3 billion in bookings and then over 2.7 billion in sales. And then an EBITDA close to 900, which is, again, all of these are records for the company. So market already expecting high returns, meaning Airbnb needs to blow it out. Generally, yes. Well, that's the thing. It's like this quarter still has a high bar because it's the seasonality. So that's going to factor into it. But I think this quarter is a little lower than expected, right? But it's the guidance for next quarter, people still expect a little juice out of them. It's kind of like Shopify, where pretty much it's factoring in like 17% growth. So if they only do 15 or 10, people will not like that, even though it's still up there. But then if you go higher than that, people will get very excited. ZS confirmed. Yeah, they said they're aware. Twitter posted by a threat. We will continue to investigate and monitor. Wait, is this an update? Is this the old update or the new one? I can't tell if this is the update to this one or if this was the update. They're saying nothing was compromised. I think UTC is universal time zone. I don't know how to use it. Theoretically, Pfizer should come down for the dividend. Yeah, usually. That's why somebody said today they bought a leap, and I was like, maybe just wait. Because if you don't care about the dividend, if you're buying an option, then, I mean, usually there is a sell-off ex-dividend. All right, I think I'm going to make one play on Airbnb, but then I'm going to get rid of the other one. So, depending on how the premiums, I'll decide for the last 5 minutes. Maybe we get the juice. Yeah, there's like UTC -7 or +7, yeah. I don't know how to use it. One of my clocks is UTC something, but I set it to, it's like Eastern time, but I don't know what it is. You just turned on the Dodgers game and a kid you played against is pitching. Full circle moment. Nice. I think I played him. Have you seen that one video, that basketball video? And it was just like, who is that one basketball player you played in high school that made you realize you would never go to the NBA? And someone, they were like, Alex Russo. I was like, wow. So that must have been a trip. Is he good? That's pretty cool, though. All right, I think we're chilling. Then I'm going to cut the arm right before. So that one sucks. Still going to be it wasn't down as much in the morning, but at one point that play was ugly. So to walk away with a less than $1,000 loss, I'll take it. We had a little bit more. Is arm come out right after the bell, or do they wait like 15 minutes? Starbucks oversold. I mean, we were talking about the levels yesterday. Yeah. We talked about that lower end, and then it kind of moves, so not bad. Not bad. Arm immediately at 4. Okay. So get out of those before. Unless you want to, I mean, it's pricing in what, 14? But then I do think a lot of people have talked about the 80 price. I think $80 is $88 is 2 standard deviations. But you still got to pay for those plays. They are not cheap. Will I sell the app play after today or hold it? I mean, if they have a good earnings and we benefit, I'll sell out probably right away. But if not, we're going to lose $25. And NVIDIA looks better priced than ARM. I just think NVIDIA is more expensive. I mean, like nominally. And ARM is at least, you're getting some of the earnings discount comparatively, but I don't know. NVIDIA's, it's high up there. So it may have just not moved, or the pricing could have changed, but that thing is up there, man. It's up there. But then again, I mean, NVIDIA, it still is the story of what's it called? They've literally increased their guidance and earnings like 40, 50% or something every year and a half now at this rate. LT still posted on the community tab. It is. I think the latest one. Did I update it when I bought Pfizer? Or Because I bought MO then. Let me double check, but it should be. I didn't? No, I only have the MO one. I forgot to update it there. So that one's generally updated. It's just missing one set of Pfizer. Or did I post it? I posted this one. That was 2 months, like MO shares. That was the other one. But then I grabbed Pfizer a month ago. CNBC on the Z-scaler. Is it still moving?
Hedge fund activity potential in that space. Mithra Warrior joins me now. She is Citi's North America head of capital introduction. Welcome. It's nice to have you on the program.
Great to be here.
How would you assess how hedge funds are?
I think I missed it. And 5180, you're like right at the gap fill, break even. So all day today, all the news, bad Intel, bad Tesla, couple of shaky earnings, you know what I'm saying? Like we did nothing. You're literally break even with tech down a quarter. And then you're going to have all these other earnings after the bell today. Madrigal cut. Price target. Good morning, Jake from State Farm, baby. How you living, man? Amen. Don't forget to smile. And shout out Call Real Estate. That's today, 4 p.m. And then, I don't know. I'll talk to LT too. I don't know. All right, wait, you guys talked to him last week, so I don't know. You should have asked him for anything else. But yeah, they have 4 p.m., baby. Any shot adding Nintendo to the long term? Nah. It's cool company. I know about it, but I haven't played Nintendo since I played Nintendo Switch with my nephew. But even then, he got 2K. I made him a My Player. He didn't understand it at first, so I hope his dad has been showing him the concept. But I made him a My Player. I made him a shooting guard. I showed, but then it's crazy. Even on the Twitch, bro, I got kind of nervous because, like, the city, it's the same thing even on, like, Nintendo. So he'd be walking around and there's real people. I'm like, okay. And then he can't. Is there any way to mute the audio? Like, can you mute the game? Like, where you can't talk to people? You gave him a crack pipe. Bro, I want him to play that game. You don't know why? I want him to play basketball. This kid is going to be huge. Bro, he's already like 3/4 of my height. And he's like 6 years old. And he doesn't like basketball. He likes it, but not enough. He likes baseball more than basketball. And I'm so sad. And that's why I'm like, okay, I hope I could get him addicted to a basketball video game. And then he will realize, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm short. I know that's like half of the plot of this story that I'm telling. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to encourage my nephew, who is going to be much taller, regardless of how short I am. He's going to be there, so I want him there. He'll play, he likes violence, so he'll play football for sure. I don't know if his mom will let him, but like he likes violence, like the kid likes fighting. I tell you, he tried to armbar me. Bro, he tried to snap my knee on one of these like jujitsu. He already knows jujitsu and shit. I'm like, nah, dude. I was like, you cannot do that. It was so violent. I was like, no, dude. I was like, I said, Ummu is old. Knee go, break. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't understand. 6 foot still too short. I know. I think he has a shot. He'll probably be like 6'3" or 6'6", because his mom's side of the family is tall, like really tall. And so he's looking good, man. Honestly, he got the genetic lottery that I did not get to participate in. I did not get any ounce of that. they feeding him like kufta and shit? In Persian food, he eat Middle East food all day. He love rice. You know, he love it. Noon. He love noon, Habibi. Noon. Very good. You can't talk and switch without the phone app? Oh, really? That's good. All right, that's good then. Then he could play. Cause I was like, damn. I was like, the only bad part about 2K is like if homie enters into a rec game, you cannot listen to that if you're a child. It's awful. MMA, Josh, went pro. Best thing besides long term. You're a pro MMA fighter? I mean, that's pretty hard, bro. Like, that's dope hard. But then, like, I don't know. He might be an MMA fighter, but he has it in. He already does jiu-jitsu and stuff, and he's like a child. But he loves that. The 1 p.m. data. I mean, the data didn't do much. Again, SPY right now, barely break even. And then TLT, low-key, ever since that comment by Cook, it changed the whole shape of it on the day, but not that crazy. Oh, you're 1-0? Let's do it. Yeah, email me, bro. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll sponsor you, bro. I'm down, man. I love athletes. You know, especially you work hard, man, and you got the long term. Let's go, bro. Let's go, baby. That's hype. If ARM goes up, we'll take another chip stock with it. I want to say potentially, and it should, but then again, some of the other comments or some of the other like moves, I wouldn't like with earnings. That necessarily hasn't really happened. So we'll see. How much time? We got 27 minutes still. A lot of time. Yeah. I'm the scrapper from Scranton. Your name's Daniel Slama. You were voted the second coolest wrestler name in South Dakota. Daniel Slammer. The Daniel Slammer. Woo! That's pretty hype. Honestly, I see it. Uh-huh. Daniel Slammer. I like that a lot, actually. Who won number one? What do you mean you got the second coolest name? Those voters are rigged, man. That's crazy. Cretan Kleinhammer? That's not even a cool name, man. I'll take Daniel Slammer any day. The Daniel Slammer. Klinkhammer? That sounds gross. It's Daniel Slammer for the win. It was rigged, bro. It was rigged. New York Fed Pearly, lots of uncertainty around final destination for Fed balance sheet. So that's important. I don't know if it'll move the market, but remember, where that balance sheet ends, that determines whether or not QT is bullish or bearish in the short run. Zion. High ticker's like low-key gassing, so I was just telling you, we're right at break even. Unless this thing wants to flip and do that back and forth, I mean, it's doing pretty good. Soma manager Roberto Perli says in prepared text. KD on the high. KD. We had Starbucks, UNH. Oh, man, we almost done. Pfizer going up, man. Look at this. Amazon, I mean, they led. Remember, just yesterday they were hitting 52-week high, and then it flipped. So, I mean, today's definitely a little bit of back and forth. Today we started off slow. That little cash open rally just got you out of the gulag a little bit, but you definitely had a lot more hesitation on this Wednesday than any other day. But I don't think no story, driver. You didn't really get anything dramatically different. I mean, again, except for a couple of bad earnings. That will make you think, a couple of negative updates overseas related to individual companies, but I don't think anything has moved us too far from the puck or the center point. And again, we were rallying this week just off of rates. Today's the first time the rates came back up, so we'll find out what the next 2 days bring. And it's crazy, the week's almost over. I don't think it's a short week, no. Yen. You sent it? I don't think I got your email, bro. It's tradingfraternity@gmail.com. No, the. The plays are over. Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. But we'll cover them on the watch list. I only did 2 standard deviation app. You could figure it out if you are a studious individual. Bonds murked ever since Cook. Was it Collins? Ever since she flipped up the script. That was wild. Telling you, the pre-written statement, totally different. And then right when the Q&A, she switched it up. You're always here. Unfortunately, in this case, that is patently false. Because you would have gotten it. But don't worry, I'm not shading you. I'm just making sure that we get the right claims. So yeah, but you are good to go, man. Just don't worry. And Frog, 1,000 shares, nice. J Frog, oh J Frog. I was like Frog. That's why I said nice. I was like, is there a Frog company? I said, nah. Why y'all telling him the place? Don't tell him the place. The hell? That's cold. I gave y'all y'all didn't even like the video today. That's cold, bro. That's cold. Watch Nivda. I mean, watch ARM. I got to get out of that one, though. I can hold it, but I'm just tired of it. I don't want to do any. I still fucking Intel's insane. So we'll figure that out. But now Intel did cross my mind for the long term. Hunter Dorsey. What did you miss? I mean, the market's been weird. The bond market's down. I mean, I do think the highlight of the day in terms of like event, it was literally that Fed comment. You got it in real time if you were here, but that's it. Otherwise, we're barely red. I mean, the market in the high ticker, it's kind of showing some signs of life here at the end of the day, but, you know, it's not really much happened. And then we woke up to a lot of bad news. There's a lot of bad earnings. I wouldn't call it bad news, but the earnings were definitely a lot more shakier in the morning. And then you had bad headlines from Tesla and some others. And is it OPEX? Might be. And there's nothing this week. Remember, last week was craziness. The other one was, and the week after this is going to be packed. You're going to get Powell, and then bigger sets of data. Then you're going to get ISM and PMIs. And then before you know it, it's Powell. But this is just one of those weeks where there's like absolutely nothing. And then it happened to be like, usually we would still be getting the big earnings, but it's all the big earnings were the week of everything else. That's why the other weeks were so crazy. As we were getting Powell, we were getting Apple. As we were getting Meta and everything else, you were getting non-farm. So now this week, the calendar just lined up for absolutely nothing. So, yeah. Cody. Honestly, Cody, you got a pretty decent chat history. You kind of go off, like you get mad at like other comments, but no, that's a weird comment. But I'll see you tomorrow. Just it's a good time out, man. It's a good time out. Be blessed. I love you. You can feel it by the titles, right? The title is boring. When the market's going crazy, we got great titles. Now it's just 10-year auction and earnings. There's nothing to even title. There's no event. And everybody's in Beverly Hills at the milking thing. I don't even know what that comment meant. I just got it out. It just made me uncomfortable. Finmim Willis, New Zealand. It won't be a big spending budget. Growth forecast getting worse. Economic challenge for government books. I don't know who that is. Thanks every day, man. In and out. It's my pleasure, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it, learned. And I'm grateful for the people that really in there. You know what I'm saying? And showing love. So God bless y'all. I'm thinking about it, bro. I don't know, but I'm kind of liking this. I have cash, and isn't it funny? The more cash you get, you just start getting ideas. So I'm not really against stacking a little bit, as there's so many names starting to do this work. So we'll see. JP Morgan's up too. Why does that seem extremely out of place? Yeah, what the hell? Why are financials and on the first day of the bonds flipping? Yeah, wait a minute. That is weird. Like Intel. The only thing that I like is that that's the cheapest, shittiest exposure to AI. It may have better exposure in the long term, but like now, you tell me semiconductor stock trading at 5-year low with a good name, that doesn't exist. So that it's the only one. It's the only one in the bargain bin. It's fully bargain bin right now, I would argue. You're right back to 2015 levels. But they did cut dividend and a lot of other things, but a little bit more, but so you get that exposure, but like, look at it. It's literally the same price for the last 20 years. Intel, yeah, that's the only one. They're in the name, they're in the game of AI and all of that. They're a big name, billions. They have the history, but they're the only name trading at a substantial discount on the year. But again, I do think that's, what's their PE at? Yeah, it's still a 31 PE, even though it's clapped. Yeah, I don't have exposure to chips. That's why I'm like, pays a small dividend. But if it really does flush, I mean, then it could really start to do its work. Like if you could get it at those like 25s and lower, maybe, bro, you're gonna be getting you're gonna be getting like what, 3% yield? That's not bad, and chip exposure. I'm not confident in ARM at all. That's why, unfortunately, I'm going to sell my shares at close. So I'm not going to play ARM earnings, and I'm going to sell one of my Airbnbs. You cannot get it for under 25, though. Never say never. You could do anything. Neutrala, Chris. I mean, healthcare and biotechs, besides financials, they did actually pretty decent in the last quarter. But even then, man, why is JP Morgan up too? There's actually a fat move there on the bank stocks, which again, even with what's going on with bonds and everything, that does stand out. Pick one, Airbnb calls or ARM puts. Why do you have to pick one? Like low key, if you have to pick one, just pick none. And then just wait till after. IBM breaking out. Remember, they just had earnings too. How have they been? But even then, that gap wasn't two standard deviations. Oh, no, we sold out of those IBMs, though, or one of them. Or was that the GE? No, the IBMs were up, and then we didn't sell, and then the GE we got out of. Well, those are all smaller plays, too. IBM dividend tomorrow. Nice. And then SPY, 10-minute rigged. Again, a little bit at the highs. ARM is vitally important to the tech market, arguably more than Intel and AMD, but they don't make any physical products. They license their patents. Is that for ARM? What did somebody say? I think it was Nadruk. He said, I could never imagine paying that much for cable management. Is ARM just cable management? Is that too crude of a? Is that too like simplistic, or is that like? Because that's pretty funny if you think about it. Oh, they do more than there's, but it's beyond. It's not as if, because if that's all it is, that would be kind of funny. They license chip design. They make chips too. Okay. We interconnect devices at the highest frequencies with the most point-to-point interconnections. I mean, that could be the description. Oh, whoa, what the heck, ARM? Yo, bro. Why is, it's doing the 10-minute rig dump. So it knows, man, all the people going to sell out before. Bro, just robbed me another $200 on there. Scammers. Bro, you're getting a crazy. No, this is all 10-minute rig, bro. I think some of the options on it, bro. Philip Morris is up by a 1%. Ultra even, bro. ARM just dumped. Are you kidding me, bro? Come on. Come on. My goodness. Well, I'm still the same plan with that. But yeah, you're getting that crazy. I don't know. Check the options if they move, but underline getting murked. And then you have, what, 8 minutes left? Still got a little bit of time. Like, did the options move at all? Let me see. Because sometimes they don't, but that's going to just be the weird end of the day move, man. But that one, they wanted to rob on that 10-minute rigged. That's ridiculous. Market on close. But then again, there's a lot of people like me who are like, I'm going to sell out literally market on close. Actually, you guys want to do it? I've never been a part of it. Should we try it? Do you guys want to be a part of the market on close? Yeah? You guys want to try it? We could do it. I don't think I've done it. Yeah, it's an order type. So like I'm telling you, I have my arm. I have my own little play, right? So actually, let's try it. Fuck. I mean, I'm already down. I'm going to lose $600 on the arm, give or take. So let's try it. So look at arm. We're going to do our 100 shares. And I'm going to do market on close. So literally, that's it. It's going to do a market order right at close, and we are going to be a part of the MOC. Sound good? Sound good. All right. Well, I had a plan. My pre-earnings pre-earnings did not do good. Just the fact I had a plan. I think I would have lost if I went with all earnings plays too. But when it's all said and done, bro, like that's it. I've not entered is not valid. Why not? Did I miss it? The order you have entered is not valid at this time. Why not? Oh, boo. Come on. Why won't it let me do it? Do you have to do it within the next 10 minutes? I think you might have to do it in the 10 minutes. Oh, boo. Oh, I thought we were gonna be a part of it, man. Now I just feel like a schmuck. I word. Well, I'll sell out right at the belt. Only market or in the last 10 minutes. Well, let's see. Well, I put out the stream alert. I'm gonna just close it whenever, but I didn't want anybody to be off guard. But that's it. And then Airbnb. Damn, bro, they even scammed on that one too at the close as well. All right, well, I'm gonna sell the close to the money one. That's gonna be a $80 loss. It just depends where it fills. Okay, I sold the near the money just because I think that one has more of a risk there with the 200, and I want the more quantity. So I closed the Airbnb 172. No longer holding that one. About $86 loss. And then I'm just going to hold the other ones for earnings. Oh, man, really? We got to land it. So, Chattadonia, I love you, and I hope you're blessed. It's been another wild day of craziness and boringness and all of that, but point is we have earnings after the bell right now, and I need you to be here. I want you to have a good time, but it is going to get so loud in here, you might have explosive diarrhea if you are sensitive to loud noises. So if you have that, are prone to herpes, or have dormant herpes or BBB, or any other thing that could be caused by loud noises that make you act out of character, maybe rabies, then mute your speakers. This is not a drill. This is real. This is real life right now. So mute it. Mute it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, 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 earmuffs. Oh, no, it's not. I clicked it. Okay, there's earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would move for pre-earnings because it destroyed everybody. But the good news is you're no longer to cover guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down there, flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, yeah, a lot of names after hours. You got ARM, Airbnb, Robinhood, a couple of big ones. So speak now or forever hold your peace. The market barely moved, but end of the day, man, a lot of activity at the close, and I'm sure even by tomorrow and after the bell today, baby, we are going to get a lot of info. So ladies and gentlemen, time to bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I have sold out of my ARM. $743 loss. Boo. But that's it. Wrap it up. Finalize those plays. I just did mine. You got less than 10 seconds to do it. And Chad, if you think Airbnb is going to do bad or good, you better say it right now. Because if you say it after the bell, I'm going to Chad fax you. Oh, yeah. What now, baby? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no! Let's go, baby! Oh, Chattadonia. We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go! Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be in the game. And listen, the GG is one thing to show sportsmanship. But if you actually made it through the fire and did not get banned and we're actually holding it down, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Hope you know we stronger as one. Oh, Robinhood is out, I think. Uh-oh, Robinhood. GG, Twitch. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You threw in a dono, baby. You didn't have to. You showed love. You were nice to a chat. You answered a question, baby. You took it upon yourself to not throw beef in the chat. Good game, baby. GG. I love y'all. Good game. I'm talking about. GG. I'll see you again tomorrow, baby. God willing. God willing. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. It's a cult, baby. Oh, it's a cult? Nah, screw that song. Screw that song. I don't care about that song. Give me this song. That's it, Chad. Earnings, I don't care. I'm not doing any. You want me to find the earnings for you? I've been working for you for the last 7 hours. I said, give me earnings. I got it for you. I know Robinhood's out. I don't care. It's Airbnb and ARM, baby. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rock that.
Pull up in a bit. H-Pay Key, Duolingo is out. ARM is out, I think. Hold on. And Airbnb. Oh, look at that. All right, hold on. I think we got one. Airbnb on the high and ARM on the low, but be very, very careful of knee-jerk reactions. Some of you may know the hip-hop classic, pop, lock, and drop it. It applies to earnings, so be very careful. Airbnb. All right, we got Airbnb earnings. So let's see here. And then ARM just died and then came back up. Airbnb easy numbers are not out yet. So I don't know unless we want to go through it. So please hold while we connect your call. But Airbnb's already doing giant candle up and then come back down. ARM report. Dude, none of the easy numbers are out. So you got to, they're out though. You have to go to the websites and then you have to pick it apart. But the ones like outlaid against the, where is it? Web shareholder letter. That's February. Screw you. They only have the webcast. All right, wait till easy numbers, low key, but they're already out. It looks like slightly negative for ARM, and then Airbnb is getting the first pop. But Airbnb, it's doing dog. I mean, remember, I want to see something big. Airbnb has not moved more than 2% on earnings in a year. So after this, if it moves less than 11%, the last 4 earnings in a row on Airbnb have been sub 2%. Why is Airbnb less volatile than a 10-year bond? In a 1-year time scale. That makes no sense. But there it is. He's starting to pop a little bit, so we will find out. I want those numbers, though. Airbnb, hold on. SEC.gov. Shareholder letter. All right, Q1. Revenue was $2.14 billion. Let's compare it to estimates. I don't have estimates, but I'm doing it all manually. So revenue was $2.14 billion, so they beat. Net income was $264. Adjusted EBITDA was $424, so they beat by another $100 million. It's already coming down. Free cash flow is $1.93. I don't know how that estimates. Key business. I'm looking for guidance. Where's Q2? It's selling now. I've done it every time, baby. Every time. At this point, you shouldn't be surprised. I'm going through it right now, but it's already out. You just got to go find the guidance. But it looks like numbers B outlook for fourth quarter. We're expecting to deliver 268 to 274, which is 8 to 10. I do think that one is lower. I think the guidance, again, let me double check. Well, no, I think the guidance, I think you have a bad guide, or it's, again, remember I was telling you, if it's within 8 to 10, I think the market wanted 15 to 17. Remember I was reading that to you guys earlier? So where is it? To deliver 2.6A. Let me see. Yeah, they're below it. So 268 to 274. Analysts wanted 274. ARM is popping back up, and then you have Hood. So then you're getting more Airbnb highlights. So there it is. First quarter EPS, 41 cents. Revenue, 214. See second quarter, 268 to 274. I think that's the only bad part. Everything else was higher. So once again, I don't think it's a bad guide. It's just people want a little bit higher on Airbnb. First quarter nights and experience increased by 9.5 to 132, driven by growth in all regions. April, over 500,000 guests stayed on Airbnb during total solar eclipse. Booked for stays during the Olympics are over 5 times higher than Paris. Germany seeing similar trend for Euro Cup. Active listings grew 15% compared to Q1 23, and revenue growth accelerates as travel demand holds. ARM is all over the place, bro. So let me see if I have even easy numbers on that. Again, Airbnb is just a matter of guidance, but I mean, once again, that's literally 10 or 12 quarters in a row of beats, but then you're 0 for 10 on beating forward revenue. I don't have easy numbers on ARM yet, unfortunately. Is there SEC website link? So the ARM numbers are out. I just don't have them like simplified. It's hidden behind something. Oh yeah, I forgot about Hood. And then Airbnb on the low. I'm still playing Airbnb. That was a beat in my mind. I mean, again, remember, it doesn't move too much on earnings. So that being said, I feel like there's a better chance this thing's just going to do nothing by the time we wake up. Easy numbers are when it's actually like it shows you the expectations, it hits the wire, but right now we had like the press releases hit, but it just leads you to the investor website, and even when you go on there, I can't even find it. It hasn't loaded yet. But they're out. Like even Airbnb, I had to go skim through the PDF to go tell you those numbers, and then I compared it to the estimates that I had. So, but like I think Hood might already be out, like the easy ones on that. Yeah, Robinhood. I don't have estimates either, but revenue 618, net was 157, EPS 18. I think Robinhood beat. Yeah, honestly, Robinhood seems like it was a good one. Bro, Airbnb's already down 9. Yeah, Hood. I think Robinhood was a beat. I don't know what their guidance was at. Did App come out? It had a little bit of a pop. So these are going to either move a shit ton or do nothing. So, and then ARM, I would like easy numbers on that. All I see is conference call webcast on the ARM website. At Pop and Lock. A lot of Pop and Lock. Yeah, sales on Robinhood beat 618 versus 538. Honestly, Robinhood was good. I mean, it's the same thing. I don't think any earnings today were bad. Like bad if it's trading any lower. You just, once again, bro, the bar and how things have moved. But then, like, maybe the earnings moves are going to be calm, and then the post earnings will do like that's just sadly what's been happening. Airbnb going to 125 finally. How come you ain't say it before? I love you. I'm going to pray for y'all. That's every comment on Airbnb when they hate now. Now I'm like, how come y'all did say anything in the last 5 days? That's amazing. But yeah, I think it'll be like break even by open. Low key. ARM, I don't have like low key the numbers. I'm just waiting. I see conference webcast. ARM is in the morning. ARM is out, but it just says webcast. It says companies build in the future. ARM will host audio webcast. Live webcast will be available at 2 p.m. Pacific. Are they not going to release it till then? Hood did very good. I'm surprised they're trading lower. Hood is starting to go. App is starting to break out a little bit. Let me see if I could get you those numbers. That's up only 3%. That looks so crazy. ET came out. Energy Transfer, PRTA, PFIE, Sunrun just released, Bird, PBBP, VMI, and then Vizio and VSEC. ARM beat on revenue and EPS. You see 928, expectation 878. All right, well, I think we'll just come back to that one. App loving. You have to go to their website too, bro. Shareholder letter. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like you have to just go back and compare it to estimates. They grew 18. They generated revenue of 1.06 billion, 48% year over year, 236 million. And then adjusted EBITDA of 549. ARM guides full year 25 below estimate. So I think App did good and continued. I don't know if it was 24% good. I don't know. ARM is weird. They're going to have the call at 2 p.m., but sadly, it's only moving down half. So it's holding, I mean, literally, it was at $100 a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, we'll see how that plays. My geography teacher asked me to name a country without the letter R in it. I said, no way. I like that. Yeah, ARM, 36 cents a share versus 30. Revenue, 928 versus 885. Full year guide, 145 to 165. Estimate was 152. And then 3.8 to 41 billion. Estimate was 3.98. Airbnb numbers were really good. They lowered the bottom, the guidance for next quarter was slightly lower than the 16% growth rate analysts had. So they're still at 8 to 10. But I like it. I don't know if you guys remember the last one, but last earnings, I'm pretty sure it did the same thing. So I remember it was this year, after hours, and then I bought the dip, and y'all made fun of me, and then 3 days later, I cashed out on the shares. So I don't know if I'm going to do it again today, because I think last time it was a little bit lower. I think we were trading it in like the 120s or like the lower 140s. So, but I do think it was good earnings. But this is like staying at an Airbnb. You should have known, this happens. But earnings was good. They beat this quarter by like 10, 15. And then guidance is still good, but just shy of Wall Street once again for the last 3 years. No, these are some people trading off of it, a lot of computers, and then even analysts and other people getting ready. But even then, by the time the conference calls happen, and then you also get even by the morning, an analyst, it'll do its thing. ARM was decent, but ARM was up 40%, and they had a high bar. So they beat by 100 million, but then their guidance was a little bit more shy, or they just widened the range. But, I mean, again, I think the theme every single earnings thus far has literally been, It's been you do good, you still go down. I mean, even if you did, depending on how really good you didn't go down as much. But, dude, the bar has been set very high, and even this environment is just not. It's definitely not like 3 months ago. Like, definitely, it's not there. It's just not there at all. No, I didn't like Disney. Disney said no growth in the theme parks. Shopify was 16 growth instead of 20. They sold it off. Just means it's already priced in. Yeah, to a degree, but some of them, that's depending on the follow-up, you're able to really see, because some of them are trading even lower, and that's why we'll find out. We'll find out with ARM. ARM is a very difficult one to say that bar was priced in, especially considering the range. It was up another 30, and now it's down another 15, but still up 15 from the other earnings. MRCK, wasn't that the crazy runner? Airbnb for the long term? No, it's still mad expensive. That's kind of the crazy part of all of this. But it's good. I mean, I don't know. The report beats all across the board. Almost 50% beat on, or 35% EBITDA beat. And then guidance is still good. It just, again, everybody wanted a really, really high amount. So, but the price of the stock, I mean, I would rather prefer it at a lower price. Otherwise, it's the same story. It's growing. It's growing nicely into their valuation a little slower, but at the same time, it's nice. Wait. My chat just disappeared. Oh, I don't know what they said on buybacks. I skimmed through the whole thing. Doesn't Chesky come on? He does it pretty soon. Don't they do it on Twitter? ARM just the guidance was like in line a little lower. Honor be a part of the community. A couple years down the line, I hope to be in similar shoes to you, my brother. Starts with the long term, dude. You know what I'm saying, man? So amen. Oh yeah, and then whoever registered me for a conference call yesterday, it emailed me all of your personal info. By the way, I thought I should let you know. I forgot to tell you in the morning. Rhyme to the beat. How come the stock lower if it beat? I don't know. You could blame Wall Street, 'cause a billionaire still gotta eat. Oh, they hate you. Oh, they hate you. Oh, they hate you. Oh, they hate you. Interest rates still high. Earnings is still a lie. And they hate you. I don't know why. Wait till the election and the I don't know what I'm saying, but we just keep on playing. S&P should stand for Satan. What the hell these companies be making? Yo, I'ma protest and I'm gonna get the company sold off. I don't know why this. I like the beat though. It's kind of relaxing. It's like a weird Wiz Khalifa or something. BB, thank you. I tried. I usually leave that to Uncle, man. I don't, That beat guided up. That was one. I mean, I think they keep beating by like a bigger rate, but even then, I wouldn't be surprised if they came down. It's only 3%. This ain't even like. This is bunk. Like I was telling you, the last ones, when they really beat, they go up 30 or 20. And then Airbnb is trading just like the other one. So honestly, I think, I forgot we played it. It might hit a little bit below. If it goes one more flush below 145, I'm going to do the same thing that I did every other time. ET, I don't know. I saw it come out. CTMX. Didn't you say that was pricing in like 60% or something? Yeah, ET just, I don't even know what the report is, but it's not moving at all. Apple, no. ARM. And then NVIDIA barely moved. NVIDIA is going to be break even, so like we were kind of talking about, maybe ARM, the focus will be the ARM. They beat by $100 million on revenue. EPS was good, but then their guidance, their range was a little lower as well as a little higher, but I don't think enough to not following in line with the whole, we're the best in the world. All right, man. Is that it? I think we wait. I mean, I'll try to get I don't know when does the Airbnb conference call start? I don't know what time it is. I just put it on. I thought usually it's early. ARM is at 2. I feel like the call could move it a little, but and again, you never know, homie. Earnings call 2:30. Oh, wait, no, 4:30. Yeah, it's in 9 minutes. Okay, we could wait a little. Let me play you some Uncle. I'll give you some Uncle. Or I could show you my other song. This song comes out on Wednesday. Buying any leaps this year? No, man. I mean, if anything, I think I might, before it's too late, I don't want to make the same mistake of last year. Last year, I just had an epic comeback in that last damn month, but I don't know, man. I kind of just want cash. Cash in long term. But then again, last earnings was on fire. That was great, but this earnings is a dud for sure. But we will find out. But yeah, let me get you this. Oh, so this one comes out on Wednesday, you guys. I'm really excited. Amen.
Hey, yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know. Tell them! I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan.
No, that's it. I get a little bit more at the time, but that's it, man. It's good, man. It's good. You don't have to wait too long. Usually I just leak it all to you, but this time I'm making you wait. I think some of you might have heard. I think I already did leak it though, low key. I'm a piece of shit. I'm sad. Don't be sad. Why are you sad? It's a good day, baby. It's a good day. You have shares, right? You don't have leaps. Don't be sad. See, that's it. Share. Don't worry, Habibi. Yeah. Oh, cart. I forgot about that. I'd be down if it go below 30 again. I'd be down to grab some more of that. All right, we still got 5 more minutes.
It's a cold, baby.
All right, that's most of the earnings. I'm gonna play Airbnb for a little bit.
All right, guys.
And then again, if I stay too long,
watch me for the
watch
changes.
list. And if I make a longer watch list.
Hello, how you doing?
Right, so
I'm that
let's
motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
All right, Chad. Like low key, I don't think it's gonna work. It starts in 3 minutes. I would love to listen, but that's it. I mean, depending on the watch list. I got a couple of questions. Is there any actually before I go? Because I think I might have to dip out. I might have to dip out, baby. But tell me, is there any questions? Anything you have for today? Any follow-ups from yesterday? I might just go honestly though. What if I made today's whole video just a random ass lesson? Honestly, do you guys want to? Or do you want, should we trigger some people with like education? And what I mean by that, we could talk about the differences between Republicans and Democrats economically throughout history and maybe give that lesson. I've given it, I think I gave it 3 years ago, last time around the election, because everybody gets so caught up in it. Is that it? Don't call me master. I don't like that. That's weird. You know what I'm saying? That's hella weird. I prefer to be a servant, to be honest with you. So, come on, man. Come on, man. You do too much already? Do it. I'm down. It's only triggering if you don't want to learn. You know what I'm saying? Like low-key, if, like, you really don't, like, want to learn anything, I feel you in, like, certain things, but, yes, teacher. I don't just. That's man. I aspire to be a servant. Okay. Amen. Amen. I did sell the armchairs. Yeah, I took a $700 loss. I would have lost like another $1,000. So it's good because remember, bro, instantly I got clapped on that play. I was down like $3,000 on it alongside the Intel, bro. And then this morning I was only down $300 on it, or $400. So I was like, okay, I thought I was gonna leave green, and then it didn't do anything, and then that MOC closed. So I was like, whatever. But you know, it is what it is. Airbnb. How do you find inner peace? You must seek it every day. That's something I realized every single day. So it's not really a destination, to be honest with you. And it's good. And as you seek peace, the life will send you the dojos. It'll send you the battles that you must face, my friend. For real, bro. I'm telling you. You know, you ask for peace, you will be presented with unpeaceful situations. It's very, very good. Kung Fu Panda can help if you're, you know, depending on what level we're at. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, anything can. I mean, shit, Investopedia might wake some people up. Some people, that might need what you need to get your spirit alive sometimes. But then again, it is like I said, it's kind of a constant thing. So that's the paradox. Because people like the idea of peace, but if it is not pursued every day, you know, we end up just settling for an idea with never really having peace. You know what I'm saying, man? You know, it's just crazy, bro. It's crazy. So, Chattadonia, on that note, is there any final questions that... Actually, no question. I'm going to give you the video. I'm going to find it. I think we'll have to talk about it. I guess I might just make you a political video today. I think it'll be a lot of fun. A political economics. I've been doing a couple of those. So if you didn't watch yesterday's lesson, I mean, I think it was a very, very good one. But other than that, man, unless there is anything pressing, I'll play it for a little bit. Let me just say bye, and then I'll play the Airbnb call, and then I'll just leave it up here because I need to go. I need to go make a call real quick. So I'm not going to be on my computer. But I love you, Chad. Thank you for being here. God bless every single one of you, man, for real. Especially, man, if y'all been showing love to the Chads, y'all been in the game. I hope y'all got that long term, baby. We still got a long way to go, but the way y'all hold it down, man, the love and positivity, and I hope even beyond the market and everywhere else, bro, you let that radiate. But thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for treating my brothers and sisters as if they were your family. I love you all. I will see you on the watch list, and that is all I have. Peace out. Hey, don't forget, I didn't even tell you, Josh, to tell you there's links. And then call real estate. Look at, Nightbot. Oh, no, where's the call real estate? For the people, is what the time on the West Coast in Arizona. He's at the West Coast, Arizona, no, in New York. Tyler, he's a good guy. I know, Tyler, Royke, and Trey. They're good guys. It's fake news, though. They don't want you to know about cold real estate. They tell you everybody's defaulting. I know, it's a lie. Go take a look. Cold real estate. I know, they're good guys. Can you believe it? Good guys, totally. I don't know. Anyways, Tyler, thank you. I don't know what if her voice gets confused. Who am I? I'm having a person and an identity crisis. I like this one. I know. I could keep doing it. Sometimes he slips. We'll fall. But we're going to get back up. I know. It's a shame. Have a good day. Goodbye.